In the Dragon Kingdom at City 11, third middle school, Mo found himself in an environment that was both familiar and foreign, swirling in his mind. After a considerable time, he finally managed to untangle his thoughts. So, I have been reborn into another world? His memories lingered on a moment in English class, where he had been playing Naruto and had struck the class monitor, leaving her cheeks flushed and breathless. This act was soon discovered by the teacher, who admonished him for engaging in romantic discussions during class. Yet, there remained another memory in his mind, one that detailed his rebirth into this world. 400 years ago, a cataclysmic event struck Blue Star, unleashing terrifying beasts alongside mysterious realms, engulfing the world in bloodshed. In the wake of this chaos, the Awakening Stone descended, granting every Blue Star inhabitant the chance to acquire powerful and enigmatic abilities upon reaching the age of 18. Legend has it that the first individual to awaken such powers was from the Dragon Kingdom. Mo lowered his gaze, noticing a small hole in the toe of his left shoe, the sole worn flat, causing him to grimace. This world was perilous. Ordinary individuals striving to survive were condemned to toil in grueling jobs for 15 to 16 hours a day, merely to scrape by in the city. Those with a modicum of skill might lead a somewhat easier life, yet they too were embroiled in the struggle for basic sustenance. The environment outside the city was utterly inhospitable to the average person. Despite his usual top rankings, awakening was a matter of fate. Even with good fortune in awakening a commendable power, substantial resources were necessary to navigate the vulnerable early stages of being an ability wielder, a process akin to a mage's development in a game. But here he was, destitute and without connections, lacking even parents. Where could he possibly find the means to develop? Should I sell myself to survive? Damn it. Having been reborn into another world, why should he still be a pauper? Where was the system? Was there no system? He refused to accept the notion of living 2 lifetimes as a beggar. Detecting abnormal emotional fluctuations in the host, the multiverse character template system has been activated. An electronic voice suddenly resonated in Mo's mind, as 4 options materialized before him. Option 1. Pure and chaste, a lone figure beneath the moonlight, Zhang Chulan. Option 2. The kneeling hero, the developer of the 8 extremities, Star Journey Me Long. Option 3. The ice fruit user, a disillusioned admiral lost in Justice Ikiji. Option 4. The mad god atop the flames of war, the ultimate legend who consumed the Shinobi world. Uchiha Madara. Please make your selection. 9 seconds remaining. I choose Uchiha Madara. Without a moment's hesitation, Mo instinctively blurted out his choice. Was there even a need for deliberation? As a villager, what else could he pick but Madara? Zhang Chulan had great talent, yet the combat prowess in this world was absurd, simply would not suffice. Mi Long caused him to hesitate, but upon witnessing Madara's emergence, he decisively made his choice. The Ninetales' assault on Konoha had left the 3rd Hokage in a panic, while the 4th Hokage risked his life to seal it away. And in the face of beasts akin to nuclear weapons, Madara played with them like pets. The moment the colossal Susanoo, towering at 400 meters, was unleashed, it cleaved mountains and rivers with a single stroke, shaking the very earth. The Ninetales' gaze morphed into something akin to that of a husky. Character template selection successful. In an instant, Mo's entire body resonated with a crackling energy, a searing force coursing through his veins, as if burning away the impurities within his blood. Sweat beaded on his forehead, his body trembling slightly. Host by Mo template. Uchiha Madara, 10 fusion rate, obtain fusion rate through combat. Abilities, Uchiha Madara's peak martial arts, fire release, great fireball. Technique, I technique. Susanoo skeleton, lightning release, Chidori. Realm. First stage, the host's strength cannot be accurately referenced by realm. The system. Store has been activated. Purchasing currency, emotional value. Panting heavily, Mo leaned against a pillar beneath the teaching building, feeling the power within him roar like a raging sea, ferocious as a tempest. This was chakra, Uchiha Madara's chakra. Even if he currently possessed only 1/10 of his former strength, it was no wonder he could contend with a monster like Hashirame himself, was a numerical anomaly. In the anime, upon being reanimated, Madara, relying solely on his martial prowess, maneuvered through an army of 100,000 as if traversing an uninhabited realm. A single great fireball nearly seemed like a forbidden technique. Wait, where did Chidori come from? How did the second Hokage's skill end up on Madara's panel? Never mind, this was a fortunate twist. Crack! Mo's fingers came together, gripping the air, producing a crisp sound as his bones cracked. Rising slowly, he turned to face the massive stone pillar behind him, which would require two people to embrace. Breaking through this should pose little challenge. With that, Mo's pupils glinted red, and the moving objects in his sight seemed to be pressed into slow motion. Very well, the Dance King of Konoha makes his entrance. With an hour remaining until the awakening ceremony commenced, Mo intended to return to the classroom for a while, mentally rehearsing the combat sequences of Madara. As he approached the classroom door, the previously boisterous atmosphere suddenly fell silent, followed by an outburst from an unknown voice. Mo, how dare you come back today? Who would have thought this guy would stoop so low, stealing the life-saving donations we all contributed? What a despicable individual. Always so proper. I suspect it was all an act. It's a disgrace to be classmates with someone like him. The class beauty, Sushuyu, bit her lip, tears glistening in her eyes as she pleaded, Mo, please return the stolen money. For the sake of our shared time as classmates, we might forgive you this once. Why waste words on him? Capture him. He must return the money today, whether he likes it or not. How dare he steal others' life-saving funds? He is unworthy of being called human. Calm. Today is the awakening ceremony. Faced with a multitude of furious gazes in the classroom, which seemed ready to tear him apart, Mo furrowed his brow, confusion swelling within him at the barrage of the accusations. The donated life-saving money had vanished? How could they so adamantly pin the blame on him? Chapter 2. I saw your mother on television a week ago. Class 7 of the senior year organized a fundraising event. The reason was that a classmate had suddenly fallen gravely ill and was now unable to get out of bed, requiring an expensive medical injection. This classmate came from a modest background, with parents who were low-income scavengers, struggling to make ends meet, let alone save any money to afford the medical treatment. He had no choice but to resort to high-interest loans or to sell himself to a wealthy conglomerate, a situation no classmate wished to see. Initially, it was planned that after the awakening ceremony, they would visit this classmate together and hand over the gathered funds. However, to their dismay, the life-saving money they had painstakingly collected had mysteriously vanished. Bang! A young man named Zhang Qinglong slammed his fist on the table, his eyes filled with rage as he glared at Mo, exclaiming with deep sorrow, Mo, are you even human? Do you have any conscience left? We VE spent 2 years together, and now Wang Lu lies in bed while you steal his life-saving money. His expression was one of profound disappointment and fury. Mo looked at Zhang Qinglong in surprise. While others' anger might be considered understandable, Zhang was different. He was a scoundrel. Coming from a family with a bit of money and having received little guidance in his youth, he had once gotten his distant cousin pregnant and, high on drugs, publicly humiliated her. The girl, unable to bear the shame, ultimately took her own life, reportedly 4 months pregnant at the time. To label such a person as a beast would be a kindness. Something felt amiss. Faced with a sea of furious gazes, he showed no sign of panic and slowly spoke, It wasn't me. I don't know what happened. And by the way, did any of you actually see me take the money? Zhang Qinglong scoffed, You can deny it all you want. 20 minutes ago, we were on the playground listening to the principal's speech, and during that time, you were the only one who left the group. Who else could it be? Enough. Why waste breath on him? Let us pin this scoundrel down and give him a good beating. Exactly. Strip him of his clothes and let him face the entire school. The surrounding students were filled with righteous indignation. Zhang Qinglong's vivid description, coupled with corroborating voices, made it hard for anyone to doubt. Suddenly, Mo burst into laughter, gradually escalating into a hearty chuckle. Haha, what a ridiculous accusation. His laughter took the enraged students by surprise. They felt as though someone was urinating on their heads. Just as one student was about to confront Mo, his laughter abruptly ceased. At that moment, Mo's expression turned calm, emanating a subtle yet palpable pressure, as if warning them that whoever dared approach would face dire consequences. The students who had intended to strike were momentarily stunned by his serene gaze. It felt as though they were being watched by a predator. Even Zhang Qinglong, who had been so aggressive moments earlier, instinctively averted his gaze from Mo's steady eyes. In the next moment, anger surged within Zhang as he realized he was intimidated by this so-called poor wretch. How could this beggar dare to laugh after stealing someone else's life-saving money? I will accuse you of attempted murder. Attempted murder. Mo exhaled deeply, suppressing his murderous intent, and fixed his gaze on Zhang Qinglong, speaking each word clearly. Which of your eyes saw me leave the group? Perhaps you watched too many films with your mother last night and got confused? His voice was soft, yet resonated throughout the classroom. His insult left Zhang Qinglong momentarily frozen, unable to comprehend this novel form of humiliation. But soon after, an ear-piercing scream erupted from him. You. The students around, initially caught in their anger, began to awaken from their frenzy. They swallowed hard, relieved that they were not the targets of such unique ridicule. Just then, a gentle voice pierced through the tension. "BMO, I hope you can acknowledge your mistakes. Everyone makes errors. This money is crucial for Wang Lu. I saw you leave the group." The speaker was none other than the class beauty, Su Shuyu. As her words hung in the air, the previously doubtful students refocused their hostile gazes on BMO, their animosity intensifying. Clearly, the class flower's words carried significant weight. BMO turned to Su Shuyu, whose expression was composed. He realized he had hardly interacted with her before, let alone had any animosity towards her. "I left the group?" Su Shuyu bit her lip, hesitating before finally declaring, "Yes, I saw you. About 5 minutes into the principal's speech, you went to the teaching building and then returned." Tears welled in her eyes as she added, "It's my fault for not keeping the life-saving money for Wang Lu. It's all my fault." Her words were logical and time-stamped. At this moment, the students' gazes sharpened, with no one believing the class beauty would lie. She was crying, wasn't she? "Enough. Why are we wasting time? Let us hold him down until the teacher arrives." "Right, we want to even hit him. Today is far too important to dirty our hands over someone like him. Don't go. Look at BMO's little frame. I could knock his teeth out with a single slap." At this juncture, Zhang Qinglong approached BMO slowly, his eyes filled with malice. "You, who are only fit to associate with trash, dare to insult me. Steal money?" As Zhang neared BMO, he suddenly lunged forward, delivering a powerful kick aimed at BMO. The force behind this kick was fierce, reminiscent of a novice fighter's strike. "How dare you insult me?" Zhang's eyes glimmered with malice. He had intended to toy with BMO, but now sought to silence him permanently. "What good is talent if you have no connections outside of school? You hit me, and you die. I hit you. And the worst that happens is I pay a little." Faced with this juvenile assault, BMO didn't even bother to dodge. He found it beneath him. He understood that this scoundrel was merely attempting to tarnish his name. Swish. Just as Zhang Qinglong's kick was mere centimeters from BMO's chest, BMO's figure suddenly vanished. "What?" Zhang's heart raced in shock. In the next instant, he lost his balance, feeling a vice-like grip around his neck. A sudden wave of suffocation washing over him. He instinctively struggled, but his feet dangled in the air, breath escaping him, rendering him powerless. At this moment, BMO firmly grasped Zhang Qinglong's neck with one hand, lifting him into the air. "You dare to challenge me?" As their eyes met, a chill ran down Zhang Qinglong's spine. He felt as though he were locking gazes with a ferocious tiger. How could this be possible? He was merely a bookworm. Without hesitation, BMO forcefully hurled him down, commanding, "Crash." Zhang Qinglong felt the world spin before his eyes, his body momentarily weightless, followed by a terrifying sensation of plummeting. Bang! Crack! The sound of the marble floor cracking and the sharp snap of bones echoed throughout the classroom. A blood-curdling scream, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, reverberated in the air as Zhang Qinglong crashed heavily to the ground, his body convulsing like a centipede, wailing in agony, convinced that every bone in his body had shattered. The rows of seats toppled over, and books scattered across the floor. Yet, to BMO, it seemed as if he had merely performed a trivial act. He did not go for the kill. He dusted off his hands and nonchalantly stepped on Zhang Qinglong's mouth, silencing his cries. In an instant, the atmosphere in the classroom became eerily quiet, with only the muffled whimpers of Zhang Qinglong beneath BMO's foot breaking the silence. The other students stared at BMO in horror, their jaws dropping involuntarily. In the next moment, BMO turned his gaze towards the panicked class beauty, Su Xiao, a smirk playing on his lips. "You little wench, still crying?" He taunted. "Did you claim I left the team and entered the teaching building? I have never wronged you. Yet you dare to slander me." With that, he advanced towards Su Xiao, and before she could react, he struck her face with a resounding slap. The crisp sound of his palm hitting her cheek rang in the ears of the surrounding students. Su Xiao stumbled from the force, nearly losing her balance. Her expression was one of disbelief, the fiery sting of pain prompting her to scream, "BMO, you bastard! How dare you smack?" Without a moment's hesitation, BMO struck her again, his demeanor calm as if he were engaged in an everyday task. The second slap left Su Xiao's hair disheveled and her face twisted in hatred. BMO scoffed, uttering 2 words, "Not convinced?" Su Xiao glared at him with venomous resentment, wishing nothing more than to flay him alive. She vowed that this humiliation would be repaid to BMO 1,000-fold, dreaming of rendering him powerless. But then, she felt another sharp pain across her cheek. BMO struck her for the 3rd time, his hand flicking dismissively after the blow. "Still not convinced? Then hold it in," he remarked. He had never struck a woman, except for those deserving of such treatment. 3 seconds to the ground. At this moment, the other students began to regain their composure, whispering in disbelief, "Is that really BMO? Has he been possessed by a demon? You'd better pray he hasn't, or we're all doomed." Just moments ago, they had believed that Zhang Qinglong could easily send Bai Mo flying with a kick. Yet, they were stunned to see Zhang Qinglong reduced to a pitiful state, unable to comprehend how the usually docile Bai Mo had unleashed such fury. Suddenly, the voice of the head teacher echoed from outside the classroom. "Where's Bai Mo from class 7 of the senior year? What a disgrace to our school. A true scoundrel. Come out and face me." Chapter 3. Signing the agreement to renounce awakening? Come out and face me. The anger and sharp voice echoed through the corridor even before the person arrived. Students from several classes peeked out. A plump figure waddled towards class 7 of the senior year, accompanied by a young man whose attire starkly contrasted with that of the surrounding students. "Hey, do you know who has angered our fat brother?" One student remarked. "When he gets mad, doesn't he devour 3 hefty bowls of filth for lunch? Did you not hear? Fat brother just shouted at Bai Mo from class 7. TSK, that lad has managed to provoke him to such fury. He must be quite a character. Bai Mo? ISNT he the top student in class 7? Second in our grade. Ah, really? By the way, who is currently the top student in our grade? Hee. It's the cold beauty from class 6, undoubtedly the school S belle. You didn't know that? Hey, is that person next to the grade director Zhao Tianyi? He looks so handsome in that suit. Handsome? Not even close. In class 7. Bai Mo heard the grade director's voice from outside and narrowed his eyes slightly. Was someone setting him up? It was evident that upon entering the classroom, he was immediately branded a thief, compounded by the slander from Zhang Qinglong and Su Shiyuan. But he hadn't offended anyone recently, had he? Or perhaps, in this alternate world where he had been reborn, he was merely a scholar with a quiet demeanor, having rarely caused conflict with those around him. At that moment, 2 figures appeared at the classroom door. One was corpulent, resembling an inflated pufferfish, and the other was a young man with an air of arrogance, dressed in a suit that sharply contrasted with his surroundings. Yet the young man seemed to relish this disparity. Upon entering the classroom, Zhao Tianyi's eyes filled with confusion. Why was Bai Mo still standing there? Hadn't he arranged for someone to act against him? Where was Zhang Qinglong? The distance between these individuals and Bai Mo appeared deliberate, raising his suspicions. Before he could ponder further, the plump grade director commanded Bai Mo, gather your belongings and leave the school. You are expelled. You will sign the agreement to renounce the awakening ceremony shortly. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. There was no intention to provide an explanation. Expelled. Signing the agreement to renounce the awakening ceremony. The words from the grade director sent the nearby students into an uproar. Those crowded by the windows began to stir. What? Fat brother is expelling Bai Mo outright. Today is the awakening day. Keep your voice down. Don't let him hear you. But, does he even have the authority to do this? What has Bai Mo done to deserve such punishment? Indeed, missing the awakening ceremony could ruin his life. I have a feeling this is more complicated than it seems. Look at Zhao Tianyi. He has remained at fat brother's side the entire time. Something feels off. Does he know some insider information? Bai Mo's gaze turned icy, not due to the grade director's words, but because he seemed to understand why he was being framed. A few days ago, someone had approached him, and their bodyguard placed a box on the table. Inside were bundles of dragon coins and a check, enough to secure a lifetime of comfort. Additionally, there was a vial of a valuable potion, the evolution potion, numbered E05. Injecting it would transform an ordinary physique dramatically, elevating one to a Tier 1, Stage 5 evolver, capable of effortlessly lifting a 3 to 4 ton vehicle. The individual had straightforwardly requested Bai Mo to forego the awakening ceremony in exchange for these 2 items. That individual was none other than the young man standing beside the rotund grade director, Zhao Tianyi. The reason for wanting him to abandon the awakening ceremony was clear. During the awakening process, a class would gather around the awakening stone, revealing hundreds of abilities and showcasing each individual's true talents. Those with higher talents would attract the favor of powerful abilities. His genetic aptitude had been tested and rated as A. Zhao Tianyi had received the same rating, indicating top-tier talent with a significant chance of acquiring formidable abilities in the entire City 11. Faced with Zhao Tianyi's offer, Bai Mo had naturally refused. Although the genetic potion could expedite one's advancement, the risks were substantial. Firstly, if one could not withstand it, their genetic structure could collapse, resulting in immediate death with no chance of salvation. Secondly, the production cost of genetic potions escalated with higher levels, an unimaginable expense. Furthermore, the state meticulously recorded every student with awakening abilities. Any attempt to harm such individuals would invite the wrath of the military. Thus, even though Bai Mo was impoverished, he did not fear threats. Once he successfully awakened, he would break free from his current predicament. Seeing Bai Mo silent, the grade director frowned and advanced towards him. Bai Mo's icy demeanor quickly shifted to calmness. He was not someone to be easily manipulated. As the grade director approached, he lowered his voice menacingly. You don't understand human language. I've already given you enough face. Sign the agreement to renounce the awakening ceremony. You know what you've done, stealing a classmate's life-saving money. If this gets out, not only will you go to jail, but your life will be. Did I steal your mother's underwear? Bai Mo interrupted nonchalantly. The grade director was momentarily taken aback. his face turning a shade of deep purple. "You little brat. I'll make sure to." Before he could finish, Bayamo caught the grade director's wrist, immobilizing him effortlessly. Seizing the moment, Bayamo delivered a powerful kick to the grade director's abdomen, sending him flying back as if struck by a vehicle. The force of the kick left the grade director gasping, his eyes bulging in pain, drooling slightly from the intensity of the agony, feeling as though he might faint at any moment. An unprecedented sense of pain and confusion engulfed him. Wasn't he, Bayamo, just a bookworm? Where did this extraordinary strength come from? How dared he strike back? Before he could regain his composure, Bayamo grabbed the grade director by the hair, lifting him to meet his gaze. Never faced death before? His tone remained eerily calm. The grade director, paralyzed by pain, felt an overwhelming indignation rising within him, his eyes burning with fury. Wait, he managed to utter, expending what little energy was left. Yet Bayamo feigned confusion. "What? Director, what are you saying? Why do you look so pained?" It felt akin to being assaulted in non-tone. "I have heard that with your physique, you are considered a mature woman within this circle." The head of the grade nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, consumed by rage to the point of near collapse. At that moment, a rapid cadence of footsteps echoed in the corridor outside the classroom. "Make way! Make way!" Then, a figure appeared at the classroom door, exclaiming, "Who dares to harm my student?" It was Fang Zhong, the homeroom teacher of Class 7 in the senior year, rushing in with an expression full of fury. Meanwhile, Bayamo had, prior to this, released the portly head of the grade and retreated a step, appearing harmless. Chapter 4. Irrefutable Evidence. Perfect Forgery. The homeroom teacher, Fang Zhong, possessed a robust physique and a commanding presence as he strode purposefully, resembling a physical education instructor. Bayamo observed Fang Zhong approach him briskly, his gaze filled with concern as he scanned Bayamo from head to toe. "Bayamo, are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries?" "Teacher Fang, I'm fine," Bayamo replied, shaking his head slowly. Suddenly, an irate voice pierced the air. "Fang Zhong, are you blind? This kid nearly broke my arm just now, and his kick almost made me bleed from my stomach. Is this how you teach your students? Utterly uncultured. This year, all your scholarship funds are revoked. And that kid can get lost right now." The corpulent grade director finally regained his composure, laboriously rising from the ground. Perhaps it was his ample physique that hastened his recovery, or perhaps it was the extreme anger fueling his desire for vengeance. The Zhao family had pulled strings to enlist his help, offering him a valuable D-type genetic serum as a gift, something that could fetch a high price on the black market. Even if he chose not to use it, he was no fool. He understood that the Zhao family was not interested in him, but rather sought to curry favor with his brother-in-law. Nevertheless, expelling a student was merely a trivial task for him. Seeing that Bayamo was unharmed, Fang Zhong felt a sense of relief. He considered Bayamo to be a bookish type, overly honest and easily bullied. It weighed on his conscience as the homeroom teacher not to provide some support. As for why the grade director had been on the floor moments ago, Fang Zhong was certain it had nothing to do with Bayamo. He turned to the grade director, locking eyes with him. "Director, regardless of what transpired, this is a matter within my class and should be handled by me." This statement clearly delineated his stance. "Humph, what do you think you are? I was merely informing you." The grade director's eyes were venomous. His plump face contorted with rage as he bluntly declared, "You probably don't even know what happened. This student named Bayamo stole the money your class collected for another student's life-saving treatment. It's utterly despicable. Can you handle this situation?" "What? The money was stolen?" Fang Zhong was momentarily taken aback. The fat director's jowls quivered as he continued with escalating fervor. "I remember that half of this money came from Zhao Tianyi's contributions, while Bayamo only donated a few hundred. Now he has stolen all of it. Am I wrong to expel him? If you wish to shield him, then you can leave as well." This declaration detonated like a bomb, stirring a massive uproar among the students who had come to witness the scene. Stealing money? Especially money meant for someone else's life? In an instant, the gazes of students from several classes shifted toward Bayamo, transforming from astonishment to hostility. The commotion was too significant, and with the grade director's fierce demeanor, it was hard to believe it was a fabrication. Only a few harbored doubts in their eyes. Fang Zhong, having heard the accusations, turned back. He found it hard to believe that Bayamo could commit such an act. He was well aware of Bayamo's character. At that moment, Bayamo felt a surge of fury, locking eyes with the rotund grade director and Zhao Tianyi, and unleashed a torrent of words. Without any evidence. "You all accuse me of theft? May I ask, if you return home one evening to find your mother pregnant, would you suspect your father or your neighbor, Uncle Wang? Or would you directly accuse me of having relations with your mother?" The boldness of his words rendered the classroom silent. The expressions of numerous students froze, their eyes widening as if they had just heard something scandalous. Even Fang Zhong, who prided himself on knowing Bayamo, displayed a rare look of shock. Was this the same introverted and taciturn Bayamo he knew? After a few unnerving seconds of silence, the grade director's face contorted in rage, and his cheeks flushed an angry red. He picked up a chair and hurled it at Bayamo. Fang Zhong hastily intervened, grasping the enraged director. "Director, please calm down. He is just a child, and doesn't he understand? Don't take his words to heart. Let go of me. I am going to crush him. The overweight director was far from calm, resembling a raging wild boar. Mo, with his hands in his pockets, feigned innocence, a demeanor that only provoked the director further. The latter felt a pressure building in his chest, ready to explode. Around them, students from various classes struggled to stifle their laughter, but soon, the classroom erupted with uncontrollable guffaws. Downstairs in the principal's office, the principal and several teachers exchanged bewildered glances as they heard the raucous laughter from above. Was there a party taking place? Upstairs, laughter filled the entire floor. Ha! I can't breathe from laughing. How have I never realized that Mo from class 7 is so formidable? He just made fat guy lose his mind. And fat guy really is something. Mo kicked him once. And he just collapsed. How shameless can he be? This is what they call staged victimhood. I've read about it. Ha. I can't hold it in. How did he even come up with such a metaphor? He is truly a genius. Yikes. That was terrifying. Thank goodness it wasn't me being scolded. Otherwise, I would be broken down. Shouldn't you be more concerned about how that little mouth can utter such devastating words? I think he is incredibly cool. So manly, bro. Don't be like that. You're crushing me here. After Mo's outburst, a tall girl with porcelain skin and raven black hair, cascading down to her waist, exuding an air of detachment, stood among the crowd. Rarely did her cold expression show any sign of emotion. Li Qingyi observed the focal point of attention, Mo, and her thin lips curled into a slight, mischievous smile. How intriguing. Behind the grade director, Zhao Tiany's expression darkened, his fists clenched tightly. He felt as though Mo's words had been directed at him, rather than the grade director. How dare this impoverished wretch insult him? The once simple plan was now in utter chaos. This seemingly mute Mo had undergone a sudden transformation, yet he would forever remain a mere peasant. Pulling out his phone, he exclaimed loudly, "Teacher Fong, I have evidence. Evidence of the missing class donation. Would you like to see it?" A wave of curiosity washed over the crowd. Everyone wanted to know who had stolen the money. After all, it was their collective donation, imbued with significant meaning. The corpulent grade director, forcing himself to regain composure, pointed a trembling finger at Mo. You wait. I will expose your ugly truth to everyone. If you are not expelled today, I will eat a ton of dung and clean the toilets." In response to the grade director's grandiose threats, Mo calmly retorted, "Bring some water, don't choke." The director gritted his teeth, his body trembling with rage. Then Mo shifted his icy gaze toward Zhao Tiany. He was eager to see how this foolish individual intended to slander him. Zhao Tian raised his phone, declaring, "I shall now project the contents of my phone onto the big screen, so everyone can witness the despicable thief's identity." As the projection illuminated the room, the image focused on the seat of the class beauty, revealing that she was the one spearheading the fundraising efforts. Shortly thereafter, a figure wearing a hat, clad in identical attire to Mo, and of nearly the same height, hastily approached Su Xiao's seat, rummaging through her belongings. Subsequently, the figure seized an item, concealed it within their clothing, and swiftly departed. The mobile camera captured the entire sequence flawlessly. Although the thief's face was not clearly visible, everyone in the room arrived at an unspoken conclusion. When the video concluded, an oppressive silence enveloped the classroom, akin to the stillness preceding a volcanic eruption. At that moment, a fierce glint flickered in Mo's eyes. He vowed that the individual in the video could not possibly be him, yet the figure depicted bore an uncanny resemblance to him in both attire and stature. Zhao Tian pocketed his phone and cleared his throat, stating, "With this video as evidence, I shall refrain from further comment. If anyone doubts its authenticity, feel free to suggest an agency to conduct an examination. I shall cover their travel expenses." He continued, "During our descent, only Mo ascended alone, and my phone conveniently captured this scene." His tone seemed to invite anyone to challenge the video's veracity. At that moment, Su Xiao, the class beauty, burst into tears, softly lamenting, "It's all my fault for not keeping such an important item with me. It's my blame. Mo, please return the money, won't you?" Her pitiful and helpless voice ignited the fury within each heart present. Among the hundreds of students surrounding them, their gazes resembled fierce beasts ready to pounce. An overwhelming rage threatened to consume Mo entirely. Zhao Tian cast a glance at Mo, his expression devoid of joy or sorrow, resembling a victor certain of his triumph. Is it truly difficult to frame someone? Not at all. Chapter 5, Dare to Bet? The corpulent head of the grade felt an immense satisfaction as he ominously smiled at Mo. "You little brat, weren't you quite bold just now? I initially intended to merely expel you, but now I've changed my mind. You shall serve time in prison." The audacity of the lad to insult him so brazenly nearly caused him to regurgitate the meal he had consumed the previous night. He vowed that Mo would never see the light of freedom again. He would leverage his connections to ensure that this boy found himself amidst the most unsavory company in prison. No, this cannot be. The class teacher, Fang Zheng, instinctively objected. At this moment, he comprehended the gravity of the situation, yet he inhaled deeply and continued, "I know everyone is furious right now. But I believe this matter is not as simple as it seems. I stake my career on the fact that Baimo's character is not as you perceive, and besides, the thief in the video did not reveal his face. Let us all remain rational. Upon hearing this, the head of the grade slammed his hand on the table, transforming into a self-proclaimed champion of justice. Rational? Fangzheng, are you jesting? Do you believe there are no rules in this school? He then pointed towards Baimo's rear. Look at this scoundrel. Behind Baimo lies a classmate who has collapsed. Guess who is responsible? He has stolen our class's life-saving funds and assaulted a fellow student, showing no respect for his superiors. Allowing such a person to remain in this school for even a second is a desecration of my dignity. The head of the grade's voice thundered, resonating in every student's ear. The students, having learned the truth of the situation, immediately began to hurl insults at Baimo. At that moment, they were only willing to believe what their eyes had shown them. They could not hear the inconsistencies and unreasonable aspects in Fangzheng's words. The funds raised for the class, the weeping class beauty, the classmate beaten to the ground. The fury ignited in their hearts. All had been stirred. Get out. We do not welcome scum here. Call in the enforcement team. Theft and assault combined warrant a 10-year sentence. At this moment, Fangzheng inhaled deeply, a sense of helplessness washing over him. He turned stiffly to gaze at Baimo, fearing the boy might act impulsively and do something foolish, or succumb to emotional collapse. Yet, in the instant he turned, he was momentarily taken aback. The boy, who was the target of everyone's ire, displayed neither panic nor anger on his face. Instead, there was an unexpected calmness. Indeed, Fangzheng believed his eyes were not deceiving him. He saw serenity on the countenance of this handsome youth. Just as he was lost in thought, Baimo's voice broke through. Teacher Fang, you believe it isn't me, correct? Snapping back to reality, Fangzheng placed his calloused hand on Baimo's shoulder, fixing him with a piercing gaze. Damn it. A person who would rather eat moldy, bug-infested cakes for half a month just to scrape together a few $100s for the class. Who spends hours alone maintaining the combat simulation room so that his classmates have more opportunities to use the virtual combat apparatus. For 2 years now? How could I not trust you? His words, though softly spoken, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present, effectively silencing the cacophony of insults directed at Baimo. Each word was a gem. After uttering these words, Fangzheng suddenly felt a pang in his heart. He empathized with Baimo and recalled his own childhood. Marked by similar hardships. Orphaned, friendless, he had always strived to engage in actions that would draw the attention of those around him, to prove himself a good child. Would someone like that ever resort to self-destructive behavior at such a crucial moment in life? Fangzheng understood Baimo. He felt a sense of injustice on behalf of the boy. In a heartbeat, the previously raucous classroom fell into silence once again. Moments later, Baimo suddenly smiled softly, seemingly satisfied with the response he had received. Then, to the astonishment of everyone present, he turned to Zhao Tianyi at the podium and uttered a perplexing statement. Let us make a bet. Zhao Tianyi, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied, though I am unsure what you are suggesting, what do you wish to wager? Baimo raised his hand, indicating to replay the video. I will identify the true thief. However, since we are betting, there must be stakes. If I lose, I shall leap from the building. If you lose. His voice trailed off, a smirk playing on his lips. Can you afford to lose? This statement was undoubtedly a tremendous provocation. Zhao Tianyi's eyes flickered. Something felt amiss. Yet, should he refuse Baimo's challenge, it would only reveal his own insecurity. Thus, he acquiesced. Since you dare to jump, I shall also dare. No, there's no need. Baimo interrupted smoothly. My life is of little worth. If I perish, so be it. You, however, are the son of a prominent family. If you lose, you must announce over the intercom 3 times that the class fund was pilfered by an abandoned wild seed. As his nonchalant words fell, the plump head of the grade gaped in disbelief at Baimo, as if he had encountered a ghost. The class teacher, Fangzheng, felt a sharp twitch at the corner of his eye. This boy was playing a ruthless game. He could almost surmise who was orchestrating the scheme against Baimo. From a standpoint of interest, their class was about to participate in an awakening ceremony, and if Baimo were unable to attend, someone else would have a greater opportunity to be selected by a powerful ability. The cold and distant school beauty, Li Qingyi, stood nearby, her autumn-like gaze reflecting the silhouette of the boy in tattered clothing. She was curious about how this youth would navigate such dire circumstances. Did he wish for her to vouch for him? Was he not afraid that she would not comply? Meanwhile, Su Shuyao, the class flower, felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. At that moment, Zhao Tianyi on the podium locked eyes with the boy he had never deigned to acknowledge. How long had it been since he had heard the term wild seed? Those who uttered such words had all been sent to the Human Experimentation Center by his own hand. After a brief moment, Zhao Tianyi nodded slightly, devoid of any emotion, and uttered a single word, fine. Chapter 6. Unraveling the truth, slapping everyone in the face throughout the entire senior year. The term bastard could not be uttered. For as soon as anyone dared to utter those words in front of Zhao Tianyi, the ordinarily composed Zhao Tianyi would transform into a furious beast. In truth, Zhao Tianyi was a transfer student, originally hailing from the first high school. During a heated confrontation, someone had insulted him as the bastard abandoned by the Zhao family. And that person was promptly knocked unconscious and thrown out of the window. Fortunately, it was only the second floor, so no lives were lost. However, Zhao Tianyi was subsequently forced to transfer schools. Now, with those taboo words escaping from Bai Mo's lips, the onlooking students' expressions shifted dramatically. The video was once again projected in the classroom. The crowd in the classroom and the corridor grew denser, all eyes fixated on the screen. When a figure resembling Bai Mo, nearly identical in height and attire, reappeared in the video, everyone silently compared it to the Bai Mo present in the classroom. After careful consideration, they were convinced that the thief was indeed Bai Mo. It was unavoidable. The resemblance was striking. Apart from the obscured face, the figure's physique and mannerisms were almost indistinguishable from Bai Mo's. At the podium, Zhao Tianyi was scheming how to make Bai Mo suffer indelibly. Should he send him to a human experimentation center to endure relentless torment? Or perhaps gouge out his eyes and sever his limbs, planting him in a flower pot? Alternatively, he could transform him into a woman and send him to a brothel in the slums. He had no intention of losing his temper. Yet why did this lowly peasant provoke him? Insult him? It was all of his own making. In the video, when the figure picked up a package, Bai Mo suddenly shouted, "Pause." The image froze, yet no one perceived any discrepancies. The paused profile of the figure bore an astonishing 90 resemblance to Bai Mo. Zhao Tianyi leaned over the podium, looking down at Bai Mo with disdain. If you wish to tell us that what you took was merely an empty bag, then your intellect is truly remarkable. After a pause, Zhao Tianyi's tone turned scornful. Are you done pretending? Just moments ago, you threatened to jump from the building, and now you hesitate? But it matters not. I would not be surprised by any vile act you commit. The overweight headmaster seized the opportunity to mock. A person like Bai Mo brings shame to our third high school. He knows that even if he loses, we wouldn't let him jump. Which is why he would make such a bet. Haha, thieves are all cowards. The class beauty, Su Shuyao, began to sob quietly. Her eyes glistening with tears. Bai Mo, the poverty at home is not a reason for one to forsake oneself. If you are in dire need of money, we can all help you raise some. Theft is unnecessary. As she spoke, Su Shuyao looked up at Bai Mo, her eyes filled with sorrow. As classmates, I cannot bear to see you go astray. The homeroom teacher, Fang Zhong, stared intently at the screen, increasingly perplexed. He then turned to observe Bai Mo, hoping the young man had found evidence to prove his innocence. At that moment, all eyes converged on Bai Mo. Patience had worn thin. Suddenly, with a calm demeanor, Bai Mo began to clap. A bastard, a fat pig, a whore. 3 characters, 1 performance. Truly marvelous. Then, disregarding the gazes of the crowd, Bai Mo pointed at the projected image, his voice laced with clear mockery. The angle of the cell phone video perfectly captured the location of the money and was conveniently in recording mode. How intriguing. Moreover, no one noticed the tattoo on the figure's hand or the severed pinky. As his words echoed, all gazes shifted to the figure's hand on the video. Bai Mo's voice rose with evident fury. Look closely. Do I have any tattoos on my hands? No. My fingers are intact. Therefore, that person is not me. Someone is deliberately framing me. The words tattoo and severed pinky struck Zhao Tianyi like a thunderclap. He had entirely overlooked this minor detail. The overweight headmaster blinked in surprise. Homeroom teacher Fang Zhang's gaze locked onto the figure's hand in the video. The positioning was low, partially obscured by some books, and almost no one had noticed the figure's hand. Class beauty Su Shuyao stood frozen in shock. Not just her, the entire classroom, filled with students, was momentarily dumbfounded. From that inconspicuous angle, it was indeed apparent that the figure bore a tattoo, a hexagram tattoo, and a short pinky. In that unobtrusive angle, the image was crystal clear. The hand was positioned sideways, eliminating any possibility of the pinky being intentionally bent. In an instant, everyone turned their attention back to Bai Mo, whose hands were raised high, pristine and devoid of any blemish. No tattoos, not even a single freckle. His hands were unblemished. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Someone had indeed gone to great lengths to frame Bai Mo. If this had happened to anyone else, they would never be able to clear their name. A chilling sensation swept over everyone. In that moment, the students surrounding them felt a stinging pain on their faces, as if an invisible hand had delivered a sharp slap. The louder they had mocked earlier, the more anxious and evasive they became now. At that moment, the icy school beauty, Li Qingyi, narrowed her eyes. Astonished by his keen perception, under the scrutiny of the masses, even the most talented individuals from powerful families could lose their composure. Yet, amidst all this chaos, Bai Mo maintained his calm and identified the flaw. Perhaps finding the flaw wasn't too difficult. What was challenging was discerning that minute detail amidst the multitude of distractions. Bai Mo slowly lowered his hands, gazing at Su Shuyao, bluntly stating, "Whore, I do not know how I have offended you, but it matters not. I shall remember this grudge." In an instant, her expression froze. He then turned to the overweight headmaster. "You wish to expel me? The figure in the video clearly lacks a frontal view, yet you seek to expel me? How much have you pocketed, fat pig? You." Who are you accusing? The headmaster was taken aback. Finally, Bayamo turned his gaze to Zhao Tianyi at the podium. Clearly, your scheme has failed, so are you ready to fulfill your bet? I have some lozenges here. You may take them, but remember to shout loudly, cursing that bastard for me. And I have one question. Bayamo suddenly pivoted, pointing at the video on the big screen, directing his attention back to Su Shuyao. You told Zhang Qinglong that I came to the classroom midway, yet after I left, I never returned. Proving this should not be too difficult. Or, do you need me to prove it? Or, do you need me to prove it? The surrounding students from several classes had already heard Bayamo address their class beauty in this manner multiple times. At this moment, standing opposite Bayamo, Su Shuyao felt the weight of hundreds of mocking gazes upon her, causing her complexion to pale even further. She was finished. The term bitch would likely weigh upon her heart like an insurmountable mountain in the days to come. Bayamo exhaled a breath of frustration, his eyes blazing with intensity. Even if the video contained no obvious flaws or discrepancies, he still possessed an alternative method. Zhao Tianyi, at this juncture, wore an expression of utmost gloom. His collar rose and fell with agitation, his eyes glinting with an unmistakable coldness, reminiscent of a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows of the jungle. He had lost. From the moment Baimo's temperament shifted dramatically, his plan was destined for significant deviation. Yet, he was Zhao Tianyi. How could he possibly be bested by a mere commoner from the lower districts? Such a commoner, under normal circumstances, would not even qualify to enter his line of sight. How could he lose to a commoner? After Bayamo spoke, the collective gaze of the surrounding crowd fell squarely upon Zhao Tianyi. Those eyes brimmed with mockery. In the halls of Third High School, was there anything more amusing than Zhao Tianyi branding himself as a bastard? No. A vague suspicion began to brew among the onlookers. It was highly probable that Zhao Tianyi was behind the scheme to frame Bayamo. With his head bowed, Zhao Tianyi on the podium contorted his face into a mask of fury, resembling a malevolent specter from the depths of hell, brimming with murderous intent. At that moment, the school intercom suddenly crackled to life, announcing for all senior students to gather at the Awakening Stone within the next 10 minutes for the commencement of the Awakening ceremony. Subsequently, a system panel unexpectedly appeared before Bayamo. Chapter 7. Unveiling Hidden Rewards City Number 11, 3rd Secondary School, Awakening Stone Tablet Square. A series of eye-catching banners in vibrant red symbolize a triumphant commencement. Among them, 2 banners are raised high, inscribed with, "When the first psychic particle pierces your fingertip, remember, you are not losing control, you are igniting the sun." We, the psychics, stand tall and firm, harboring compassion for all, forgiving towards others, yet strict with ourselves. The audience is filled with first and second-year students. On the podium sit the school leaders and esteemed mentors from prestigious universities in major cities. Each year, during the Awakening ceremony, higher educational institutions from large cities visit second- and third-tier cities to scout for exceptional students. However, it is often the case that only second-tier institutions venture into the third-tier cities. This is not to say that students from their own city lack merit. On the contrary, those children possess greater resources, yet their affiliations are far more entangled. The more prosperous the city, the more complicated the relationships become. In the bustling metropolises, the offspring of financial magnates and aristocratic families often disdain entering academies. Conversely, these large cities' institutions are not particularly fond of these affluent elite, preferring instead to seek out students from humble beginnings to cultivate them into individuals who serve the nation and protect humanity. In the Dragon Kingdom, cities are classified into 4 tiers, the lowest being third-tier cities and the highest, special-tier cities. Beneath these cities lie their respective satellite towns, and further down, scattered small towns. At the highest point of the audience, a bald man clad in a black trench coat rubbed his hands together, a somewhat awkward grin adorning his face. Principal Foam. I'm sent here by the Zhenshan Academy to fetch fries, but I truly believe those old fogies are blind. What I'm doing here is not collecting fries, but rather picking up gold with my eyes closed. The middle-aged man surnamed Foam, dressed in a white shirt and casual trousers, with an old watch on his wrist, sat gracefully in the center. He is the principal of the 3rd Secondary School. Foam glanced at the bald man. Speak freely. If an uninformed observer were to witness this scene, they would surely be taken aback. How could a mere principal from a third-tier city dare to utter such words to a mentor from a prestigious institution in a major city? It is essential to understand that the disparity in their statuses represents a clear hierarchical relationship. Each year, the Dragon Kingdom government allocates funds to various high schools, determined by 2 primary factors: the awakening rate of students during the ceremony, along with their innate talents and the strength of their psychic abilities, and the number of students enrolled from each school. More admissions to prestigious institutions indicate a higher educational standard. Thus, it is customary for high school principals to extend utmost courtesy when mentors from elite academies visit, fearing for their own livelihoods. The voices of these 2 went unmasked, reaching the ears of 3 other mentors from esteemed universities seated behind them, their brows furrowing in displeasure. They instinctively felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. How could a mere high school principal speak so audaciously? Even though Feng had not directly addressed them, it was only natural for a high school principal to show utmost respect to their fellow mentors. They were the leaders, while the high school principal was undoubtedly a subordinate. However, it was noted that this individual had only recently assumed office, truly ignorant of the decorum. In response to Feng's remark, the bald man displayed no sign of anger. Rather, his smile grew even more radiant. He then assumed a mock-serious demeanor. It's nothing, just a bit heart-wrenching. Thinking that I might be here to pick up gold, while those old geezers remain oblivious. I just feel for you. I can't help but think you've been taken for a ride. The mentors behind him were left dumbfounded. No, that is not right. What are you? You might be a bit off here, right? Although they were uncertain of whom the bald man referred to as old geezers, the respect in his tone was utterly bewildering. How could a mentor from a prestigious institution in a major city be so lacking in dignity? In the next moment, the bald man's actions caused the three esteemed mentors to nearly leap from their seats. The man in the black trench coat simply sat cross-legged on the ground, right beside the principal of the third secondary school. This scene made the six mentors' eyes widen, their hands instinctively gripping the armrests of their chairs. They knew little about the bald man, only that he had recently joined the 25th major city as a mentor in its prestigious academy. It is important to note that every elite institution is exceptionally meticulous during talent selection and would never dispatch a new mentor to scout students, let alone sending only one individual. The Zhunshan Academy from the 25th major city holds a significant position throughout the Dragon Kingdom. Students fortunate enough to be admitted there are, in terms of talent, nearly equivalent to those from the top academies in special-tier cities. As such, being a mentor in such a place is no trivial matter. Moreover, whenever they stood alongside the bald man, an overwhelming sense of weightiness would envelop them, akin to standing next to a grizzly bear. This special individual now sat beside a high school principal in a third-tier city. The high school principal reclined leisurely in his chair, while the special bald man sat on the ground. It was a complete reversal of roles, had they not witnessed it with their own eyes. No amount of eloquent descriptions would have convinced them of such a reality. Additionally, it seemed that the Zhunshan Academy had not graced this high school in decades. They had anticipated that the high school principal would elevate the bald man, but reality defied their expectations. Could it be because of this principal? Feng took a sip of tea and glanced at the bald man sitting at his feet. There are seats available. The bald man waved his hand dismissively. I have always preferred sitting on the ground. It's cooler down here. Don't mind me sitting with you. I'll have plenty to boast about to my friends from the Jianghu. With that, Feng chose not to comment further. At this moment, all the third-year students were lined up, making their way towards the Awakening Stone Tablet Square. The third secondary school boasts a total of 15 classes in the third year, with 1,092 students. In Class 7, Zhao Tianyi, who usually walks at the front, now found himself at the back of the line. Conversely, Mo, who typically lingered at the rear, was now surrounded by everyone at the front. Students from Class 7 and nearby classes occasionally cast furtive glances at Zhao Tianyi and Mo, whispering among themselves while secretly pointing at Zhao Tianyi. The latter remained as still as a statue, his expression impassive and silent. His mind echoed with Mo's last words. Young Master Zhao need not concern himself with the wager. Those who slander me are certainly not you. Only those wildlings raised without fathers would resort to such. I believe you are not one of them. Zhao Tianyi gazed down at his expensive leather shoes, a sense of tranquility washing over him. It was a focused calmness. He had never devoted such concentration to contemplating how to eliminate someone. Class beauty Su Shuyao was flanked by empty spaces on either side, making her stand out conspicuously. Zhang Chenglong, trampled underfoot by Mo, succumbed to unconsciousness and was subsequently placed upon a stretcher. The corpulent headmaster had vanished without a trace. Mo stood at the forefront of the line, gazing at the towering Awakening Stone Tablet. No, more accurately, he was scrutinizing the system marketplace before him. Congratulations, host. Your emotional value has surpassed 1,000 for the first time. Current emotional value, 1160. Host has achieved a hidden accomplishment, granting a special item. Lower ninja armor, complete set 800 points. First tier titanium short blade, 2,000 points. First tier evolver potion, 10,000 points. Sunstone, used for physical tempering, 1,000 points. Moonstone, used for mental tempering, 1,000 points. Skill point X1, serves to extend the host's capabilities. Enhancing ninjutsu potency, 10,000 points. A hidden accomplishment? Has it bestowed upon me an item? Where is it? System, I inquire of you. Where has my item gone? Where is it? System, where is my apprentice? Chapter 8, Forbidden Technique, Impure World Reincarnation. Host, Mo. Template, Uchiha Madara 10 Fusion. Fusion degree obtained through combat. Abilities, Uchiha Madara's peak physical techniques. Fire release, Great Fireball Technique, Eye Technique, Susanoo Skeleton. Lightning release, Chidori, Realm. First stage, the host's strength cannot be accurately assessed by realm. Item, Forbidden Technique, Impure World Reincarnation. Using this item, the host can comprehend impure world reincarnation. Emotional value, 1168. Suddenly, a panel popped up on the right side of the system store. Bayamo was momentarily taken aback upon seeing his inventory. Truly taken aback. Impure world reincarnation? What the hell? What does this system want him to do? Dig up graves? Is he that kind of person? After years of education under the red flag, growing up learning various positive ideals, would he engage in such deeds? System. Use item. Successfully learned impure world reincarnation technique. Buzz. In an instant, Bayamo felt a memory forcibly implanted in his mind. He closed his eyes and earnestly sought to comprehend it. In the world of Naruto, if he were to rank all forbidden techniques, impure world reincarnation would undoubtedly be among the top 3. This forbidden technique was created by the second Hokage and refined by Orochimaru and Kabuto. It requires living beings as sacrifices to resurrect the dead as puppets for battle. How powerful is impure world reincarnation? During the Fourth Ninja War, if Orochimaru had not resurrected the previous Hokages, it would have been nearly impossible for Naruto and Sasuke to secure victory. To say nothing of Uchiha Madara with his Rinnegan. Neither of them could have taken him down. Ultimately, it was the god of ninjas, Hashirama Senju, who intervened. Only 2 ultimate powerhouses could contend against one another. And now, huff. When Bayamo opened his eyes again, a flash of red light shimmered within them. He was alone in this world. Thus, when he was openly slandered moments ago, he dared not reveal his unique abilities. For once exposed, he would find it impossible to escape the gaze of certain individuals. Without a backing, such was the case. But, now, or in the near future, wouldn't he have one? Bayamo glanced back at Zhao Tianyi, who lingered at the back of the crowd. He knew the other harbored murderous intent towards him, which was almost a certainty. He had prepared himself for this, relying on his talent to gain entry into a prestigious academy, knowing Zhao Tianyi could do nothing to him in the short term. After all, although Zhao Tianyi was a bastard, he still had the Zhao family backing him. How powerful the Zhao family of City 11 was, Bayamo did not know. However, he was certain they had 4th-stage cultivators, making it exceedingly easy for them to deal with someone of his 1st stage. Thus, he could only bide his time. But the surprise the system had just bestowed upon him sparked a new thought in his mind. Zhao Tianyi, have you ever tasted the sting of being slapped in the face by your great-grandfather? Damn it, the anticipation is overwhelming. Time quietly slipped away, especially at this moment, as Bayamo could see the palpable tension etched across the faces of the surrounding students. The Awakening Monument was about to be activated. Whether it be a dragon or a worm, today would reveal all. The Awakening Monument towered in the center of the square, nearly 50 meters in height. According to legend, the true core within this towering structure was merely the size of a fist. Its immense stature served 2 purposes: to convey solemnity and to provide protection. It was said that even high-level ability users could not destroy the monument in a short span. After all, the contents within were invaluable. If the core of the Awakening Monument were to be lost, the entire vicinity would be in chaos, and all officials of the city would be held accountable. The order of awakening for each class was determined by a lottery, a tradition upheld through the years. The homeroom teacher, Feng Zhong, returned with the results, striding with an air of confidence, and raised his right hand high, proclaiming, "Guess what number I drew?" A student with a watermelon hairstyle answered, "Could it be the 1st? No, I sense it is the 7th, as we are class 7. Please, don't let it be the 1st, otherwise my legs will tremble from nervousness." What's the difference? At this point, whether you stretch your neck or retract it, it's a knife either way. Why worry? It was entirely normal for everyone to feel anxious. Feng Zheng understood this, but excessive tension could hinder performance, so he burst into laughter and announced, "I drew the last number. We are the grand finale class. Hooray. It's still Brother Zheng." Making an entrance with flair, the last to take the stage, he would leave the audience in awe. Among the high school students entering the square, most appeared to be engaged in cheerful banter, yet their palms were clammy with anxiety. A small fraction exuded immense confidence or had resigned themselves to fate. As for Bayamo, he felt indifferent. While you awaken your abilities, I awaken Uchiha Madara. Though he was unsure of his current strength, he estimated that a freshly ascended 2nd-stage cultivator would find it impossible to subdue him in the short term. Even the Sharingan, under unexpected circumstances, could deliver a devastating blow to his adversary. This world was not solely populated by special ability users. There existed other cultivation systems, such as those who advanced through genetic serums, the evolvers, those who engaged in pure physical combat with beasts, the warriors. There were also cyborgs. All of these were collectively known as cultivators. At this moment, a class of students had gathered around the Awakening Monument. A transparent energy shield enveloped the perimeter, designed to protect the students inside from interference. It was nearly indestructible. The monument began to emanate a soft glow. Soon, the light intensified, coalescing into a massive mural of mountains and rivers. Buzz. Suddenly, a goat leaped forth from the mural, transforming into a beam of white light that surged into one of the students. The other students were struck by an invisible wave, their bodies trembling as blue light began to radiate from beneath their feet. In an instant, The audience comprising first and second year students rose to their feet, eyes wide with astonishment. That is a B-grade talent. The one with blue light emanating from beneath their feet possesses B-grade talent. I don't care about that. I only wish to know what ability this senior has awakened. Was that a goat? A flying goat. A physical enhancement ability that significantly boosts physical strength, granting tenfold jumping ability compared to others of the same tier, along with the power to manipulate rocks. It primarily enhances physical prowess, a formidable skill. Rumor has it this senior has accrued substantial loans for dating. Now those loan companies must be scrambling to win him over. But wait, I've never seen this senior with any girls. Where is this girlfriend coming from? I never said he was dating a girl. Huh? Didn't he say it was for dating? Navi, does dating only pertain to girls? Then, radiant light surged forth from the grand mural once more, darting towards various students. Green light, C-grade talent, ability, Venus flytrap. Blue light, B-grade talent, ability, fire element. Blue light, B-grade talent, ability, beast tamer. Emerald radiance, a C-grade talent. The ability of earth affinity. Regrettably, this power is of little use. Emerald radiance, a C-grade talent. The ability of Iron Man. Transforming one's body into a block of iron. This is a rather practical ability. Emerald radiance, a C-grade talent. The green arrow lizard. Goodness, this is the ability I have longed for. The green arrow lizard, an animal-type ability, allows one to embody a lizard, complemented by the toxic crossbow arrows on one's back. Truly a nightmare for any adversary, yet alas, it is merely a C-grade talent. Such a pity. Azure Radiance, a B-grade talent, the Snow Mountain Giant Ape. Wow, if memory serves me right, one of the members from the first squad of our city's mercenary guild possesses this ability. I also recall that this individual has developed this ability to an extraordinary degree, engaging in hand-to-hand combat against monstrous beasts and moving mountains with bare hands. I recognize him. He is Senior Liu Shan from Class 9. It is said that during the last federal talent test, his talent was only B-grade. Yet now he has awakened such a formidable power. He shall be my idol from this day forth. Soon, the awakening for one class came to an end. The students surrounding the awakening steel opened their eyes in unison. A total of 79 individuals emerged, with 37 awakening C-grade talents and 8 awakening B-grade talents. The remainder did not gain any abilities. Some knelt on the ground, dazed and bewildered. One individual, his complexion as pale as a sheet of paper, muttered incessantly. On the federal talent testing device, I was clearly a B-grade talent. I was undoubtedly a B-grade talent. Why is it now C? It must be that the awakening steel is mistaken. Meanwhile, others laughed maniacally, as if driven to madness. Some with C-grade talents awakened powerful abilities, while others with B-grade talents found themselves with utterly useless powers. Among the 79 individuals in this class, many regarded as the elite in the eyes of others. A significant portion had descended into the ranks of the ordinary, just as everyone held their breath in anticipation for the awakening of the second class. A sudden spectacle occurred several kilometers away from the third high school. A violet light shot skyward, piercing the clouds. The very clouds above city number 11 quivered gently in response. Teachers from the third high school, esteemed mentors from higher learning institutions, and students in the audience all turned their gaze toward the direction of the ascending violet light. That is, an A-grade talent, emanating from the direction of the first high school. Chapter 9. The Advice of Feng Zheng in City Number 11. There exist only 2 high schools for those endowed with extraordinary abilities, neither of which possesses the qualifications to establish a higher institution of learning. In this third-tier city, where resources are scarce, having 2 such schools is already a remarkable achievement, a testament to the remnants of the past. These 2 high schools were founded simultaneously, hence there was no inherent hierarchy between them. However, due to various circumstances and the intervention of local powers, the quality of education and resource allocation at first high school far surpassed that of third high school. Both schools conducted awakening ceremonies at the same time. First high school was the first to witness the emergence of a student endowed with an A-level talent. An A-level talent, upon awakening a moderately powerful ability, could ascend to the position of a city lord in a satellite city, or even become a deputy city lord in a third-tier city, highlighting its rarity. The crowd collectively withdrew their gaze, as if they had anticipated this outcome. Only the bald man seated on the ground glanced up at the principal of the high school, who remained nonchalant, as if the purple beam of light that had just appeared was merely an inconsequential event. After a brief contemplation, the bald man acknowledged that, for the principal, the purple beam indeed was a trivial matter. Once the celestial scroll vanished from the sky, the energy barriers surrounding the awakening monument dissipated. Subsequently, the second class followed suit, and, much like the previous class, a grand tapestry materialized once again. The spectators displayed no surprise. The variety of abilities was vast, and each awakening was distinct. However, after 4 long centuries, the conclusion drawn was that the higher the talent, the stronger the abilities obtained. Although minor exceptions occasionally occurred, the second class ultimately awakened a similar number of students to the first, with the quality of awakening also resembling that of the previous class. "Bimo, hey, Bimo." A voice pulled by Mo back from his reverie. Fang Zheng patted his shoulder and spoke softly. "Kid, your talent is exceptional. Give yourself a bit more confidence. There's no need to be so tense." Just like Fang Zheng paused, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Like when you scolded that chubby guy. For the first time in years, I've seen a student make a head of grade blush from being berated." "Huh." Bimo was initially taken aback, but then shook his head. "I'm not nervous. Teacher Fang, is there something you need?" He truly was not anxious. The awakening ceremony was now of little consequence to him. With only an A-level talent, even if he were to awaken a powerful ability by sheer luck, it would still be of little use. Every ability required the practitioner to develop and refine it, even with the experience of predecessors. Applying it oneself was an entirely different matter, much like watching someone excel in a game while you, despite understanding their strategy, would likely be overwhelmed when attempting it yourself. Thus, rather than focusing on the subsequent development of abilities, he concentrated on the template of Uchiha Madara. Are abilities truly impressive? Have you ever seen a 400-meter blue Gundam? Before a Gundam, all abilities crumble to dust. Back in the day, the 5 Kages displayed their prowess, nearly exhausting Uchiha Madara. Moreover, there existed something in the system shop called skill points. Just reading the description made him salivate. According to the introduction, this item could enhance ninjutsu, implying that his Susanoo could extend far beyond 400 meters. Perhaps one day, he could unleash a Susanoo reaching 1,000 meters. With a Gundam in hand, who would still bother with abilities? Fang Zheng's expression turned serious as he spoke in a lowered voice. "What transpired between you and Zhao Tianyi is not something I wish to witness, yet it has occurred. I shan't preach about letting go of hatred, but I hope you understand that once you leave the school, you will no longer have protection." Bimo nodded. "I understand." Fang Zheng then glanced at the podium before turning back to Bimo, earnestly advising, "To be frank, I feel a bit reluctant to let you go. But remember what I'm about to say. I've encountered many prodigies, and your talent is remarkable. Even if the federal testing apparatus is flawed, you undoubtedly possess A-level talent. Therefore, regardless of what ability you awaken later, it is of little importance. You must join one of the higher institutions and leave this city with them." Seeing that Bimo remained silent, Fang Zheng's tone intensified. "I am not jesting with you. The cruelty of this world surpasses your imagination. Perhaps the Zhao family, where Zhao Tianyi is, will not act directly, but often using others to do one's bidding is a common occurrence. After awakening, leave with them immediately and do not return home. I recall you are an orphan." Fang Zheng's voice trailed off at the end, observing the earnest gaze of his homeroom teacher. Bimo fell into silence for a moment before nodding. "I understand. Teacher, thank you." Fang Zheng patted his shoulder, words unspoken, and ultimately turned to leave. With matters having escalated to this extent, reconciliation seemed improbable. The more powerful side would swiftly eliminate the other to avoid the emergence of a ticking time bomb. Bimo watched Fang Zheng's departing figure, feeling an undeniable sense of loss. Having been his student for 2 years and receiving his care, this kindness remained etched in his heart. Bimo exhaled deeply. Fang Zheng was correct. After his awakening, the forces behind Zhao Tianyi would hesitate to act against him, wary of the higher academy. Yet this world is exceedingly complex. Sometimes, one can eliminate another without shedding a single drop of blood. Much like how this illegitimate child had ensnared him, to the prudent course of action would be to wait until he had sufficient strength to eradicate Zhao Tianyi and his backing in one fell swoop, leaving no room for retaliation. Time passed swiftly, and soon A-level talents began to emerge from third high school as well, 2 beams of purple light soaring into the sky. The class supervisors of both classes could not suppress their smiles. Neither had anticipated the emergence of A-level talents within their classes. At this moment, 2 classes remained to ascend, Class 6 and Class 7. As Class 6 approached the awakening monument, a swirling crimson light erupted from the direction of First High School, piercing the heavens. The entire sky was stained blood red, accompanied by the roar of some ferocious beast that echoed throughout half the city. What is happening? What did we discover? Look, my heavens, look in that direction. The students of Class 6 paused midway, all staring blankly at the source of the crimson light rising. Yet, one among them continued to walk forward, seemingly impervious to the overwhelming pressure of the sound. Li Qingyi. The girl walked with an unhurried grace, lifting her gaze as the awakening monument loomed ahead, reflected in her eyes. At that moment, all eyes in the square turned once more toward the direction of First High School. Even those seated in the audience could not help but glance over before retracting their focus. The crimson light soared into the sky. S-level. How many years had it been? City number 11 had once again witnessed the awakening of an S-level talent. A red light rising, signaling a state of alarm for the city's military. The power of a city, ensuring its safety. Chapter 10. The eerie pupil at 3rd Middle School. All the students who had been seated in the audience suddenly stood up in unison, an instinctive reaction. A blinding red light surged skyward, accompanied by a thunderous roar that bore the weight of a colossal beast laying siege. It was as though a multitude of exotic creatures had erupted from a hidden realm. Though S-level talents were not as ethereal as legend suggested, the inhabitants of City 11 had never witnessed one in person. Knowledge of such talents came solely from fleeting glimpses through news articles or obscure texts, with no concrete footage ever circulating. Thus, the appearance of an S-level talent had been relegated to mere imagination. Now, witnessing it firsthand, the first and second-year students were struck by a wave of self-deprecation, realizing just how limited their imaginations had been. The revelation that someone could possess a talent capable of provoking such phenomena was staggering. A crimson beam shot up from a height of 1,000 meters above First Middle School, piercing the clouds. The clouds, stretching for nearly 10 miles, were stained a sinister red, resembling a sea of blood that inspired dread. The existence of an S-level talent. How is it possible for someone from a third-tier city like ours to manifest such a gift? What were we, as fellow abilities wielders, to do in the face of this? If memory served, City 11 had not seen an S-level talent for over a decade. This occurrence might even attract the attention of the city lord. It was evident that not only the city lord, but all armed forces in City 11 were now on high alert. The city's energy shield was undoubtedly activated. Was it truly so exaggerated? The cost of activating the city's energy shield once was something I could never hope to earn in my lifetime. Humans are creatures drawn to strength. Even Zhao Tianyi, who was immersed in his vendetta against Bai-Mo, found his gaze involuntarily drifting toward the source of the red light, momentarily lost in thought. S-level. If only I possessed such a talent, then Bai-Mo. No, if I had such an ability, that country bumpkin would scarcely dare to utter my name. If I were endowed with such a gift, Zhao Wujia would kneel before me, weeping and acknowledging his folly. Why did my foolish brothers receive all the family's affection while I endured misfortune? If an S-level talent were to manifest within me, the Zhao family in City 11 would elevate me to the status of an ancestor. Even the highest authority, the 6th-tier city lord, would devise ways to win my favor. Zhao Tianyi's eyes reflected the soaring beam, brimming with hatred and greed. Every foe he faced deserved death. In the next moment, his pupils constricted, instinctively retreating a step, breath caught in his throat. Earlier, Bai-Mo had merely glanced back, meeting his gaze with an unsettling calm. What he saw was a pair of eerie pupils, red and ominous, as though gazing into an abyss. In an instant, a chill ran down his spine. All students of Class 6, Year 3, please take your positions. Your awakening ceremony is still underway. The announcement from the awakening stone tablet square pierced through the daze that had enveloped the students. Upon hearing the call, the Class 6 students snapped back to reality, startled. What were they doing? This was a pivotal moment in their lives, determining how they would navigate the world henceforth. How could they afford to lose focus? No one blamed the students of Class 6. For the spectacle of the crimson beam was too grand, sending the entire city of over 10 million into a state of alert. If those awakening their talents were akin to seedlings in every city, then the awakening of an S-level talent would secure a place of significance wherever they went. Just as the students of Class 6 regained their composure, they collectively froze, astounded to find a slender figure standing before the awakening stone tablet. The girl, with her flowing black hair swaying gently in the breeze, stood poised with her hands clasped behind her back, her white short-sleeved dress accentuating her graceful figure. The icy beauty, Li Qingyi, had emerged, ever a figure shrouded in mystery since her transfer. Upon her arrival, a scion from an influential family, whom even Zhao Tianyi dared not confront, had pursued her with fervor, only to resort to vile insults when his advances were spurned. Remarkably, the following day, this same scion was discovered bound beneath a bridge. Having spent the night suspended there, it was later revealed, during a drunken confession, that his captor had been none other than his own father. At the elevated audience section, a bald man crouched, his expression turning serious for the first time as he gazed at Li Qingyi below, muttering, "Strange, how is it that I perceive sword intent in a girl who has not yet awakened?" Upon uttering the final words, a peculiar expression crossed his face. He turned to the figure beside him, tentatively inquiring, "Could she perhaps be your disciple?" The term disciple was employed with a weight that transcended mere student. "I have no disciple," the figure replied, shaking his head. The bald man's expression morphed into one of heightened intrigue. Not a disciple? Then who was this girl standing below? While the rest of the crowd was awestruck by the crimson phenomenon, only this girl remained composed. It was evident she possessed insight. In large cities, S-level talents, though rare, could still be encountered, unlike in this third-tier city, where one might not appear for 50 years. Thus, it was likely that she hailed from elsewhere. As for the faint aura of sword intent surrounding her, it struck him as significant. Soon, all students of Class 6 gathered around the awakening stone tablet, and the attention of all present refocused. The red light, while stunning, belonged to another school. Everyone was eager to uncover the true nature of this enigmatic ice-cold beauty and the talents she might awaken. Bai-Mo shared this curiosity, though his interest was somewhat muted. He regarded her primarily because her comprehensive aptitude overshadowed his own. Neither of them was particularly familiar with the other, save for their shared tendency to linger at the back of the crowd. At that moment, students from classes that had already completed their awakening ceremonies began to speculate. What do you think the ice-cold beauty of Class 6 possesses in terms of talent? Hey, I reckon. How could that be? I believe it's S. Is this fellow mad? Has he been dazzled by the red light? In my view, our third-tier city has already exhausted decades of fortune to produce an S-level talent. How could there possibly be another? Why is that impossible? Do you know Bayamo? He entered high school with the top talent ranking and maintained it for 2 years. Until the arrival of the Class 6 beauty, who eclipsed him. Indeed, it is indeed the case. By the way, what was Bayamo's talent level on the Federation's aptitude test back then? If memory serves me correctly, it was an A. Speaking of Bayamo, I feel he is now like a clay statue crossing a river, struggling for his own survival. How so? Allow me to elaborate. The situation is as follows. Hiss. Did he really allow Zhao Tianyi to insult him as a wild seed right in front of him? Am I mistaken? This matter is known by several classes. Goodness, Bayamo is quite formidable. If I recall correctly, Zhao Tianyi's talent level also seems to be an A. This suddenly makes sense. If I were Zhao Tianyi, I might act similarly. To seek out more powerful abilities, one must eliminate those with comparable aptitude. In this world, the victors are crowned as kings, while the vanquished are deemed outlaws. I admire Zhao Tianyi's approach. So, are you also a wild seed? Chapter 11. The city lord felt as if the sky had collapsed upon him. He could not comprehend the awakening of Zhang Chonggong from Class 6, who possessed the green radiance and a C-grade talent known as the Eye of the Eagle. The first student of Class 6 awakened ahead of the others, and someone immediately recognized that talent. This particular talent, when paired with long-range weaponry, could achieve a synergistic effect greater than the sum of its parts. C-grade talent, the Luminous Mouse. B-grade talent, weapon ability, the Golden Blade. A growth-type talent ability allowed one's weapon to evolve alongside their own level, meaning this individual would no longer need to purchase weapons in the future. All students from the class gathered simultaneously at the Awakening Stone Tablet. The order of awakening bore no particular pattern, and each individual's awakening time varied. However, the focus of the onlookers, Li Qingyi, had closed her eyes. Suddenly, the Awakening Stone Tablet square trembled slightly, the shift so minuscule that it was barely perceptible. The first to react was a bald man seated on the ground. He stood abruptly, raising an eyebrow and scanning the surroundings, puzzled as he tapped his head. The tremor had not originated from beneath or above the ground. It was so subtle, akin to the faint sensation one feels when someone brushes past them on the floor. Yet he sensed it keenly. His gaze turned uncertainly toward the Awakening Stone Tablet. No. It couldn't be. This thing emitted a vibration. Then, his attention shifted to the figure beside him, Feng Jing. Previously calm, Feng Jing's eyes were now fixed on a slender silhouette beneath the Awakening Stone Tablet. The bald man seemed to sense something, redirecting his gaze to the closed-eyed figure below. He then rubbed his bald head vigorously, as if trying to smooth his hair. The 6 mentors closest to them also felt the slight tremor. They paid little heed, as there could be countless reasons for such a minor disturbance. Perhaps a high-level cultivator engaging in battle hundreds of kilometers away had caused the fluctuation. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, the 6 mentors from a prestigious institution in a second-tier city were struck, as if by lightning. Whoosh! A tremendous aura surged forth from the Awakening Stone Tablet. Swift and urgent, sending students in the audience tumbling back a row. This terrifying wave of energy dissipated almost instantly, revealing cracks on the ancient surface of the tablet. With golden light spilling forth from the fissures, the cracks widened in mere moments, unveiling the true core within. Though the core was only the size of a fist, it contained energy beyond human comprehension. Suddenly, a resonating hum echoed in the minds of the crowd, and the fist-sized awakening core erupted in a resplendent golden glow, enveloping the entire third high school. A beam of golden light, radiating with formidable pressure, shot skyward, spanning over 100 meters in radius. At the moment this golden pillar collided with the heavens, the sky above city number 11 transformed into a vast sea of gold, boundless and magnificent. What? This? A female mentor in the audience, resembling a newborn, lost all semblance of composure. She pointed at the emerging awakening core, her mouth moving desperately to question her companion, yet no coherent words emerged. Her fellow mentor fared little better, staring vacantly at the revealed awakening core, mesmerized. Golden, dazzling golden, pure and radiant. The city lord of city number 11, present at First High School, was struck dumb by the miraculous golden phenomenon, feeling a prickling unease. Although he was aware of the existence of S-grade talent students, he was unprepared for the breathtaking golden light soaring from Third High School. No one had informed him. Could it be a prank? No. This did not resemble a prank at all. With a deep breath, the city lord vanished abruptly. The mentors from the 4 other prestigious institutions followed suit, leaving behind the stunned first prodigy and the students of First High School. A-grade talent radiated purple light. S-grade talent, red light. Yet the current resplendent golden glow cast doubt upon the very reality before them. Such luminescence should not exist in a third-tier city, at least not in a century. The radiant golden light soon faded, lasting less than a minute. The announcement echoed, requesting the final class to proceed with the awakening ceremony. A hint of astonishment lingered in the voice. Baimo exhaled deeply as he walked at the forefront of the line, brushing past the returning Li Qingyi. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment, yet words remained unspoken, akin to their usual arrangement of standing at the back of the class during gatherings. Subsequently, Baimo approached the awakening stone tablet, and the students of Class 7 lined up in their designated positions, albeit in a somewhat dazed state. The previously brilliant golden light and the exposed core of the awakening stone tablet had returned to its original form. Unlike the prolonged red light at First High School, the golden radiance vanished shortly after Li Qingyi's awakening, as if merely taking a breath. It was not a deliberate concealment, but rather an indication of her disdain for the lofty feeling of being exalted before the masses. As for the nature of Li Qingyi's awakened abilities, it was likely an enigma to all. The higher the talent of the awakener, the more difficult it became to discern their abilities during awakening. Upon reaching S-grade talent, onlookers could no longer perceive the nature of their awakened powers. In the upper section of the audience, the bald man plopped back down, clutching his chest, gasping for breath, utterly terrified. He was exhilarated. Witnessing such a spectacle was worth a year's worth of boasting. Beside him, Feng Jing remained silent, returning to her usual calm demeanor. The bald man cautiously stole a glance at Feng Jing, contemplating whether he could take her as a disciple. Feng Jing remained unresponsive. Could I claim her as a disciple? Oh no. That wouldn't do. I should represent the Jinshan Academy in recruiting her. Feng Jing offered no reaction, just as the bald man was about to utter another word. A single glance from Feng Jing silenced him, for he simply wished to avoid a scuffle. In the square, Feng Jing anxiously observed his students, whom he had guided for 2 years. Regret washed over him for drawing the last lot. The girl's awakening had showcased a talent so extraordinary that it would significantly impact the awakening state of his own students. Just then, the announcement volume peaked, signaling the official commencement of Class 7's awakening. Suddenly, a collective shudder rippled through the audience. What the hell? Is that volume meant to scare us to death? They should not awaken just yet. They were still grappling with the earlier golden light. What was that colossal beam? In theoretical lessons, they learned that C-grade emitted green light, B-grade blue, A-grade purple, and S-grade red. What then was that immense golden light? Could it possibly be the fabled? No way. Such legendary phenomena could not occur in this forsaken place. Not even a ghost would believe it. SS grade. Could you even dare to imagine? Blast it all. Someone in the broadcasting room, please explain that golden light. Stop acting like a riddle. Otherwise, I might just unleash my fury. Suddenly, a student from Class 7 of the senior year awakened first, directly interrupting the chorus of curses. A purple radiance surged from Zhao Tiany's feet, and from the vast scroll of mountains and rivers in the sky, a blood-red wolf lunged at him. A-class talent, purple light, blood pool red wolf. One exclaimed, capturing the attention of everyone present. My goodness, the blood pool red wolf. It is renowned for its boundless regenerative abilities among animal-type supernatural powers. Should one engage in combat with it and fail to eliminate it in an instant, victory is virtually assured for the beast, as its powers amplify with each encounter. Its recovery capabilities growing stronger, it is one of the perfect series of abilities. I have heard that a century ago, someone annihilated a small city using this power. Other abilities merely enhance the user, while this one enables combat beyond one's level. Hiss. Combat beyond one's level. Who is it that just called young Master Zhao a bastard? That person is likely to face dire consequences. At this moment, Zhao Tiany slowly opened his eyes. A surge of murderous intent enveloped him, his pupils transforming into the slitted eyes of a wolf. Should he seize the moment to eliminate the lowly Baimo? Heaven's favor has bestowed upon him such a power. Even if he were to kill Baimo, it would merely be a symbolic retribution. He is the sole one destined for greatness, while the lowly shall forever remain lowly. Die. Outside. Feng Zheng immediately sensed something amiss. No. Stop. Alas, a transparent energy barrier isolated him from the event. Li Qingyi narrowed her eyes slightly, forming a sword gesture with one hand. A wicked smirk curled upon Zhao Tiany's lips. No one could thwart him now. It was all this lowly bastard's folly. How dare such a despicable wretch oppose him? Suddenly, at the moment his fangs were bared, his expression abruptly froze. Buzz. The recently restored awakening stone tablet shattered once more, with cracks shimmering in golden light. Baimo's body instantaneously transformed into a vessel of golden radiance, resembling an ancient deity gazing down upon the mortal realm. In that instant, the ethereal god seemed to take form. A colossal beam of light, nearly identical to the previous one, erupted from Baimo, soaring skyward. Boom! The golden pillar collided with the sea of clouds, causing the entire sky to tremble, as if shaken by a colossal hand. The clouds quaked, and the ascendant beam infused the heavens with resplendent gold. This time, the dazzling golden light was even more magnificent than before, as if a divine omen had descended upon the earth. All below gazed upward in awe, as the skies over City 11 witnessed 2 golden seas in a matter of mere minutes. The golden waves shimmered, bathing the horizon in a vibrant glow. What constitutes a miracle? Pure awe. Bald man. Oh, Feng Zhang. LLL, students in the audience. Winky face. The arriving city lord. Teachers from First High School and the city's factions. Li Qingyi, who had been forming a gesture, astonishingly blinked rapidly, seemingly eager to pierce through the golden light enveloping Bai Mo. The principal of Third High School, Feng Jing, slowly rose, fixating on Bai Mo for several seconds before a smile crept upon his lips. How intriguing. Chapter 12, The Awakening Ceremony. An unexpected turn of events at this moment. Feng Zhang, the homeroom teacher of Class 7 in the senior year, appeared as if he had seen a ghost. His eyes wide in disbelief as he gazed at his student whom he had taught for 2 years. In his heart, he had a clear estimation of Bai Mo's innate talent. After 2 years of interaction, he had confidence in his judgment. The Awakening Stone Tablet could only be approached once in a lifetime by each ability user, making it a rather troublesome affair. The nation needed to select talents, particularly those with supernatural abilities. As one progresses to higher realms, these individuals possess a distinct advantage over practitioners of other cultivation systems, allowing them to journey further. Thus, the Federal Talent Testing Instrument was developed, serving primarily 2 purposes: to assess the likelihood of an individual becoming an ability user and to evaluate their innate talent. The former is self-explanatory, while the latter, after hundreds of years of technological refinement, rarely shows discrepancies when testing an ability user's talent. Even if deviations occur, they are minimal. Yet now, Bai Mo had tested at the Awakening Stone Tablet with an astonishing SS-level talent. A golden pillar shot into the sky, illuminating the heavens with brilliance. This result was worlds apart from that of the testing instrument. Feng Zhang's mind was in chaos, unable to grasp the situation, yet he felt an instinctive joy. In the audience, numerous students strained their minds to comprehend the extraordinary events unfolding before them. If the cold, beautiful classmate Li Qingyi had previously showcased a moment of unprecedented astonishment, causing their brains to malfunction, now Bai Mo's awakening, igniting the golden light once more, rendered them utterly petrified. It felt as though their blood and hearts had ceased, their minds paralyzed, staring blankly at Bai Mo engulfed in golden radiance. How could it be possible to witness 2 SS-level talent awakenings in just a few minutes? If one were to boast about such an occurrence, they would surely be met with skepticism, urging them to consider the logic of their claims. After all, the emergence of an S-level talent at the First High School had already sent shockwaves throughout the city, inciting alarm. In City 11, the energy shield was activated only when under attack from monstrous beasts, yet without hesitation, it was deployed the moment the crimson light ascended. Various factions within the city would be clamoring to enter the First High School, not merely to associate with the S-level talent, but to leave a lasting impression, hoping for a future opportunity to converse. Just the prospect of such a connection would compel them to part with hundreds of thousands, or even millions, vying with one another in a frenzy. This underscores the immense value of an S-level talent in City 11. Rarity breeds preciousness. When rarity reaches a certain threshold, it incites fierce competition. How could such talent possibly manifest a second time? No one would believe it. Yet, the reality was that not only was there no second S-level talent, but there appeared 2 SS-level talents instead. What does it mean to possess SS-level talent? It signifies that once this level of talent emerges, a special city representing administrative authority will personally send representatives for protection, not for recruitment or guidance, but for safeguarding. In essence, those who awaken SS-level talent have, in a sense, truly stepped into the upper echelons of the nation. Their lives are more precious than that of the city lord. As one progresses along the path of cultivation, they become increasingly constrained by their innate talent. Countless heroes, who have awakened formidable abilities, have fought valiantly on the battlefield, defending their territories for decades. Yet, due to their own talent, many powerful ability users find themselves stuck at a certain level, living in frustration until death without ever breaking through. This conundrum has long been a subject of global inquiry, yet no advancements have been made to date. The intricacies of talent far exceed those of human genetic codes, being hundreds or even thousands of times more complex. At the very least, genetic codes can be studied, whereas talent remains elusive and intangible. Furthermore, the significance of talent is most evident in the realm of abilities. If an ability user with low talent awakens a powerful ability, their overall effectiveness will always be limited. It is akin to a level 1 mage casting a fireball spell. Their potential is already capped. Moreover, how often can their internal energy sustain such usage? Conversely, a level 100 mage, even when employing a mere spark spell, will yield results that starkly contrast with the former. Vast talent and the capacity to learn enable ability users to develop other offensive techniques. Abilities can only be awakened, yet offensive strategies extend beyond mere abilities. Yuan Shan had met Principal Feng. In the upper audience, a man clad in a high-collared gray jacket, his face marked by a scar that sliced through one eye, raised his hand in greeting to Feng Jing, who was seated. The man bowed slightly, as if addressing a superior. Feng Jing then stood, raising his hand. welcoming the city lord to 3rd High School and invited him to take a seat. Thank you. This city lord, surnamed Yuan, first cast a glance at the bald man beside Feng Jing before proceeding to the left and sitting down. Once seated, Yuan Shan's gaze fixated on by Mo, enveloped in golden light at the awakening stone tablet, his expression igniting with fervor. At that moment, his communicator vibrated, revealing a dossier detailing by Mo's information. As the Lord of City 11, he understood better than anyone the national attitude towards an SS-level talent. Such a prodigious individual, once cultivated, would undoubtedly become a formidable force, a true titan. Around Feng Jing, several seats remained vacant. The professors from various prestigious institutions refrained from sitting with a mere high school principal, as it would be improper to approach without an invitation. This thought had crossed their minds upon arriving at 3rd High School. Now, however, the professors from the 3 higher institutions seated behind were eager to engage Feng Jing in conversation. Yet, the bald man seated beside Feng Jing turned to glare at them, effectively silencing their intentions. Did they have tempers? Certainly, but what could they do? The bald man in the black trench coat seemed entirely dismissive of their presence. For these professors, who were accustomed to respect and flattery, this was undoubtedly a humbling experience. They had considered taking action, yet the fear of humiliation should they be overpowered kept them at bay. Suddenly, a gasp erupted from the audience. Oh no, what is Zhao Tianyi doing? Is he insane? At that moment, all eyes instinctively shifted towards the awakening stone tablet, now half filled with crimson mist. The first to awaken, Zhao Tianyi, had transformed into a half-human, half-beast monstrosity. His upper body bore a blood-red wolf's head, while his lower body was composed of muscular legs, his entire form covered in fur, emanating a menacing crimson mist. But then, his next action sent a chilling jolt through the hearts of all present. With a swift motion, the half-beast Zhao Tianyi raised a massive claw and brutally tore the head from one of his fellow awakening students, blood cascading from the severed neck, droplets falling to the ground. The entire venue fell into a profound silence. The next instant, a female student seated at the front screamed, her voice piercing through the awakening square. Someone's been killed. Chapter 13, Pollution Zhao. Zhao Tianyi, what? What are you doing? Help. As Zhao Tianyi ripped the head off one of the students, the closest frail boy wearing glasses went pale, his legs trembling as he took a step back. In that fleeting moment when he locked eyes with Zhao Tianyi, he felt that those were not human eyes, but rather the gaze of a ferocious beast, a creature eager to slaughter. In that instant of retreat, Zhao Tianyi flung the severed head aside, transforming into a streak of blood-red light. In the blink of an eye, 2 massive hands seized the bespectacled boy. No. No. Ugh. Crack. The sound of bones breaking echoed sharply. The frail student crumpled to the ground like a deflated balloon, his eyes wide open, a gaping wound the size of a bowl appearing on his neck. Zhao Tianyi chewed thoughtfully, swallowing hard. Silence. Everything transpired too swiftly, sending shockwaves through everyone present. Beast. Seeking death. An elderly man in martial arts attire launched a fierce punch. Having been in the audience just a second prior, now standing before the awakening monument. His fist, infused with a force akin to a tiger's breath, aimed directly at Zhao Tianyi. The power of this punch was such that any practitioner below the 2nd tier would surely perish upon impact, even if clad in high-grade armor. Yet, in the next moment, clang. The elderly man found himself suspended in midair, crashing against the energy shield that had automatically activated around the awakening monument. The punch resonated like a tolling bell, its immense force causing the garments of all onlookers to flutter violently. The elderly man was a retired teacher from the school, his face filled with murderous intent as he fixed his gaze on Zhao Tianyi. Students in the audience began to panic. Help! Someone save him! My brother is still in there. Calm down. During each awakening ceremony, the awakening monument generates an energy shield that is, in many ways, sturdier than our city's protective barrier. But we can't just stand by and watch. We will notify the city lord and bring him here. It's futile. Until the awakening ceremony is complete, the protective shield will not dissipate. If we forcibly break it, those still undergoing awakening will lose all progress, and the core will be irreparably damaged. Such immense responsibility is beyond even the city lord's capacity to bear. Must we merely watch as Zhao Tianyi continues his slaughter? Bai Mo is still awakening. If Zhao Tianyi turns on him, he had better not. Otherwise, everyone present will ensure the Zhao family of city number 11 is reduced to ashes. Forget the future. Let us focus on the present. As long as one member of Class 7 is still in the awakening process, the protective barrier will remain intact. A full class awakening takes approximately 5 to 7 minutes, meaning the students inside Class 7 must endure the presence of that madman for 7 minutes. There is a method to interrupt all remaining awakenings, but those interrupted may face fatal backlash. At this moment, not only the students in the audience, but also the city lord of City No. 11 and the various esteemed instructors arriving hastily, felt their hearts tighten in anguish. No one anticipated such a scene, given the scarcity of supernatural beings. How could they bear to lose any in such a situation? City Lord Yuan Shan took a deep breath, his eyes fixed on Zhao Tianyi below, fists clenched. That student has been polluted. The bald man seated on the ground also rose, his expression grave. This is troublesome. Both could see that the suddenly bloodthirsty and violent Zhao Tianyi was tainted. To put it plainly, he had lost his human soul. His desire for slaughter magnified exponentially. Moreover, his strength and physical capabilities surged dramatically. As for the reason behind the pollution, those present had no time to ponder. The sudden upheaval caught everyone off guard, leaving them unprepared. Below the awakening monument, a significant number of students remained in the awakening state. If someone were to forcefully intervene, not only would they sustain serious injuries, but some might even die on the spot, and the core of the awakening would be destroyed as well. More critically, Mo, who possessed an SS-grade talent, had yet to awaken. Principal Feng, Yuan Shan murmured. Feng Jing replied calmly, I cannot intervene. We must observe and await the outcome. Yuan Shan inhaled deeply once more. To stick one's neck out, or to withdraw both carry their own risks. He could only wait and watch. No one could have anticipated that a student would be polluted during the awakening ceremony. What should have been a flawless conclusion? Perhaps the most illustrious awakening ceremony in the history of City Number 11 had turned exceedingly oppressive. It was a suffocating tension, akin to having one's flesh sliced without the ability to make a sound. Within the confines of the awakening barrier, Zhao Tianyi's bloodthirsty gaze was icy. After killing 2 individuals, he turned his attention to Mo, enveloped in golden light. Only a handful of students had awakened or failed to awaken, trembling against the walls. Too terrified to make a sound, Zhao Tianyi advanced, instinctively driven to eliminate Mo first. Like a reaper, he stalked past each student. For those still in the awakening process, he could slaughter them as easily as one would a chicken. As Zhao Tianyi approached a girl, her eyes suddenly flew open. Purple lights swirling beneath her feet. Outside, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. No one had anticipated that Class 7 would produce 2 A-grade talents. Su Xiao opened her eyes, a glint of coldness flashing within. Poison Demon Spider. That is my ability. Mo, Zhao Tianyi. Both of you deserve to die. The former had humiliated her, while the latter had taken her nude photographs. Although he had paid her handsomely, he held her secrets and purity in his grasp. Thus, Zhao Tianyi must die. Suddenly, Su Xiao felt a chill down her spine and instinctively turned around. Thud. As she pivoted, her body trembled, strong arms piercing through her heart. The sensation was impossibly smooth, akin to piercing through a thin sheet of paper. The girl stared in disbelief at the half-beast monster before her. Her lips moved as she exerted all her strength, her pupils turning purple, desperately attempting to inject her venom into Zhao Tianyi's skin before she perished. Alas, the now polluted Zhao Tianyi was nearing the strength of a second-tier practitioner. Su Xiao died in confusion. She could not comprehend why Zhao Tianyi sought her demise, nor why the disparity between them was so vast. Perhaps in her final moments, she felt bitterness, pondering why, when she was on the brink of soaring to greatness, everything had turned so swiftly. Following this strike, the 4 students who had just awakened fell silent, trembling in fear. The next moment, a roar erupted from Zhao Tianyi, reminiscent of a wild beast. His feet scraped against the ground, producing a sharp, grating sound. The blood-red arm that had pierced Su Xiao emanated dark crimson mist, rushing towards the still awakening Mo. Mo, wake up now. Outside, Feng Zheng's heart ached as he pummeled the energy shield with punch after punch. Boom. A ferocious strike slammed into the golden light enveloping Mo, sending him crashing to the ground. Countless bricks shattered instantaneously, scattering in all directions. The terrifying force generating a vast cloud of dust. In the blink of an eye, the golden pillar of light, spanning several hundred meters in diameter, vanished without a trace. A profound sense of foreboding gripped the hearts of all present. The city lord, Yuan Shan, felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his brow. Should a student endowed with SS-level talent perish during the awakening ceremony, his life would be irrevocably doomed. Chapter 14. Lightning Release. 1,000 birds at the awakening stone tablet. A vast expanse of tiles was forcefully displaced, causing a cloud of dust to dissipate. No, Zhao Tianyi, you madman, stop this at once. Stop. In the moment Mo was sent flying, Feng Zheng's eyes were filled with blood, veins bulging on his forehead. As the homeroom teacher, it was the first time he felt animosity towards his own student. Mo's awakening ritual was interrupted, his SS-level talent turned to ashes. Moreover, he was likely to suffer backlash from the disruption of the awakening ceremony, potentially falling into a deep coma, perhaps never to awaken again. After striking Mo, a trace of a human smile appeared at the corner of Zhao Tianyi's mouth, his blood-red pupils still filled with a thirst for blood. That fleeting smile seemed instinctual. Then, the veins in his legs swelled tremendously, the loose pants he wore tearing apart. His entire body soared into the air, intending to deliver a final blow to Mo on the ground. Stop right now. I command you as the city lord, students inside, go and stop him. City Lord Yuan Shan's heart was in turmoil as he crossed the space from the highest point of the audience area to the energy barrier surrounding the awakening stone tablet. Shouting angrily inside, among all present, he was the most concerned about Mo's life or death. If this orphan with an SS-level awakening talent were to perish during the ceremony, it would not only mean the end of his position as city lord, but also lead to imprisonment. His command went unheeded by the students inside, who were huddled together, trembling in fear. Damn it. A bunch of useless wretches. Boom. Yuan Shan's fist slammed heavily against the energy barrier. The force unleashed caused the entire school to tremble as if a powerful earthquake had struck. The students in the audience were terrified, their hair standing on end from the overwhelming force. This punch seemed capable of annihilating them all. Yet, this terrifying blow did not even leave a scratch on the energy barriers surrounding the awakening stone tablet, which was unyieldingly solid. Zhao Tianyi, now tainted, could not hear the threats being uttered. His body shot towards Bai Mo like a cannonball. It was over. Yuan Shan's heart sank, his face pale, eyes filled with boundless hatred. Before facing imprisonment, he would ensure the annihilation of the entire Zhao family. That damn Zhao Wujia. Not a single one would be spared. Just as despair consumed him, his peripheral vision caught sight of a blood-red figure flying backward. Bang! Followed by a solid thud on the ground. Bai Mo slowly opened his eyes, sensing danger from moments ago and instinctively kicking in a direction. He felt as if he had just awoken from a dream, but could not recall the dream's contents. Upon opening his eyes, he murmured softly, "Why are these people huddled together? Half of them are still awakening? Why is there blood on the ground?" Then, his gaze shifted to another direction. There lay a headless corpse, its spine forcibly extracted halfway, crimson blood pooling around. And Su Shuyu, that wretched woman? In the next moment, he instinctively looked around, memories beginning to piece together, his class's final awakening. And he had dozed off during the awakening ceremony. What did you just kick away? At that moment, the atmosphere was eerily silent. Something had gone awry. Turning his head, he immediately spotted his homeroom teacher, Fang Zheng, who was sweating profusely. "Watch out behind you." Whoosh. A sound of air being sliced through rang in by Mo's ears. A red figure appeared in an instant, its arms transformed into wolf-like claws, striking towards Bai Mo's position. Bang! The overwhelming force shattered the tiles, creating a small pit in the ground. "Bai Mo!" Fang Zheng shouted urgently. Bai Mo's voice came from another direction. "I'm fine." Fang Zheng's heart raced violently, and he instinctively shouted, "Just hold on for a few minutes. This energy barrier will vanish. Do not engage Zhao Tianyi. He has been tainted." Zhao Tianyi, tainted? Bai Mo's gaze sharpened. All his doubts were resolved in an instant. This creature, barely resembling a human, was indeed Zhao Tianyi. That wild seed, the corpse from earlier, was also his doing? Such a fortuitous turn of events. Bai Mo's heartbeat quickened, breath accelerating. He took a deep breath and, with an amicable demeanor, called out to the distant red creature, "Excuse me, are you a wild seed of the Zhao family?" Wild seed. The creature, now barely identifiable as human, paused momentarily upon hearing those words. In the next second, the crimson mist enveloping its body began to darken, transforming into a blood-red hue. Its eyes filled with a murderous gaze directed at Bai Mo, mumbling, Bai Mo. The tone was laced with profound hatred. Bai Mo smirked. "Why call out for your father?" At that moment, all present gasped in disbelief. Even the unruly, enigmatic bald man raised a thumb in admiration. "This kid is to my liking." Roar. Zhao Tianyi let out a low growl, his eyes glowing crimson. The fur that had sprouted on his body was now creeping onto his face, taking on the features of a wild wolf. Fang Zheng, momentarily stunned by his student's audacious greeting, finally regained his senses and couldn't help but curse, "You fool. Zhao Tianyi has been tainted. Do not provoke him. His strength is likely over 10 tons. Run." Quickly. Suddenly, Fang Zheng's anxious voice cut off, his expression freezing in place, because a flash of lightning, reminiscent of intertwining bolts, erupted in the arena. Even more astonishingly, the lightning was being manipulated in midair. Then came the mournful cries of countless birds. In the blink of an eye, Bai Mo, who had just been teasing moments ago, now exuded calm. His body sank, left hand pressing against his right wrist, where a basketball-sized orb of lightning materialized in his palm. Before awakening, he had refrained from revealing his abilities. Now, with the cover of his awakened identity, who could discern what powers he had acquired? If that were the case, how could Uchiha Madara not be considered a being of extraordinary powers? Roar. Completely transformed into a beast, Zhao Tianyi let out a primal roar, akin to a predator preparing to pounce. Caw. Bai Mo became a streak of blinding lightning, his foot striking the ground, causing cracks to form. His body seemingly vanishing into thin air, dragging along the 1,000 birds. Puff. In an instant, the beastified Zhao Tianyi felt the pain that had vanished. An arm pierced through his chest, residual sparks of lightning dancing at the wound. Blood splattered, staining half of Bai Mo's face. In that moment, the monstrous Zhao Tianyi's eyes flickered with clarity. He stiffly lowered his head, gazing at the wound in his chest, and the eerily crimson eyes that had met his gaze just moments ago. Lightning release, 1,000 birds. If not now, then when? Chapter 15, The Powers with Green Eyes. Time, 11:37. Thick clouds obscured the sun, allowing only slivers of light to cascade onto the city. The awakening monument square of the third high school was brimming with people, with latecomers filling nearly every available standing spot. Even the rooftops of surrounding buildings and the trees were occupied. The security at the entrance attempted to intervene. However, every arriving individual or faction wielded considerable clout, rendering their efforts futile. Moreover, these individuals were not necessarily inclined to use the main entrance. The head of the security team chose to focus solely on his post. As for whether those entering would dare to cause trouble, they wouldn't even have the gall to consider it. Today, their school had been enveloped by golden beams of light twice. What did that signify? He couldn't fathom it. Yet, it felt extraordinarily impressive. The head of security cast a sidelong glance at the mountain of cigarettes piled on the table. Each cigarette was expensive, and many were brands he had never even seen before. He typically bought a single pack each month, savoring it with caution. The cigarettes he procured were from the black market, costing 15 yuan a pack, not for their quality, but rather for their affordability. Observing the towering mountain of cigarettes and the eager crowd peering inside, the head of security felt a sense of opulence he had never experienced in his lifetime. What he guarded was not merely an entrance, it was power. And this power stemmed from the dazzling golden light witnessed moments ago. Despite the dense crowd in the awakening monument square, an eerie silence prevailed, so profound that one could almost hear a pin drop. Just a second prior, the notorious madman Zhao Tianyi, who had caused considerable distress among the school's elite and esteemed mentors, was suddenly pierced through the chest. The shock was palpable. The young man appeared to possess a lightning attribute ability with devastating lethality. In an instant, he pierced through a fully beastified awakener who had succumbed to corruption. Zhao Tianyi barely had a moment to react. The destructive force was unimaginable. It was essential to note that when Zhao Tianyi, in a polluted state, had slain Su Xiao, who had awakened an A-class talent, it was akin to trampling a child. The power he exhibited could create a half-meter-deep pit in the ground, which had been compacted prior to the square's construction. Thus, even a second-tier awakener would feel their scalp tingle in fear when facing Zhao Tianyi in his polluted state. After complete beastification, both physique and strength would escalate further. Yet, at the pinnacle of this peak, he was swiftly pierced through the chest by a newly awakened youth. The latter had not even had the chance to react. In that moment, Bai Mo withdrew his arm, locking eyes with Zhao Tianyi, as if to convey unspoken words. At this juncture, Zhao Tianyi's chest had been obliterated. Death was merely a heartbeat away. He was experiencing a fleeting moment of lucidity. With the Sharingan activated, his opponent had no opportunity for a sneak attack. As Zhao Tianyi regained his awareness, he nodded slightly, his voice scarcely a whisper, tinged with regret. Bai Mo gazed at the half-human, half-beast Zhao Tianyi, inhaling deeply before softly stating, "Regret is futile." A raspy chuckle escaped Zhao Tianyi, his essence rapidly waning. He wasn't lamenting this, but rather regretting not being more decisive in eliminating Bai Mo at the outset. He had overestimated himself and underestimated his opponent. As the unfolding events had exceeded his expectations, he never anticipated that this muddy-legged individual could conceal himself so deeply. Do you know? When I first encountered you, I perceived you as my kindred spirit, forever solitary. But later, I discovered that, whether among classmates or teachers, they seemed inclined to approach you, offering their assistance and concern without hesitation. I cannot fathom why this is so. I do not understand. The recognition I once held for you has now morphed into profound disdain. You are but a muddy-legged fool, destined to be lonely and despised, to endure scorn. Like I do, a mere wandering spirit. Bai Mo was taken aback, then began to laugh. Indeed, you are a wild seed. With his last ounce of strength, Zhao Tianyi managed a serene smile. He sought to eliminate obstacles at minimal cost. If Bai Mo vanished into thin air, the matter would undoubtedly be scrutinized thoroughly. Zhao Tianyi had no confidence in that outcome. Thus, he opted for the least costly option of framing Bai Mo. In his final moments, he regretted only his earlier indecisiveness. There was no deep-seated enmity between them. However, at times, when an individual perceives something unattainable within another who they deem inferior, intense jealousy can swiftly transform into profound hatred. With Zhao Tianyi's demise, every member of Class 7 completed their awakening. The protective barrier generated by the awakening monument vanished. The trembling students of Class 7 were on the verge of tears. The sheer terror was overwhelming. Who could have anticipated that their former classmate would suddenly become a madman? No, more terrifying than madness. Half-beast, eyes bloodthirsty, ruthlessly betraying his own kind. In a matter of moments, 3 lives were extinguished. Among them, the class beauty had awakened an A-class talent, though no one had witnessed her abilities in action. Their deaths were profoundly unjust. Grateful glances were cast toward Bai Mo, who, in this moment of transformation from a bookworm to an assertive figure, embodied their savior. Simultaneously, a wave of guilt surged within them. They had previously suspected Bai Mo of stealing class funds. They truly deserved their fate. Bai Mo, hands in his pockets, flashed a grin at Fang Zheng. No problem, don't worry. Fang Zheng wrapped an arm around his neck, relieved as his anxieties dissipated, murmuring, It's all right. Shortly thereafter, Fang Zheng released him, locking eyes with Bai Mo, urgently lowering his voice to instruct, "Listen closely, no matter who it is. Even if it's the king of heaven himself, you must not reveal what ability you awakened. Your powers should remain known only to you, understood?" His tone conveyed utmost seriousness, resembling a parent advising their daughter to maintain distance from boys. Bai Mo blinked and nodded earnestly. He then uttered a single phrase before departing. "I can't hold it any longer. I need to use the restroom." Regardless of the gazes upon him, he strode briskly toward the academic building with his hands in his pockets. Fang Zheng watched Bai Mo's retreating figure, deep in thought. The sudden departure of the focus of attention left everyone momentarily stunned. "Aren't we buddies? You dared to leave in such a situation?" It wasn't a matter of propriety. It was just, well, it seemed a bit dismissive of the esteemed figures present. After 2 beams of golden light shot into the sky, the school was teeming with prominent individuals. Almost every significant figure in City 11 had arrived. The 2 dazzling beams of light illuminated the horizon, causing even the city lord to become restless, let alone the various factions within City 11. Each of these individuals possessed remarkable insight and extraordinary capabilities. It is not an exaggeration to say that if you dared to voice an impossible dream, it could be realized before nightfall. The power, wealth, and connections of an entire city converged upon that one individual. And that person has departed at this moment. Who do you think you are? Merely someone endowed with an SS-grade talent, basking in the glory of the heavens. Merely someone who has awakened an unknown extraordinary ability, capable of vanquishing even second-tier ability users with a single strike, leaving them feeling somewhat challenged by a contaminator. Is it simply your handsome visage and lack of background that define you? Beyond these 3 attributes, what do you possess? Is it truly justified to be so arrogant? Do not forget, you are not the only one who has awakened an SS-grade talent. How can you afford to wear such a disdainful expression? Is this appropriate? Is it suitable? Indeed, it is entirely fitting. It is exceedingly suitable. Everyone must concede that when a person possesses the trifecta of SS talent, unknown formidable ability, and no background, they can incite fierce competition among the various factions present, leading to bloodshed. At this moment, Bai Mo appears to the major powers as a long single man, brimming with vigor, who has encountered a blossoming maiden, fresh and pure. Especially the last point, having no background. This implies that Bai Mo could easily be taken home by them. Furthermore, another SS-grade campus beauty remains shrouded in mystery, with no information to be found. The word none carries with it a myriad of complexities. A careless misstep could inadvertently offend a significant figure, and with a mere wave of their hand, one could find themselves in a calamity of untold proportions, not worth the risk. Meanwhile, a bald man seated beside the scenic view, with a piece of wild grass lodged between his teeth, propped his arm on his thigh, resting his chin in his hand, appearing unusually relaxed, as if merely enjoying the spectacle. A hint of lewdness flickers in his gaze, starkly contrasting with the way others regard Bai Mo. Chapter 16. The Master of Ether. Aoki, this young man. Is he truly walking with his hands in his pockets? Damn it. How can he be even more dashing than I am? From the elevated audience area, a bald man scratched his head, muttering under his breath. As he observed Bai Mo's departing silhouette, a glimmer of admiration flickered in his eyes. What remarkable physical prowess. While others were fixated on the unknown lightning abilities displayed by Bai Mo, the bald man was captivated by the physical techniques he exhibited. The instantaneous movement over that distance, even with the aid of powers, could not be separated from the foundation of one's physical strength. One could liken abilities to bullets, yet before a bullet is fired, it requires a stable and suitable firearm. In other words, the greater the power of the ability one wishes to unleash, the greater the demand on one's physical resilience. Overexerting one's internal powers could lead to fatigue at best, or collapse and unconsciousness at worst. In stark contrast, the young man named Bai Mo, after demonstrating his abilities, appeared completely unfazed, his steps steady. This was certainly beyond the capability of an ordinary individual. Truly an SS-level talent. This is quite thrilling. Subsequently, the bald man spoke with an assertive tone for the first time. Principal Feng, this young man Bai Mo should be admitted into the Jinshan Academy forthwith. The bald man patted his chest, perhaps feeling his previous statement was somewhat inappropriate. He quickly added, though Jinshan Academy is filled with old fogies, they are certainly not blind to talent. With SS-level gifts, combined with innate physical techniques, those old-timers will undoubtedly be eager to nurture Bai Mo. As for that girl radiating sword intent, her talent is even greater, but her background is rather complicated, and the bald man was disinclined to get involved, unless she were to voluntarily join the academy. In contrast, Bai Mo's identity is crystal clear, which is splendid. He would perfectly complement the Jinshan Academy's lack of formidable ability users. Little did he realize that his original intent in coming to this school was merely to enjoy the scenery, meet Principal Feng, and alleviate his boredom. Yet, unexpectedly, he stumbled upon a treasure. No, rather, he discovered a gem for the Jinshan Academy. As the bald man's words fell, The expressions of the mentors from several adjacent academies shifted in unison. One of the mentors from the first high school, having rushed over, was the first to speak. So you are a mentor from Jinshan Academy. My apologies, I did not recognize you. However, I must advise Principal Feng that allowing a talent such as by MO to attend Jinshan Academy would be a waste of potential. I implore you to guide your students wisely. Perhaps consider our Jiaxing Academy in City Number 7. It is widely known that Jiaxing Academy is the most suitable top-tier institution for ability users, far surpassing any other mediocre establishments. The implications in his words were abundantly clear. Your Jinshan Academy is lacking. Come to mind, it is exceptional. If I could bring back a student with SS-level talent, the rewards would be overwhelmingly gratifying. SS-level talent, in a special city, is enough to incite fierce competition among the various factions. I must promptly report this to the Academy, urging the leaders above to offer the most generous terms. Among the mentors present, only the one from Jinshan Academy could possibly contend with him. The other instructors hailed from second-tier cities and were hardly a concern. A flicker of hesitation passed across the faces of a few mentors who had originally come to third high school. Ultimately, they chose to remain silent. Having concluded his remarks, the bald man turned his head, rolling his neck as he regarded the admissions mentor from Jiaxing Academy. From City Number 7, are you affiliated with Jiaxing Academy? The admissions mentor, adorned with an air of arrogance, replied, yes, both I and the gentleman beside me are from Jiaxing Academy. Your Jinshan Academy is incapable of nurturing ability users. Do not mislead the youth. Beside the man stood an elderly figure with a goatee, clad in a Tai Chi outfit, resembling a retired elder. Yet, the energy emanating from him commanded respect from all. The bald man burst into laughter. But in the next instant, a loud thud echoed. The elder beside the Jiaxing Academy mentor appeared to be caught in a tempest, his garments flapping wildly, yet no wind was present. Suddenly, his pupils constricted, and he stiffly turned his head, only to find that the colleague who had been by his side had vanished, replaced by the bald man. The man, sporting a shy smile, patted the elder's shoulder. Do not worry, he will be fine. He will rise in a moment. It is commendable to enjoy physical exercise. But why must he lie in someone else's flower bed? Such a lack of decorum. The Tai Chi-clad elder's expression stiffened, and even at his advanced age, he felt a surge of unrest within. You jest. Earlier, we were overly disrespectful. Please do not take offense. The bald man had acted so swiftly that the elder had not sensed a thing. Meanwhile, the Jiaxing Academy mentor now lay sprawled in the flower bed below, limbs outstretched. Oh, individuals of this age tend to doze off. I am no exception, quite normal. The bald man stroked his bald head and returned to his original position. Meanwhile, the figures from the various factions in City Number 11 felt a wave of tension wash over them. Their gazes were filled with disbelief. The mentor from the prestigious academy was a fourth-tier powerhouse, an exalted being in their eyes, yet he had been so easily dispatched. Who was this bald man dressed in a black trench coat? The lord of City Number 11, Yuan Shan, fixed his gaze upon the bald man in the black trench coat. He had discerned the truth. This man was indeed a sixth-tier practitioner. As for the specific cultivation system, he could not ascertain it at the moment. After all, a sixth-tier practitioner dispatching a fourth-tier one was merely a matter of convenience. After Bai Mo departed, those present remained motionless. The students did so because the principal and teachers had not spoken. The other factions held their ground out of respect for the city lord, who had remained still. If they moved, they would face the repercussions of the city lord's wrath that night. Such an eventuality was decidedly unpleasant. In the teaching building's restroom, the sound of running water echoed as a young man repeatedly cupped water in his hands, splashing it onto his face. Even though the blood on his face had been washed away, he continued this ritual. A closer inspection revealed that his hands trembled slightly, an uncontrollable quiver. This was also the reason he had walked away with his hands in his pockets, not daring to look back after leaving the Awakening Stone Monument Square. Splash. Bayamo scooped up another handful of water, dousing his face. He took several deep breaths. Am I truly someone with a soft heart? Why does my heart race so violently at the thought of taking a life? He murmured to himself, yet he understood the cause. The trembling of his hands and the rapid beating of his heart were not due to the act of killing. Rather, they stemmed from shattering years of societal norms. After all, humans are not so different from animals. In the eyes of a butcher at the market, taking a human life seems even simpler than slaughtering a cow. However, on Earth, regardless of the country, murder incurs severe penalties, evoking a sense of dread. Yet here, in this world of martial prowess, he must accept the side effects that accompany the dissolution of conventional beliefs. System, open the panel. Host, by MO. Template, Uchiha Madara 11 Fusion level obtained through combat. Abilities, Edo Tensei, Uchiha Madara's Peak Taijutsu, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, Dojutsu, Susanoo Skeleton. Lightning Release, Chidori, Supernatural Power, Lord of Aoki, Evolvable. Supernatural Abilities, Healing Technique, Withered Wood Revitalization, Frenzy of Flora, Realm, First Stage. First Tier. Note, the host's strength cannot be accurately assessed by realm. Emotional value, 10, 360. Congratulations to the host for reaching an emotional value of 10,000 for the first time, unlocking hidden rewards. Organization space activated. Shall it be named? His supernatural power. Lord of Aoki? Chapter 17. No way? Am I really a villager? Bayamo wiped the water off his face and stared wide-eyed at the system panel before him. It was not a matter of clarity, but the sudden joy that made him instinctively widen his eyes. His supernatural abilities had 3 skills. It is known that in this world, a newly awakened supernatural being typically manifests a single ability, referred to as a divine gift. Subsequent abilities must be developed by the user themselves, a process fraught with difficulty, requiring vast amounts of time and effort. To develop special skills, one must also seek out corresponding materials. But what is the meaning of having 3 abilities? What the hell? This isn't even mentioned in the books. Could it be due to the system? Wait a moment. There's another possibility. He had read in a book that SS-grade gifted supernatural beings start with more abilities than ordinary ones. But that is an SS-grade talent. I should at most be an A-grade. Bayamo furrowed his brow slightly. He couldn't recall what level of talent he had awakened. All he remembered was falling asleep during the awakening ceremony, and upon waking, he had taken down the corrupted Zhao Tianyi. Forget it. He didn't want to dwell on that. After all, this is a great piece of news. He had not held much expectation for awakening his powers, considering that the panel of Uchiha Madara alone would keep him occupied for quite some time. The physical techniques he was currently employing fell far short of the peak prowess of Uchiha Madara. One man against 100,000 ninja forces, moving like a dragon among the masses, untouched by a single leaf. Just achieving that level would require a tremendous investment of energy and time, not to mention the subsequent high-level techniques and summoning meteors. However, now that he had awakened this special ability, he felt compelled to study it thoroughly. System, please introduce my supernatural abilities and their derived capabilities. Lord of the Greenwood? I have no recollection of that. It appears to be an auxiliary type ability, yet somehow it feels different. Supernatural ability, Lord of the Greenwood. The host possesses extraordinary regenerative abilities and an exceptionally high affinity for plants. Your blood is remarkably precious, capable of healing diseases and injuries. Ability 1, Healing Technique, can heal wounds and stop bleeding, also accelerating the healing process. Ability 2, Withering to Spring. The energy within you can revitalize plants on the brink of withering. Ability 3, Plant Frenzy, using blood as a catalyst. Plants enter a frenzied state, launching indiscriminate attacks, sparing only you. This supernatural ability, why does it suddenly feel somewhat familiar? Bayamo gazed into the mirror, his expression growing increasingly peculiar. After a long moment of daze, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. This is essentially a weakened version of Senju Hashirama? In that instant, Bayamo was struck by a sense of destiny. In this otherworldly realm where he had been reincarnated, even without the system providing him with Uchiha Madara's panel, he could still develop a form akin to Senju Hashirama through this ability. Well, I still am a villager. It seems there is work to be done. System, what did you just say about hidden rewards? An organizational space? Bayamo couldn't help but voice his question. The next moment, the system provided an answer. Organizational space, an independent space created primarily by the host's consciousness, wherein the host can achieve omnipotence. Its main function resembles that of the Akatsuki organization in Naruto. Introduction completed. Akatsuki organization, the legendary soul assembly? Bayamo's mouth slightly agape, feeling that his system was exceedingly considerate. Regardless of its nature, it truly delivers. What man with an old 6 attribute could refuse such a thing? The organizational space is akin to the Akatsuki from Naruto, the Taro Society from the Inked Squids novels, the Earth Mirror from the musical tales of Su Inluo. In the real world, an online forum, Bayamo swore, if the system were a woman dressed in black fishnet stockings, with a wasp waist and a figure resembling the campus belle Li Qingyi, he would certainly marry the system lady on the spot. Please name the organization. Bayamo observed the newly popped up information box, pondering for a moment before speaking. The organization shall be called. At that moment, Bayamo was in high spirits. He tidied his clothes and turned to leave the teaching building. After the most crucial awakening ceremony, another significant phase awaited, the selection of an academy. The path one would tread in the future, the resources one could obtain, and the overall trajectory of one's journey were all intricately tied to this choice. He wondered what academy he could select with an A-grade talent coupled with this special ability. Whatever. With the Uchiha Madara template, given time, who wouldn't he be able to unleash high-level techniques? The psychological discomfort stemming from killing Zhao Tianyi had been alleviated by these 2 significant pieces of good news. No, to be precise, it was 3 pieces of good news. The integration degree of the Uchiha Madara template had reached 11, and his own realm had ascended to the first stage. Indeed, when a person encounters a tremendous shock, subsequent, even more intense shocks seem to diminish the impact of the initial one. It's not that he forgot. It's just that an excess of emotions diluted the first shock. As he approached a corner, Bayamo halted his steps. Ahead, 2 figures awaited him. one of whom had a bruised and battered face, attempting to conceal his overweight visage with his hands. They appeared to be waiting for him. One stepped forward, raising his hands to his chest and bowing deeply. "BMO, I am Liao Wensong, the captain of the enforcement team of City 11. I deeply regret the harm you have suffered. I am truly sorry." After speaking, the man kicked the nearby plump grade director away. Bang! The latter's 300-plus pound frame flew several meters through the air before crashing heavily to the ground at BMO's feet. The grade director grimaced in pain, biting his lip to suppress any sound. Liao Wensong took a deep breath. He genuinely hadn't expected his incompetent brother-in-law to be so utterly shameless. For the sake of a bit of money, he engaged in such disgraceful acts, truly without face or skin. The overweight grade director, as if he had been beaten to tears, looked up at BMO with fear and grievance in his eyes. "Speak." Captain Liao Wensong's cold voice echoed behind him. The grade director trembled, then knelt directly on the ground, his tone pleading. "BMO, I was wrong. I was wrong. I was momentarily blinded by greed and accepted Zhao Tiany's money. I shouldn't have falsely accused you. It was all my mistake. I am willing to make a public apology before the entire school. Please forgive me just this once. Just once. I beg you." He was terrified of being beaten. After BMO awakened his SS grade talent, the blinding golden light engulfed the entire city sky, and within 2 minutes, he had endured a relentless barrage of punches from his brother-in-law. He had been treated like a punching bag. Had it not been for the excess fat on his body, he probably wouldn't have survived those 2 minutes. BMO glanced at the kneeling grade director, then looked up at the sincere-faced enforcement team captain. He did not know the latter, but he felt that the other party had no reason to play tricks on him. Third middle school belonged to the supernatural being high schools. Those who could teach here were not ordinary, except for this overweight grade director. He had long wondered about this fat pig's background, but now it seemed he understood. The captain of the enforcement team of City 11, though titled a captain, held a significant position within the city's enforcement system. So, could it be that something unbeknownst to me transpired in the interim, prompting a law enforcement captain to personally extend an apology, and with such sincerity? It seems implausible. Wait a moment. Could it be that I just defeated the tainted Zhao Tiany with the thousand birds technique? Yet, that doesn't seem sufficient. Chapter 18. Reputation is earned. BMO furrowed his brow slightly. Liao Wensong, the captain of the enforcement team, felt a sudden jolt in his heart. He knew this matter would not be easily resolved. However, considering BMO's perspective, it was understandable that he would not readily forgive someone who had falsely accused him, especially one who had wielded their authority to oppress him. If he were in BMO's position, he would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely, having awakened an SS-level talent. No one would blame BMO for eliminating a morally corrupt, money-taking, slanderous head of year. In fact, this incident could be glorified as a testament to BMO's decisiveness and heroism. The atmosphere turned awkward. The head of year, kneeling on the ground, trembled uncontrollably, resembling a wayward child caught in wrongdoing. The fear within him left him utterly bewildered about how to proceed, merely obeying his brother-in-law's words. Liao Wensong glanced toward the awakening monument square, where influential figures had gathered, undoubtedly scheming ways to win over BMO. If word of the false accusations against BMO reached them, his useless brother-in-law would be doomed, and he himself could also face repercussions. This was no exaggeration. Gaining the favor of an SS-level prodigy was no trivial task, given the multitude of competitors. At this moment, the talented individual was wronged, and Liao Wensong had the means to help him vent his anger, with the price being the life of a morally bankrupt head of year. In a sense, this act would serve the greater good for the entire school. Should he take action? Naturally, he would. Moreover, his current actions were exceedingly perilous. The city lord had not intervened, yet here he was, secretly leading this useless brother-in-law to apologize. Liao Wensong took a deep breath, retrieving a small box from his pocket, a smile of flattery gracing his face. BMO, I understand your grievances, but the matter has transpired. Let us consider how to remedy it. My foolish brother-in-law has never been particularly clever. He has likely been manipulated by the Zhao family. I implore you to show mercy this once. I swear, should you ever require my assistance, I will not hesitate. As he spoke, Liao Wensong presented the small box to BMO, offering a modest gift as a token of respect. Inside was a card from a black market bank, containing 500,000. BMO remained silent for a few seconds before inquiring, what level of talent have I awakened? Liao Wensong looked up in surprise, responding candidly. Radiant as gold, illuminating the city, an SS-level talent. The awakening monument is now filled with dignitaries eager to be acquainted with you. BMO nodded and turned to leave. Liao Wensong's expression turned bitter, while the portly head of year quaked in fear. After BMO had walked some distance, he suddenly spoke. I am not one to hold grudges, so I shall not accept the gift. I will remember your words, Captain Liao, and when trouble arises, I will surely call upon you. 1 second, 2 seconds. Liao Wensong finally reacted, taking a deep breath and calling out, BMO. Feel free to voice any requests. I still hold some influence in city number 11, so do not hesitate. BMO did not respond. merely raising his arm in a dismissive wave until his figure vanished around the corner. Only then did Liao Wensong relax, placing a hand on his chest to feel the rhythm of his heartbeat. Good heavens! Had he just formed a connection with such a remarkable figure? Was he dreaming? The bruised head of Year had yet to rise from the ground, cautiously asking his brother-in-law, "Is this matter resolved?" Liao Wensong nodded with his eyes closed. The fat man continued, "Then what about the items the Zhao family gave me? Should I return them?" Liao Wensong opened his eyes and kicked the corpulent head of Year. The latter howled in pain. "You foolish imbecile. Do you realize how close you came to losing your head today? Dispose of everything they gave you." Understood. Liao Wensong then seized the fat man. "Now, detail Bai Mo's behavior at school. I need to create a character sketch. Bai Mo, an SS-level talent. Having just awakened, yet capable of piercing through a pollutant's chest in one strike. Such a figure was beyond his reach. Yet now, not only had he encountered him, but he had also established a tenuous connection. Liao Wensong's eyes glimmered. If he wished to advance further in the future, this delicate thread could prove pivotal. The head of Year nodded repeatedly. At the Awakening Monument Square, after Bai Mo's departure, the students in the audience erupted in chatter. Although two SS-level talents had emerged today, Bai Mo's actions were far more stirring compared to the icy school beauty, Li Qingyi. In truth, her awakening seemed rather mundane. This notion may sound absurd, yet the impression Li Qingyi left was precisely that. If the awakening ceremony were likened to a college entrance examination, all students would be nervously encouraging themselves, as it marked a turning point in their lives. Such anxiety was entirely normal. However, Li Qingyi was strikingly calm, as if she had already foreseen her results. When an S-level talent emerged from the first high school, radiating a crimson beam of light, nearly everyone's gaze turned in that direction, except for Li Qingyi, who remained unfazed. Subsequently, the awakening of an SS-level talent shocked the entire city. Yet, even then, the cool school beauty's expression revealed no fluctuation. Furthermore, she abruptly concluded the extraordinary phenomena triggered by her awakening. How was that even possible? No one knew. Why was this so? Even more so, no one could discern. Consequently, Li Qingyi, seated in a corner, received little attention. The overwhelming majority of students were fixated on Bai Mo, who had awakened an SS-level talent despite originally possessing only an A-level. After awakening, he dispatched a pollutant with a single move and departed gracefully, disregarding the presence of all the eminent figures around him. These three actions were so riveting that they left the students yearning to inquire of Bai Mo. "How did you accomplish this?" Discussions about Bai Mo filled the square. "Come on, dude, I'm not gullible. You don't need to deceive me. Are you saying Bai Mo only had an A-level talent during the last awakening test? Why would I lie to you? You think I'm doing this for $200? Everyone knows that. It's written on the report card. Good grief. Generally, the federal talent testing apparatus does not exhibit such discrepancies. This device has been around for centuries. Hey, what do you think the school beauty Li Qingyi awakened? Who could possibly know? Not us, and I doubt even the instructors can figure it out. And Bai Mo? What ability did he awaken? It feels so powerful. My father once advised me that when encountering a pollutant, one should flee as far as possible. For such beings drain life and engage in combat with you. I can hardly fathom the strength of Bai Mo's extraordinary abilities, as he has evidently pierced through the pollutant. Bai Mo must have awakened a previously unseen power, likely a branch or mutation of lightning abilities. It is plausible, considering that when he unleashed his powers, the mournful cries of birds accompanied him. Perhaps, besides the electrifying attributes, there are other elements at play. How pretentious of him, believing himself superior, despite awakening an SS-level ability. He remains while the school beauty has departed. Why is no one concerned about Zhao Tiany's demise? Although he is a bastard, his father is not someone to be trifled with. Who, pray tell, is his father? Certainly not me. What a trivial matter you raise. Bai Mo has arrived. A student in the audience abruptly stood up, excitedly pointing in a certain direction. A figure strolled leisurely toward the square. It was none other than Bai Mo. At this moment, he finally comprehended the silence that enveloped him upon awakening. He understood why Feng Zheng had urged him to conceal his powers, and why the portly head of his grade had pleaded for mercy with bruised features. Indeed, as the heavens move with strength, a gentleman perseveres relentlessly. Those who cheat possess true prowess. One earns their own respect. Yet, just then, a furious roar reverberated through the sky, akin to a thunderclap that echoed throughout the entire school. Bai Mo, you dare to kill my son? I will see you dead. Chapter 19. The Third Force, Susanu. Bai Mo, I want you dead. A roar akin to thunder reverberated through the sky. Bai Mo narrowed his eyes. Zhao Tiany's father? Arriving at this moment? Such a domineering entrance suggests trouble ahead. In his recollection, the Zhao family, behind Zhao Tiany, was the foremost family in City 11. As for the extent of their power, he was uncertain. However, having awakened an SS-level talent, any incident here would implicate many. It was akin to a top scholar encountering trouble in a county. Regardless of the county magistrate's involvement, the magistrate could not remain unscathed. Thus, he continued to walk forward at a leisurely pace. There was no escaping this encounter. Moreover, he felt an inexplicable thrill about the events to come, a sensation akin to reaching out to touch a tiger confined within its cage. In the square, students who had just become or were yet to become awakened beings felt as though a colossal boulder had suddenly pressed upon their hearts upon hearing that roar. Although they had yet to see the speaker, the sheer strength conveyed through the voice was formidable. But, are you truly certain you wish to utter such words in this context? In the next moment, the expressions of all present became peculiar. Who was this formidable individual, daring to cause a ruckus today, and to kill by MO? Surely, my friend, you intend to slay one who has just awakened SS-level talent? This is akin to declaring your intention to kill the city lord. Have you chosen an auspicious day for this? At that moment, the bald man teasingly glanced at the city lord of City 11, seemingly questioning. Brother, are you up to the task? Yuan Shan's face shifted between shades of blue and white. He genuinely did not expect A Fool to emerge at this juncture. Did you not see the two beams of golden light radiating 100 meters in radius? The entire city was suffused with brilliance. Are your eyes blind? Immediately, Yuan Shan steadied himself, speaking in a deep voice. Zhao Wujia, this is a school, not your Zhao family's domain. Descend at once. A surge of azure energy erupted from him, resembling a colossal hand that forcibly pulled a towering figure from the sky. The imposing figure fell straight down with a resounding crash, landing at the awakening stone. The tiles laid upon the square shattered instantly, debris flying like projectiles into the outside world. Humph. Descending from the heavens was a middle-aged man standing 2 meters tall, clad in a black uniform. His brow radiated an air of dominance, with eyes sharp as blades and an eagle-like nose, rendering him even more fearsome. Zhao Wujia snorted coldly, exuding an aura that sent fragments of stone flying from beneath his feet. His gaze seemed to overlook the throngs of people present. The bald man from the academy clicked his tongue, observing. How could one flaunt their power here? Principal Feng, he clearly disrespects you. As those words fell, Yuan Shan's eyes twitched involuntarily as he glanced towards Feng Jing. The latter remained leisurely seated, exuding an air of indifference. Yet, the more aloof he appeared, the more uncertainty Yuan Shan felt. A chill of fear gripped him regarding the principal of the third high school. This individual's true identity was genuinely terrifying, though few were aware of it. Following Zhao Wujia's cold snort, the weaker students present felt their breaths constrict. My goodness, who is Zhao Tiany's father? I've never encountered such a figure before. It is no wonder they felt this way. The mightiest families often remain obscure, their deeds concealed from the public eye, as they do not wish to be exposed. This also explains why Zhao Tiany is branded a bastard. The presence of his father has never been revealed. Moreover, Zhao Wujia's illegitimate offspring are not limited to Zhao Tiany. Yet, only Zhao Tiany's identity has been unveiled. At this moment, Zhao Wujia descended and approached the body of a half-human, half-beast creature. Crouching, he grasped it in his hands. After a few seconds of inspection, he lifted his gaze, his hawk-like eyes locking onto Bayamo. How do you wish to die? No superfluous words were exchanged, merely a commonplace inquiry. Bayamo remained silent, calmly meeting the man's gaze without revealing a trace of fear. Zhao Wujia narrowed his eyes, suddenly unleashing a powerful aura from his being. The fifth-tier evolutionary essence surged forth like a torrent, crushing towards Bayamo with overwhelming force. Tiles along the ground were displaced, as if a rampaging rhinoceros were charging through. Strangely, this force appeared to be restrained by another hand, its speed significantly diminished. Witnessing this, City Lord Yuan Shan and the bald man from the academy both narrowed their pupils, simultaneously turning their gaze to the seated Feng Jing. Has he truly reached such a level? It is known that high-tier practitioners can emanate an aura to aid their cultivation. Yet it can also intimidate lower-tier practitioners. If the disparity is vast, it can serve as an offensive measure. Both men were astonished, for the essence was peculiar, more fragile than the wind. Once released, it was almost impossible to control. Yet, this principal Feng managed to reign in another's aura, not merely guiding, but controlling it. It sounds simple, yet only they understood that achieving this was akin to placing a massive boulder atop a block of tofu, shattering the stone while leaving the tofu unscathed. Thus, was he testing that young man? No, perhaps he was simply curious. After all, an SS-level awakened being had just exhibited remarkable prowess. Were they not intrigued as well? Bayamo faced the oncoming aura with neither retreat nor evasion, instead stepping forward with purpose. The speed of this attack was entirely different from the earlier force that had sent stones flying, suggesting, among the gathered, someone was genuinely curious about their own abilities. Utilizing his own powers to decelerate the approaching aura, he sought to observe how he could retaliate. The hidden hand had already carved a path, allowing him to bare himself for scrutiny. Very well. Prepare to watch closely. Hiss. The Sharingan activate. Baimo's eyes transformed into an eerie crimson hue. The aura crashing towards him appeared to slow even further. At the moment Baimo's eyes shifted to the Sharingan, several high-tier practitioners focused intently. What sort of ability was this? They had never encountered such a pattern in the pupils. It exuded an uncanny aura. Feng Zheng, intent on rushing out to protect his student, found himself rooted in place by an invisible force, unable to move. In the corner, the icy school beauty Li Qingyi gazed intently at Bai Mo, her expression enigmatic, shrouded in mystery. Then, under the watchful eyes of all, Bai Mo activated his Sharingan, softly uttering a few words, the third force, Susanoo. In an instant, a blue energy form resembling a skeletal structure erupted from Bai Mo's body. The skeletal frame was enveloped in ghostly blue flames, appearing as if encased in ice, its shape reminiscent of the remnants of a mysterious creature. The skeleton, approximately 3 to 4 meters tall, formed protective arms around Bai Mo, imparting an overwhelming sense of visual pressure. In the next moment, descend. Bai Mo raised his hand and waved. The Susanoo skeleton obeyed the command, wielding an aura that transformed the very air into a tempestuous maelstrom. With a swift downward slash, clang, the formidable aura, potent enough to cause the internal organs of a first-tier practitioner to bleed, was instantly cleaved in two. Chapter 20. The scheming of Zhao Wuji. The crowd of thousands of students, captivated, collectively swallowed hard, their breaths becoming noticeably cautious. Across from Bai Mo, Zhao Wuji's eyes brimmed with unmistakable astonishment. His recent strike had been executed without restraint. Even though the speed had been somewhat mitigated by an unseen force, it was still beyond the capacity of a newly awakened ability user to withstand. Not only would a mere second-tier individual be sent flying several meters by the intimidation of his aura, but this little creature had managed to dismantle his attack? How could this be possible? This fellow had just awakened. Even with an SS-grade talent, such a feat was unattainable. Could it be that someone was covertly assisting him? No. That could not be. The hidden force merely slowed the speed of his attack, and nothing more. Deep within Zhao Wuji's gaze lay profound confusion, which only intensified his thoughts regarding the subsequent plan. High above, a bald man exchanged a knowing glance with the city lord, Yuan Shan, both experiencing varying degrees of shock. Both men, well-versed in the extraordinary, understood that certain powerful abilities could indeed withstand the aura of high-tier practitioners. After all, the diversity of abilities was undeniable. However, witnessing Bai Mo achieve such a casual dismantling of a fifth-tier evolver was an unprecedented sight for them. It wasn't that such occurrences had never happened, but Bai Mo's recent display was far too incongruous with his current level of cultivation. To confront the attack head-on and emerge unscathed was awe-inspiring in its own right. Yet the combination of these factors was utterly remarkable. Behind them, the mentors from various prestigious academies trembled in excitement, their eyes igniting with fervor. They had stumbled upon a treasure. This astonishing talent and ability could potentially elevate their own status in the educational realm if they could bring Bai Mo back with them. Just the thought of it left them feeling weak in the knees. What was this? An opportunity to achieve everlasting fame. Below, Zhao Wuji squinted, searching his memory for similar abilities. The blood-red eyes, the pupils resembling a bizarre amalgamation of flowers, and the skeletal structure reminiscent of an unknown creature. Simultaneously, his son's chest was torn open, the wound an irregular shape, likely a result of some ferocious energy impact. An unknown beast-type ability? In just a moment, Zhao Wuji, drawing upon his years of experience, deduced the nature of Bai Mo's awakened ability. It wasn't just him. Students, teachers, and mentors alike began rummaging through their knowledge, speculating on the essence of Bai Mo's power. An SS-grade talent user became increasingly difficult to discern as they progressed in their abilities. It was often in the early stages of awakening that the true essence of an ability could be recognized. In a corner, Li Qingyi's gaze flickered. Bai Mo's ability seemed to stem from those eyes. Subsequently, Zhao Wuji chose not to launch another attack, but instead lifted his gaze toward the highest point of the audience. He proclaimed loudly, "I wonder which academy's mentor intervened just now. I, Zhao, seek vengeance for my son. This is only natural. I hope you will not obstruct me further. This little creature has slain my son, and I will ensure he pays for it today. It is only just. If anyone dares to interfere again, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Zhao Wuji was acutely aware that his previous attack had been slowed by the abilities of the higher academy mentors. He knew that if he remained silent now, he would have little chance of avenging his son. It was precisely this reason that he had chosen to confront the matter openly from the outset. The prospect of avenging his son was tantalizingly fragrant to him. Remain calm. He must remain composed. While Zhao Wuji appeared furious, his fists clenched tightly. Internally, he was growing increasingly exhilarated. The death of this illegitimate child was, in fact, a divine gift. The trap was set. He was determined to feast on this dumpling. With his impassioned words echoing, Yuan Shan's figure vanished in an instant, reappearing between Zhao Wuji and Bai Mo. He regarded Zhao Wuji with a distinctly unkind gaze, stating, "Zhao Wuji, I have no desire to engage in idle banter with you. Take my advice and leave this place today. I will provide you with an explanation." Yuan Shan held no fear of Zhao's family, but he was acutely aware of the role they played in City 11. Abandoning that role would inevitably cause significant repercussions. If he wished to cultivate sharp blades in the future, the difficulty would only increase. Furthermore, This location was rife with unawakened students. Should a conflict arise, he could not guarantee there would be no casualties. There was an even more significant reason for his caution. Yuan Shan was uncertain of the intentions of that individual. If they did not wish for Zhao Wuji to cause a disturbance, the latter would not even create a ripple. It would be akin to squashing an ant. Yet, the absence of intervention from that individual implied tacit consent. Thus, he remained hesitant. What explanation can you provide when my son is dead? Zhao Wuji roared in response to the city lord, his eyes bloodshot with grief. His clothes fluttered as if caught in a wind, and he pointed accusingly at Bai Mo. A debt must be repaid. A life must be avenged. This is the law of the land. But in City 11, you, as the city lord, cannot possibly shield him? The invocation of national law, legal matters, the use of power to intimidate. The students present faltered, for in their minds, these two phrases represented absolute truths. Debts must be settled. A life taken must be avenged. Yet, Bai Mo had indeed slain Zhao Tian before the eyes of all present. According to the law, he could not escape punishment. But in the very next moment, Fang Zheng strode forward, his voice low and resolute. I am the homeroom teacher of Class 7. Zhao Tian's death pains me deeply, yet he was tainted during the awakening ceremony and had completely lost his humanity. He had already caused the disappearance of 3 lives. According to the law, killing a contaminant is rewarded, not punished. His powerful words resonated throughout the Awakening Stone Monument Square. Those classmates who had been saved by Bai Mo exchanged glances, then rushed forward, declaring, Bai Mo is innocent. Everyone present can testify that Zhao Tian had been tainted after awakening, losing all rationality, and his hands were stained with blood. He deserved to die. One trembling student from Class 7 boldly met Zhao Wuji's hawk-like gaze. Yes, Bai Mo is innocent. Your son, Zhao Tian, maliciously framed Bai Mo for stealing class funds, and ultimately faced the consequences of his own actions. Before the student could finish, Zhao Wuji suddenly raised his hand, unleashing a surge of energy. Yet, midway through its flight, it was crushed by a single hand. City Lord Yuan Shan, visibly enraged, glared at Zhao Wuji, his forehead veins bulging. The ground beneath him cracked ominously as he spoke each word with chilling clarity. If you wish to die today, I will grant you that wish. You have already lost all dignity. A city lord unable to intimidate a mere family. How absurd. Even more so in the presence of that individual, utterly ridiculous. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Zhao Wuji feigned a deep breath, as if making a final concession. He turned to Yuan Shan, stating, my son did indeed die at his hands. He was my flesh and blood, my spiritual anchor, the heir of the Zhao family. This is a fact. Today, I am willing to take a step back, but this boy must agree to one condition. Yuan Shan furrowed his brow, suppressing the fury that surged within him. I am not in a position to make decisions, he admitted, a stark truth. In this gathering, there was indeed one who held the reins. And it was precisely because of that person's presence that no decisive action had yet been taken. However, Zhao Wuji remained oblivious, turning his gaze sharply towards Bai Mo, his blood-red eyes fixed intently upon him. I present you with a choice. After graduating from the academy, you must pledge your loyalty to the Zhao family for a decade, to atone for my son's life. Otherwise, as he reached the last word, a palpable aura of murderous intent erupted from him. Indeed, this was his true desire. He had more than one illegitimate child. Moreover, since one must die, it would be better if that death held some value. The demise of an illegitimate son compelling an SS-level gifted individual to swear allegiance was an extraordinary bargain. He was untroubled by the prospect of Bai Mo refusing, for his fists were mightier, and he held the upper hand. As for the mentors from other academies, humph, merely a collection of 4th-tier practitioners. Those from 2nd-tier cities barely reached the 4th tier. This was Zhao Wuji's territory. Whether they were dragons or snakes, they must obey him. The advantage lay with him. Regarding the city lord, humph, he had his own backing. Killing his son would ensure a lifetime of servitude. A dog forced to kneel and wag its tail. Witnessing this scene, Bai Mo chuckled, laughing outright as if he found it utterly inconsequential. Pledge my loyalty? This audacious fool dares to utter such words? His current status was akin to that of a top scholar, surrounded by the city lord and academy mentors. How bold of him to speak so. Above, a bald man also burst into laughter, nearly reduced to tears. City Lord Yuan Shan's face turned ashen. He genuinely questioned whether Zhao Wuji had left his wits at home or if he truly regarded him as insignificant. Suddenly, laughter erupted. How absurd. A 5th-tier practitioner daring to threaten a student in public? The crowd's gaze shifted to the upper right, where 2 figures appeared seemingly from thin air, a woman and a youth. Their arrival seemed almost magical, for even Yuan Shan himself had not perceived how they manifested in that location. Zhao Wuji regarded the duo with a furrowed brow. Who are you? Are you meddling in affairs that do not concern you? The youth, tilting his chin, retorted with a slight sharpness in his voice. What is the matter? Not satisfied? Come and take it up with your father. Zhao Wuji, publicly humiliated, felt a surge of anger, his eyes ablaze with fury. You. At that moment, a woman clad in a light blue robe, beneath which she wore a creamy white crop top, turned her gaze towards Mo, a lazy smile gracing her lips. "Hello, handsome. I'm Song Yushir. Would you like to join our star-picking academy? You can sneak into my room for some tutoring in the evening." As she spoke, one delicate finger pointed towards Zhao Wuji. In an instant, the latter felt as though several mountains had suddenly descended upon his shoulders, his entire being sinking several inches. His eyes wide with disbelief. The Star-Picking Academy? Chapter 21. Lord of the City, you must intervene. Mo gazed at the woman draped in a light blue cloak, her lips curving into a delicate smile. She appeared to be no more than 30, with elegantly upturned phoenix eyes that exuded an air of nobility. Her bright, clear gaze complemented her fair, dewy skin, adorned with a hint of blush. Her ink-black hair was elegantly secured with a green hairpin, revealing her graceful neck. However, the high school girls present, upon noticing her arrival, instinctively lowered their heads, a rare moment of collective self-doubt. After a fleeting moment, Mo retracted his thoughts. Wary of gazing too long, it became evident that both greatness lies in stature and magnanimity lies in acceptance could reside within a single individual. In that instant, he felt a profound expansion of his knowledge base. He could hardly fathom how exquisite her figure might be once she shed her cloak. Yet, what truly intrigued him was the mention of the Star-Picking Academy. City number 7. The Star-Picking Academy. Prior to awakening an SS-level talent, such an institution was beyond his wildest dreams. An A-level talent might thrive in a second-tier city, but to gain entry to a prominent academy in a larger city would likely subject him to relentless competition, ultimately leading to disillusionment. Now, however, possessing an SS-level talent and receiving such an invitation from this esteemed academy seemed fitting. Yet, he hesitated to align himself with such a prestigious institution. Joining the Star-Picking Academy would bind him to it for an extended period, and he harbored too many secrets. His talent was too remarkable. The closer the bond, the more he would be subjected to scrutiny. Human hearts are inscrutable. Before his wings were fully developed, he was reluctant to entangle himself too closely with any power or organization. However, if he refrained from joining, his current abilities would render him incapable of stepping into the wilderness, let alone entering the secret realms. As Mo wrestled with his myriad thoughts, the previously frozen Zhao Wuji broke free. At the same time, Mo's garments fluttered, and beside him appeared a bald man seemingly conjured from thin air. Zhao Wuji, now alert, scrutinized the cloaked woman and the bald man alongside Mo, questioning their identities. Even in his naivety, he sensed the presence of individuals whose power rivaled that of Lord Yuan Shan, perhaps even surpassing it. To his astonishment, the cloaked Song Yushir paid him no heed. Her gaze fixated solely on Mo. "Young man, you are Mo, correct?" she inquired. He nodded, albeit with a hint of stiffness, striving to maintain an air of composure. The woman tucked her hair behind her delicate, jade-like ear and smiled warmly. "There's no need for such vigilance. Allow me to introduce myself. I am an instructor from the Star-Picking Academy. Your talent is exceptionally outstanding, and it aligns perfectly with our institution. Should you choose to join the Star-Picking Academy, you will receive an abundance of resources," she continued. "Furthermore, you will have the opportunity to accompany me, and I can secure 100,000 points for you from the Academy, an amount that holds the purchasing power of 10 million dragon coins in the outside world. Additionally, with your innate abilities, you could gain exceptional access to the Star-Picking Tower, a place teeming with treasures, elixirs, and countless skills, a dream for many. Lastly, you may approach me with any inquiries, and there will be a chance to compete for the position of Star-Picking Prodigy. Consider it." Song Yushir extended her olive branch directly. In contrast, Zhao Wuji, previously immobilized, now seemed inconsequential. In truth, she could have forcibly taken Mo with her. The reason she refrained was her awareness of the bald man standing behind Mo. He caught her gaze and grinned, nonchalantly smoothing non-existent hair. Striking a pose he deemed impressive, Song Yushir quickly averted her eyes. This man was formidable. A pure martial artist? When had such a figure emerged from the Mountain Academy? She had no recollection. Was her knowledge perhaps too limited? As her words lingered in the air, the surrounding students widened their eyes in astonishment. Just moments ago, they were embroiled in conflict, and now, they were being granted a free pass? The lavish conditions she offered ignited a fervor within them. Joining this academy promised not only wealth, but also unexpected benefits. The Star-Picking Academy. It was the renowned academy of City number 7, housing the greatest array of extraordinary abilities, ranking among the top 10 academies of the large cities. Not only would a genius thrive there, but even those deemed incompetent could be transformed into geniuses through the academy's vast resources and educational framework. Moreover, judging by the woman's demeanor, her standing within the Star-Picking Academy appeared quite significant. What was Mo waiting for? What was there to deliberate? He should choose immediately. Why hesitate? It was utterly infuriating. Meanwhile, the instructor from the first high school who had initially approached the Star-Picking Academy stood behind Song Yushir, his expression a mix of urgency and disbelief. They both sensed that the olive branch offered by this dean was insufficiently substantial. Indeed, it lacked heft. Currently, the fierce competition for two SS-level talents came from the Mountain Academy of City Number 25, which had not been visited in decades. It too was among the top 10 academies, boasting formidable strength. Although it had recently experienced some decline, its foundation remained robust. Moreover, they emphasized that Bayamo had no background. With this alone, the academy should firmly secure Bayamo. He had the potential to become a true asset to the academy in the future, a rarity that other talents could not rival. Across the vast expanse of the land, SS-level talents were exceedingly rare. To possess such talent without any background was akin to finding a lantern in broad daylight. In comparison to the elusive SS-level talent Li Qingyi, Bayamo must be brought back at all costs. Yet, the two were puzzled as to why the academy had sent this particular dean. It wasn't he that Song Yushi lacked strength. On the contrary, her prowess was formidable, and her status was beyond compare. So much so that they felt her involvement in this matter was unwarranted. At that moment, tension permeated the air. The students in the audience felt a surge of anxiety for Bayamo, as if they were experiencing his internal struggle. The academy instructors were keen to observe how two equally powerful academies vied for this prize. Zhao Wuji was taken aback by the unfolding events, instinctively feeling anxious. Meanwhile, Bayamo himself found it disconcerting that a stranger had suddenly appeared beside him. Who wouldn't feel tense in such a situation? The bald man regarded him with a cold, indifferent expression, making Bayamo feel as though he might be struck at any moment. This was utterly absurd. He didn't even know this man. And what of the lord of the city? Did he not sense the sudden presence of someone beside this top scholar? Lord, have you not noticed at all? If someone from city number 11 sought to harm him, Bayamo would be less apprehensive, for the lord was present. With the two beams of golden light from the third high school, such an incident could not be concealed. If anything were to happen to him, the lord would undoubtedly face severe consequences. This was not difficult to comprehend. Suddenly, the bald man beside him abruptly wrapped his arm around his neck, colliding their foreheads together. His expression dark and foreboding. Kid, I hail from Jinshan Academy, and I now extend an invitation for you to join our institution. I am a person of fragile disposition, suffering from severe depression, unable to withstand any further blows. Take your time to contemplate your response. Bayamo struggled weakly a couple of times, only to surrender thereafter. The powerful arm seemed as unyielding as 10,000 tons of steel, securing him firmly in place. How he had been captured remained a mystery to him. Gazing at the bald man's sinister smile, an unsettling chill crept into his heart. Damn it, even in this predicament, why is there no one to intervene? What do you mean by being fragile? Nonetheless, Jinshan Academy is one of the top 10 academies and boasts a long-standing history of over 200 years. The world has undergone monumental changes over the past 400 years. In this expanse of time, countless schools and cities have risen and fallen into oblivion. An institution with a 200-year legacy should not be underestimated. Yet, according to his recollection, Jinshan Academy had not set foot in City 11 for over a decade. Was this bald man truly from Jinshan Academy? At that moment, a cool voice emerged from behind Bayamo. I wish to join Jinshan Academy. Both Bayamo and the bald man turned in unison, their eyes widening in astonishment. Bayamo was taken aback because he had already been abducted. How could Li Qingyi not perceive that? What kind of legitimate mentor resorts to such almost rogue tactics? In the next instant, the bald man grinned widely, raising his other arm and tapping two fingers on his forehead before extending them forward with a carefree demeanor. Welcome to Jinshan Academy. My name is Chunyu, you as in wandering through mountains and rivers. From this day forth, I shall be your guardian. Bayamo. Chapter 22. The humanoid intercontinental missile. Bayamo felt a sudden bewilderment in his mind. What is happening? Have I already chosen a prestigious academy? Is this a tad hasty? You could at least ask for my opinion. However, being embraced by the bald man made it difficult for him to ascertain the identity of this individual, and he hesitated to voice his thoughts. He believed someone would intervene out of urgency. Yet, in the next moment, two voices echoed in unison. We object. It was the two mentors from the Zhaixing Academy, their gazes sharp and unfriendly as they glared at the bald man. Are you not being a bit overbearing? The student hasn't even agreed, and you've already taken hold of him. How does that differ from a street thug? The middle-aged man, who had been sent flying earlier and lay in the flower bed for quite a while, spoke indignantly. His fists clenched, his face slightly reddening. Under the scrutinizing eyes of so many, being struck down by that bald man without a shred of resistance had utterly humiliated the academy. Yet, that was due to the bald man's superior prowess. There was nothing he could do. But now, a high-level ability user had arrived at their academy, and it was time to restore their dignity. Not only that, they must also bring Bayamo, whose identity was pristine, back with them. Meanwhile, Song Yushi cast her gaze once more toward the bald man, Chenyu. She reflected for a long while, yet could not recall any impression of this individual. Nonetheless, he emanated a peculiar aura, as if what she perceived was not his true visage, but rather a fade he wore. With that in mind, Song Yushi ceased her ponderings and directly addressed Bayamo. Bayamo, Our Jiaxing Academy is home to the most ability users, making it undoubtedly the most suitable choice for you. You are likely familiar with the Jinshan Academy as well, although they boast a specialized academy for abilities. Their focus is predominantly on combat, while we excel in the development of abilities. She then added, I kindly request that this mentor from Jinshan Academy releases him, allowing Bai Mo to make his own decision. The bald man, Chenyu, chuckled and then released Bai Mo, patting him on the shoulder with a relaxed demeanor. Kid, choose for yourself. Jinshan Academy indeed emphasizes combat, but we have our own unique insights into the development of abilities. Bai Mo shook his neck, initially refraining from making a choice, and instead posed a question to the man. What kind of benefits would I receive if I attended Jinshan Academy? Upon hearing the word benefits, the two mentors standing behind Song Yushi immediately interjected, Bai Mo, should you choose Jiaxing Academy? I believe the conditions mentioned by Dean Song are merely the basics. You understand the rarity of SS-level talent, and Jiaxing Academy will certainly spare no effort in nurturing you. I cannot guarantee absolutely, but several vice deans will undoubtedly take you under their wing. Bai Mo smiled politely at their words, and then turned his attention back to the bald man. At that moment, Chenyu appeared rather nonchalant, stretching his hands behind his head, yawning lazily. I may not be the one making decisions, but with your SS talent, you will certainly have your food and accommodation covered. I can assure you of that. The mere mention of food and accommodation left everyone present momentarily stunned. It even caused the city lord, Yuan Shan, to twitch at the corner of his mouth. It was no exaggeration, they were all individuals of status and influence, and it had been ages since they had heard such terms. The conditions offered by the bald man, which seemed utterly disconnected from the notion of benefits, left even Zhao Wuji staring at Chenyu with a bewildered expression, as if to question, are you jesting? Yet in the next moment, a voice broke through the stunned silence, leaving those around agape. All right, I will go to Jinshan Academy. Bai Mo nodded affirmatively. Chenyu was initially taken aback, but then he gave Bai Mo a thumbs up. Kid, you have good taste. You do possess a certain flair, though you're still a bit lacking compared to me. Bai Mo replied calmly, I will catch up to you. Chenyu feigned a look of alarm, stepping back a half step, genuinely impressed. What lofty aspirations you have. At that moment, Bai Mo's expression suddenly shifted as he regarded the bald man earnestly, posing a serious query. I have heard that Jinshan Academy has a tradition, that if a student engages in a brawl outside and loses to an opponent of equal rank, it is deemed their own misfortune for lacking skill. However, if the opponent is of a higher realm, they are to call upon others for assistance, right? Chenyu seemed to take this as a compliment, running his hands over his bald head. Indeed. Upon seeing Chenyu nod, Zhao Wuji instinctively furrowed his brow. He was reluctant to engage physically with this bald man. Though he was only a 4th tier, the Jinshan Academy had a notorious reputation for being difficult to contend with. Very well, Bai Mo nodded, pointing at Zhao Wuji. I do not know his tier, but he surely surpasses mine. Just moments ago, he not only intended to harm me, but also boasted about killing me. Is that permissible? This is not merely a personal attack, it is an affront to the academy. Chenyu wore a look of sudden understanding. Glancing at Bai Mo and pointing at Zhao Wuji, you want me to deal with him? Bai Mo unabashedly nodded, absolutely. Upholding our fine tradition. Jinshan Academy cannot possibly allow our chosen students to be bullied by others, can they? Truth be told, I do not mind suffering a little injustice, but if this matter spreads, it would reflect poorly on us. He had meticulously observed that when the city lord noticed the bald man beside him, there was a glint of discontent in his eyes. Moreover, the bald man regarded the mysteriously appearing Song Yushi with an indifferent gaze. This individual was undoubtedly formidable. Taking Bai Mo's words into consideration, Chenyu nodded thoughtfully. All right, let us take him down. His tone was utterly casual, showing no regard for Zhao Wuji, a 5th tier. Zhao Wuji's expression darkened, his eyes glinting with malice. The bald man's tone had rendered him as insignificant as refuse. With his plans thwarted and his pride wounded, he felt humiliated. He was Zhao Wuji, the underground emperor of City 11. If he could not contend with that woman from Jiaxing Academy, could he not overpower a mere 4th tier bald man? He stepped forward, spat on the ground, and sneered. No wonder Jinshan Academy has declined in recent years. It seems the teachers they recruit are of your ilk, and yet there are still foolish creatures who blindly follow you to that pitiful place for comfort. I've seen foolishness before, but never anything quite like you. Bang! The spectators heard a deafening crack in the air, and the ground of the awakening stone tablet square trembled violently, as if being forcefully overturned. The student who had just stepped forward to defend Bai Mo was sent flying like a leaf in the wind. Then, an invisible force shielded them. As the chaotic ground continued to quake, the figure seated high above merely stomped their foot lightly. The overwhelming force that had torn through the awakening stone tablet square halted instantly, quelling any further disruption. The chaotic terrain returned to tranquility, almost dreamlike. The tremendous force that had wreaked havoc was effortlessly dissipated. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Wuji, who had just been standing, found himself beneath someone's foot. His entire body felt limp as if turned to mud, his eyes only half open. His fingers instinctively sought something to grasp. And he lay there, barely clinging to life. At this moment, Bayemo stood before a deep pit that had seemingly appeared out of thin air. A profound sense of shock enveloped his heart. Even with the Susanu's skeletal form shielding his body, the earth and debris overwhelmed his ankles. At that moment, the entire square had been utterly transformed. The seats of the stone-carved amphitheater turned upside down. Yet, upon glimpsing the scene below, his heart trembled once more. For this was the essence of a high-level practitioner. Below in the pit, Chinyu stood with one foot planted on the figure beneath him, casually stroking his bald head as he gazed up at the astonished Bayemo, his expression serene. Am I not handsome? Am I not formidable? Bayemo, after a brief silence, gave a thumbs up, looking towards the bald man in the pit. Indeed, both handsome and powerful. The pit appeared to be over 10 meters deep, its breadth astonishing. What realm of cultivation was this person in? With a single strike, he had altered the very landscape. He was nothing short of a humanoid intercontinental missile. Moreover, it seemed he was still holding back his strength. Thus concluded the awakening ceremony, an event destined to be recorded in the annals of City 11's history. Zhao Wuji fainted shortly after, and upon the arrival of the rescue team, it was reported that nearly every bone in his body was shattered. From this perspective, Zhao Wuji was indeed formidable. He had withstood an assault more powerful than a missile, and yet survived. After exchanging a few words with Bayemo and Li Qingyi, the bald man, Chinyu, ascended into the air and vanished from sight. Li Qingyi cast a glance at Bayemo before turning to leave. Seizing the moment while everyone was still in shock, Bayemo activated his body technique and fled the school with remarkable speed. He bore part of the responsibility for the pit's creation. He had to escape. He was far too impoverished to afford the consequences. The S-class gifted individuals from First Middle School had joined the Star Picking Academy, while the remaining students were absorbed by other institutions. After selecting the students, the two mentors from Star Picking Academy appeared notably despondent. The middle-aged man hesitated for a while before addressing Song Yushi. Director Song, did we fall short in some way? Why did Bayemo not choose? Not only the middle-aged man, but the youth beside the woman also inquired with a youthful lilt. Sister, what was that fellow thinking? Why did he ultimately choose the Jinshan Academy? And who was that bald man? Surely he must be a high-level warrior? Although he appeared as a youth, he was, in fact, a young woman. Upon hearing this, Song Yushi shook her head, refraining from answering the young woman's question. Instead, she left the others in stunned silence with a single remark. I believe he does not wish to be a caged bird. A caged bird. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The Academy invests vast resources into nurturing you, seemingly without requiring anything in return. Yet, the true cost of many things is seldom visible. As for the hidden price, that is left to fate. In this harsh reality, how could there be free lunches? Furthermore, there was an unspoken thought that Song Yushi chose not to voice. That was the moment Fingjing made her move. She had noticed the figure high above. At that instant, her heart trembled. She was certain she was not mistaken. There was no one else in the world who possessed such a unique aura, nor dared to impersonate him. But how could he possibly be present here? A myriad of thoughts swirled in Song Yushi's mind. She wondered if Bayemo had already been arranged by that individual. Not long ago, she had unexpectedly received a task from the Academy to head to Mount Wuliang, and upon passing through City 11, witnessing two SS-class geniuses, she found it hard to believe. Yet, upon noticing the figure seated at the highest point, she felt that the two SS-class geniuses were not quite as extraordinary as she had initially perceived. Chapter 23. How did my buddy trend on social media? The following day, at 9 in the morning, dappled sunlight filtered through the weathered redwood windowsill, spilling into the room. The cramped space was far from tidy, yet it exuded a sense of simplicity. A young man lay sideways on the bed, a blanket draped over his abdomen, peacefully lost in slumber. As the sunlight gradually kissed his face, Bayemo, reluctant to awaken, shifted slightly and opened his eyes. A glance at the alarm clock by his bedside revealed it was 9:32. Cursing under his breath, he sprang up like a startled fish, hastily dressing himself. However, as he slipped on his shoes, it dawned on him that he had graduated from high school just yesterday. A moment of panic surged within him, quickly followed by a sense of relief. Seated at the edge of the bed, Bayemo murmured to himself. The previous day had been a whirlwind of events. He had awakened memories from a past life, unlocked his extraordinary abilities, faced accusations from Zhao Tianyi, and subsequently revealed his SS-level talent, which he had decisively dealt with. His entry into the Jinshan Academy felt vividly fresh in his mind, as if it had transpired merely moments ago. After a brief moment of contemplation, a smile crept upon Bayemo's lips. Although he still felt a sense of detachment from this world, the prospect of having a family background would surely diminish that feeling, potentially transforming it into a sense of belonging. The newfound power to protect himself was undeniably reassuring. His decision to join Jinshan Academy was not a mere impulse. As one of the top 10 academies, Bayemo possessed ample knowledge about it. With its long-standing history nestled in the northwestern region, the academy's specific focus on training systems was of little consequence to him. He had already charted his own path for developing his abilities and did not require external guidance. The illustrious names of the past echoed in his mind: the king of dance, Uchiha Madara, and the god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama. His developmental trajectory was crystal clear. Ultimately, the primary reason for choosing Jinshan Academy was its remarkable freedom and its proximity to Baiyuan, a major city. What is Baiyuan? It is said to be a region rife with hidden realms, often referred to as a human forbidden zone. If he wished to swiftly enhance his template fusion, Jinshan Academy would undoubtedly be his optimal choice. Instead of attending the Xingxing Academy to diligently study theoretical knowledge and engage in minor trials to acquire treasures for elevation, he preferred to delve directly into the hidden realms. Furthermore, after successfully navigating sufficient hidden realms at Jinshan Academy, he would be exempt from military service and could ascend in rank, transitioning from a mere soldier to a general or reclaiming his status as a free man, able to join any organization except for cults. This single advantage could not be offered by Xingxing Academy, and only Jinshan Academy possessed such a privilege. Reaching for his phone tucked beneath his pillow, Baiyuan noted its age. Its screen remained intact, though the back bore a peculiar curve. It was more a malfunctioning searching device than a proper phone, having been passed through numerous hands. Upon opening a social networking app, he discovered a staggering 99 notifications awaiting him. Most were from fellow students, along with some unfamiliar names. Yet the actual count exceeded 99, with the display merely capping at that limit. At that moment, a trending topic flashed across his screen, akin to a daily news broadcast. Baiyuan clicked on it. 1. Congratulations. In the northwestern region, between two second-tier cities and behind a major city, city number 11 has witnessed the emergence of two SS-level ability users. 2. According to the latest news, border conflicts have erupted again between the southern Chu kingdom and our nation, prompting us to issue a warning and detain the invading soldiers from Chu. 3. 1 week ago, a spatial rift appeared unexpectedly on the slopes of Wuliang Mountain. Investigations are ongoing. 4. The enigmatic city number 11. Insiders reveal that it has not seen an S-level talent emerge in over 50 years. Yet this year, not only has an S-level talent appeared, but astonishingly, two SS-level ability users have also emerged. 5. The latest probability estimate suggests that the occurrence of SS-level ability users in major cities is less than 1 in 100 million. 6. Shocking. The identities of the two prodigies from city number 11 have been kept under wraps. Exclusive insider information reveals that one of them eliminated a contaminator with thunderous force on the spot. Among the first 6 trending topics, for pertain to city no. 11, the last one even mentioned him. Goodness, had he truly made it to the trending list? Curiously, it was the third trending topic that piqued his interest. Wuliang Mountain, located approximately 50 kilometers from city number 11, was a vast mining vein, serving as an energy supply for several neighboring cities, with a small town heavily guarded. The emergence of a spatial rift in such a location? He pondered whether the bald man, Qin Yu, had departed due to this very matter. Moreover, why had this spatial rift only been reported today when it had appeared a week ago? If not for this trending topic, he would have remained oblivious to the rift's existence. After perusing the trending topics, Baiyuan tucked his phone into his pocket. What kind of events make it to the trending list? Such occurrences are typically improbable or extraordinary in nature. Rising from the bed, he rummaged beneath the cabinet for a mask and hat, donning a simple disguise. With the bald man absent, these days were a rare opportunity for his freedom. He had several tasks to accomplish, beginning with the creation of the Impure World Reincarnation Scroll. Damn it, why did crafting the Impure World Reincarnation Scroll require materials? In the anime, Orochimaru or Kabuto only needed a living sacrifice to perform the technique. Yet for him, he had to gather specific materials to create the scroll for this forbidden technique. However, one aspect had been optimized. He no longer needed to seek out living sacrifices. Instead, he could directly resurrect a corpse using a completed scroll. The downside was that these materials were not easily obtainable. Materials for the Impure World Reincarnation Scroll: body of a 100-legged ghost face bug, twisted heart of a tree, head of a living corpse. These items were not particularly rare. Yet ordinary channels would yield nothing. Purchasing them from a merchant or specialty store would undoubtedly be a painful financial endeavor, possibly necessitating a loan. However, there was one place where such peculiar items could be found, and the prices would be manageable: the black market. Upon returning home yesterday, the city lord, Yuan Shan, had gifted him and Li Qingyi each a card containing 100,000 yuan, wishing them good fortune and hopeful for the emergence of SS-level ability users in City No. 11 in the future. Baiyuan glanced at himself in the mirror, surveyed the area downstairs, closed the door, and descended. In this world, the dead were treated with reverence, often preserved or restored to honor the deceased. Once he successfully performed the Impure World Reincarnation, he would hold a powerful trump card in his hand. He wondered how long it would take to master the summoning technique. Combining Impure World Reincarnation with summoning would give birth to an unparalleled bodyguard. Amen. The Buddha shall forgive me, although there is no Buddha in this world. Chapter 24. Encircled by 6 by MO resided in a house situated within an old district. A place so dilapidated that its condition defied description. Each time he glanced upward, the overhead wires crisscrossed chaotically, resembling some indescribable entity, leading by MO to suspect that the electricians here had been influenced by the Western Cthulhu mythos. How else could such tangled lines be explained? Navigating through a dimly lit alley, Mo finally encountered illumination, obscured as it was by the dense network of wires above, further shielded by several rain awnings. After adjusting his hat and mask, he lowered the brim to shield his face, allowing only a narrow view ahead. Despite having recently surged to trending status, no personal information about him had been disclosed, not even his name. One must commend the city lord of District 11 for his prowess. Yet, it was evident that there was a more formidable force controlling the media. Although many had seen him yesterday, his name had not surfaced amidst the trending discussions. As Mo prepared to depart the old district, he suddenly slowed his pace. The street transformed into a small marketplace, where residents typically engaged in commerce at this hour. However, the thoroughfare was desolate, devoid of the familiar local inhabitants, replaced instead by 6 figures standing imposingly in the center, seemingly awaiting his arrival. The individual at the edge removed his cap, his piercing gaze locking onto Mo. "You are Mo, aren't you? No need to deny it. Even with your hat and mask, we recognize you." Mo's eyes flickered as he removed his mask. "You seek me for something?" Indeed, these individuals had come to find him. Among the 6, one young man wielding a baseball bat smirked, adopting a tone reminiscent of a street thug. "We have a minor favor to ask of you. We wish to borrow your..." But before he could finish, Mo interjected dismissively. "I have no time for that. I'm not interested in helping." The youth's expression darkened, raising the bat threateningly. "You think you're quite something, huh? Just because you've awakened an SS-level talent, you believe yourself superior? Do you know that there are greater forces out there? Believe it or not, I could break one of your legs in an instant." Mo had spoken lightly, yet the youth's words were clearly intended to provoke. Unfazed by the baseball bat or the 5 others accompanying the young man, Mo continued to step forward. "If you're looking for trouble, then come at me directly. If not, then leave." "Us leave? How arrogant." The youth slammed his bat onto the ground, his eyes wild with rage as the cobblestones cracked beneath the impact. In the shadows, Liao Wensong, the captain of the city enforcement team, crouched behind a loft, observing the scene below. A subordinate whispered, "Captain, should we not inform the city lord? These individuals are either affluent or influential, and Mo is no exception. If a conflict arises..." Without turning, Liao muttered, "If trouble brews, we'll call the police. I'm merely a spectator." The subordinate, bewildered, replied, "Aren't we the police?" Afterward, Liao activated the body camera affixed to his shoulder, instructing his team, "Keep an eye on the surroundings. If things escalate, apprehend those 6 individuals immediately." The subordinate hesitated but complied, understood. A wave of unease washed over him. The 6 youths were not from District 11. It was rumored they had flown in overnight. The luxury of such travel indicated their considerable status. Mo faced the 6 with composure, assessing their capabilities. He sensed their strength was not overwhelming, likely only reaching the level of a polluted Zhaotiani. They were not fresh awakenings, yet their power did not ascend to the 2nd tier. Excellent. Experience points were on the way. As he activated his Sharingan, his pace quickened. While the 6 prepared their stances, the youth with the bat smirked, stepping forward and brandishing his weapon. "You need not intervene. I will handle this myself. Today, I shall teach this country bumpkin a lesson about the hierarchy of strength." In an instant, the youth's skin began to ripple, emitting a faint red glow as his clothing tore apart, transforming him into a towering figure over 2 meters tall, muscles bulging with power. It was not an exaggeration to believe he could fell a large yak with a single blow. The baseball bat now appeared perfectly suited to his size. Mo smiled subtly. "Growing larger? Alas, you are still insufficient." The transformed youth lunged forward like a charging bear, bat poised for a strike, veins bulging in his arms. "Don't die beneath this blow." One of the 6, a blonde, muttered, "This fool, leading with his powers, he might actually kill someone." The central figure, exuding confidence, calmly remarked, "No worries. Big Dog knows how to pull his punches. Besides, someone with an SS-level talent won't be that weak. A single hit will only put him out for a few days." Indeed, they merely intended to intimidate him, hoping to scare him away from Zhenshan Academy, not anticipating that he would provoke Big Dog's ire. The blonde nodded, raising his hands in surrender. Mo exhaled, positioning himself as if preparing to strike. He did not flinch or evade the impending blow, and when he lifted his gaze, a look of disdain played on his lips. This expression of contempt only fueled the youth's fury, prompting him to leap high into the air, intent on delivering a severe lesson to this rustic adversary. However, he was cautious not to inflict real harm. Should he genuinely injure Mo, it would only bring trouble upon himself. His father would be unable to shield him from the consequences. The reputation of Zhenshan Academy was formidable, within the same tier. Sparring was permissible, but intentionally injuring a student was a different matter entirely, one he could not bear the repercussions of, even as a person of standing in the community. Yet in the next moment, The furious youth froze, his expression turning to one of shock. What was that? A skeletal frame wreathed in ethereal blue flames erupted from Baimon's body. In the blink of an eye, the blue skeletal structure elongated into a colossal, 3-meter-long arm, enveloping Baimon. With a swift upward motion, the skeletal arm towered above the youth, then descended forcefully upon him. The airborne youth smirked. Is this your power? Creating such a massive construct with energy? It's all show and no substance, akin to a paper tiger. You dare to underestimate me? Yet the moment the Susanu's skeletal arm met the baseball bat, the youth's expression shifted dramatically. He had assumed that a single blow would dissipate Baimon's abilities, only to discover how gravely mistaken he was. With a resounding crash, the youth was immediately subdued by the skeletal arm. The cobblestones of the street splintered, fissures erupting like popcorn beneath him. The towering youth, wielding the baseball bat, dropped to one knee, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. With both hands bracing against the colossal Susanu framework, heavy as a mountain, he incredulously lifted his gaze. You little brat, he began, only to be met with a resounding slap from the Susanu structure. Bang! The towering youth was instantly sent flying by the force of the blow, only to be caught by the 5 individuals behind him. As he came to a halt, his rage erupted. How could he, now at the 4th stage of the first rank, be struck down by a mere novice who had only just awakened? It had to be a deception, surely a mere accident. This country bumpkin had only awakened yesterday, and today he had the audacity to send him flying with a single slap. If word of this spread, how would he ever maintain his standing? However, the subsequent words from Baimo left the tall youth momentarily stunned. Stop dawdling. All 6 of you attack together. I am pressed for time. Chapter 25. Good grief. Is this an ability user? The calm voice of Baimo fell upon the ears of the 6 individuals. Undeniably a blatant mockery. Who were these 6? Among the younger generation in the second-tier city, city number 13, they were prominent figures. Not only were they exceptional in their own right, being practitioners themselves, but their families also held considerable influence within the city. The resources at their disposal were beyond the imagination of ordinary folk. Upon learning of the 2 beams of golden light soaring into the sky from city number 11 yesterday, they were inevitably shaken. Yet, it was merely a fleeting shock. As practitioners, they inherently understood the principles of cultivating the mind. However, when news emerged that a mentor from the Jinshan Academy had recruited 2 students in city number 11, the poised young man, Fu Gaofeng, could no longer maintain his composure. Standing in the midst of the 6, his expression turned slightly grave. Each year, the Jinshan Academy had a limited number of student admissions. 2 years prior, his family had pulled strings for him. His grandfather had personally approached an old friend, expending considerable effort to secure him a spot in the student roster. Though his foundation had been unstable in his youth, through diligent training and the supplementation of various medicinal herbs, he had now surpassed the majority of his peers in the same tier. It is not an exaggeration to say that among the younger generation of martial artists in city number 13, none could rival him. Now, if he could enter the Jinshan Academy and receive its teachings and the guidance of high-tier martial artists, his future achievements would undoubtedly propel him into the ranks of the extraordinary. Most importantly, City No. 25 was adjacent to Buyuan, a natural sanctuary for physical cultivation, an aspirational destination for every practitioner in the martial arts system. Training there felt almost divine. Yet, to his dismay, he was informed yesterday afternoon that his spot had been ousted. This meant he could not formally enter the Jinshan Academy, rendering all his previous efforts futile. Through inquiries, his family swiftly grasped the situation in city number 11. However, the more they learned, the more reluctant they became to press for a resolution. Ultimately, they sent him, a mere junior, to convince one of the individuals to withdraw, relinquishing their spot. As for why they chose Baimo, Fu Gaofeng was unsure. It was likely because this fellow had no background, making him easier to deal with later. For the sake of his future, he had to act against his moral compass. Yet, he never anticipated that this newly awakened Baimo would possess such formidable strength. Kid, that last round doesn't count. I was careless. Let's go again, shouted the burly youth who had been sent flying. The blond youth among the 6 held him back. Big dog, don't act rashly. This kid is quite peculiar. At that moment, Fu Gaofeng stepped forward and inquired of Baimo, was that blue skeletal form your ability? Baimo raised an eyebrow. You don't know? Fu Gaofeng shook his head, genuinely unaware. Baimo understood then. He did not wish for anyone to deduce his abilities. Nevertheless, no one could guess correctly. He possessed 2 abilities. Having witnessed one demonstrated, he now felt a curiosity about these 6 individuals. We're not acquainted, yet it appears you are here specifically to confront me. Would you mind enlightening me? Fu Gaofeng nodded, not concealing anything. You took my spot. Spot? What spot? Baimo was momentarily taken aback. The tall youth wielding a baseball bat scoffed. Stop playing coy. Isn't the spot at the Jinshan Academy yours to claim? Kid, I didn't expect you, an ability user, to seek admission to the Jinshan Academy. You really have some nerve. It seems you are simply looking for trouble with us. Baimo stood dumbfounded for a moment, then blurted out, is this thing something you can just seize? He hadn't taken anything. The bald man wore a sinister smile. asking him if he wished to join the Jinshan Academy. One might mistake it for a gang initiation ceremony. The tall youth was infuriated, preparing to strike. But Fu Gaofeng restrained him, addressing Bai Mo directly. I've trained in martial arts since I was 8, honing my physique for dozens of hours daily. By 17, I comprehended the essence of boxing. My current level is at the first stage, 6th tier, though I am capable of breaking through to the second stage. Fu Gaofeng's expression turned serious as he clasped his fists toward Bai Mo. I am Fu Gaofeng, a martial artist. I challenge you to a duel, and I will restrain my strength to the first stage, 1st tier. Should I win, you must withdraw from the Jinshan Academy, and I will offer you compensation. Bai Mo's expression grew perplexed. Who on earth sent these individuals? Were they deliberately trying to provoke him? However, Fu Gaofeng adjusted his breathing and suppressed his strength. In a close-range battle, a martial artist could typically overpower an ability user. If he didn't moderate his power, he might seriously injure Bai Mo, leading to an embarrassing situation. Just as he prepared to strike, Bai Mo suddenly gestured for a pause. Wait. Fu Gaofeng exhaled, thinking Bai Mo was conceding. A wise choice. He didn't feel any shame for Bai Mo. He could have easily defeated the burly youth earlier. Bai Mo chuckled. Not at all. Since you wish to challenge me, that means you're wasting my time. My time is worth money, and I find this arrangement rather unfair. Fu Gaofeng frowned. What do you propose? Bai Mo shrugged. Given your attire, it is evident you hail from affluent families. Empty your pockets, and I will accept your challenge. Knowing these individuals wouldn't back down easily, he decided to make them incur additional losses. Fu Gaofeng, unwilling to squander any more time, exchanged glances with the others, prompting the 5 to produce their wealth and place it beside a pillar. Bai Mo glanced over, his expression complex, estimating there were about 100,000. These damn rich second-generation youths. Why wasn't he one of them? He turned back to Fu Gaofeng, his demeanor considerably softened. Boss, don't hold back. You can use your full strength against me. It was uncertain whether Fu Gaofeng absorbed this advice, but the latter moved nonetheless. At this moment, the blonde youth grinned, suggesting a bet. How many moves do you think it will take for Brother Feng to take this kid down? A lanky individual languidly interjected, 5 moves. At least from a distance, considering Brother Feng has suppressed his strength to the first stage, 1st tier. The first youth to speak stretched. I hope this kid is wise enough to avoid letting a martial artist close in. Otherwise, with Brother Feng's punch, he could easily knock him flat. The tall youth scoffed disdainfully. I just don't know what his ability is. I want to figure it out first, otherwise, he'll be crying out for help after that last hit. As they continued to wager, martial artist Fu Gaofeng felt his strength surging. In mere moments, he transformed into a predator, lunging at his prey with tremendous force, crossing dozens of meters in just 2 breaths. Then his body tensed, and he unleashed a straight punch towards Bai Mo. Before the punch arrived, the gust of wind it generated was already upon them. Sensing the impending blow, Bai Mo twisted his body, evading the punch, while simultaneously delivering a strike to Fu Gaofeng's abdomen. His fist was surprisingly swift, and Fu Gaofeng managed to dodge Bai Mo's punch, his eyes widening in astonishment. Wasn't he an ability user? How could he possess such agility? With renewed fervor, the exchanges between the two grew increasingly intense. Within a few breaths, they had already exchanged over a dozen blows. As the two engaged in combat, the 5 onlookers and the hidden enforcement team were thoroughly astonished. Has the world truly changed so drastically? Or have they, in broad daylight, encountered a specter? A seemingly fragile ability user grappling with a humanoid behemoth? This was akin to a mage and a warrior competing in a test of physical prowess within a game. Truly, it felt as if they were witnessing a ghost. Among them, the leader of the hidden enforcement team stammered, Boss, I recall. Bai Mo is the ability user, right? The enforcement captain, Liao Wensong, nodded stiffly, a wave of immense relief washing over him. Grateful that he had sent his foolish nephew to apologize. With a gust of wind accompanying the punch, it came crashing towards Bai Mo, yet in his eyes, it appeared to move in slow motion. At that moment, Bai Mo felt he had justified the appearance fee. Suddenly, his figure shifted, unleashing all his might. A punch struck directly at Fu Gaofeng's chest, causing the latter's expression to shift dramatically as a surge of boxing intent erupted from him, his power no longer restrained. Swiftly adjusting his stance to counter Bai Mo's blow, the dull thud of their fists colliding echoed. After a solid exchange, Bai Mo was forced back 5 or 6 steps, while Fu Gaofeng barely retreated half a step. Bai Mo shook his right hand, the impact of that strike causing a dull ache in his fist. From this exchange, it was evident that he was outmatched by Fu Gaofeng. This was not due to Uchiha Madara's martial arts being weak, but rather his own realm being insufficient, his physical prowess unable to keep pace. Even though he had reacted in time during the previous move, his body could not follow suit. Were it not for the enhancement of templates and ability recovery, he would have hesitated to trade blows with this individual. However, his strength was not solely reliant on physical combat. For instance, Susanoo held significant merit in this regard. Now, let the outcome be determined. At this moment, Fu Gaofeng clenched his teeth, his eyes fixated on Bai Mo. What manner of monster is this? How can an ability user possess such martial skill? After over a decade of practicing his fist techniques, how could he not subdue an ability user? Typically, any martial artist facing an ability user, once they close the distance, the ability user would be as helpless as a newly hatched chick, easily manipulated. Yet, why could he not seem to overpower this one? Moreover, he had invoked his boxing intent, contradicting his earlier promise. He was a pure martial artist at the 6th stage of the first tier, yet he felt confident he was on the verge of advancing to the 2nd tier. But, why could this novice hold his ground against him? Fu Gaofeng felt his understanding of the world beginning to unravel. Chapter 26. The Defiant Guardian. In the face of 6 temporary bosses, Bai Mo chose to remain silent. With a simple sweep of his Susanoo skeleton, he sent the nearly collapsing Fu Gaofeng flying. He then nonchalantly pocketed the hundreds of thousands in cash beside the pillar and departed swiftly. There are many good people in the world. One can only hope to encounter such benefactors daily. Regarding Fu Gaofeng's claim that he had snatched his opportunity, Bai Mo was indifferent. Setting aside the question of whether he had indeed taken it, the very notion of opportunity was inherently competitive, neither good nor bad. Furthermore, had he truly stolen it? He was merely invited by the Jinshan Academy. He reached into his pocket, feeling the substantial thickness of the cash, and couldn't help but hum softly. To admit it, in his 2 lives, this was the first time he had touched such a sum of cash. The alluring thickness and the reassuring weight in his pocket were indeed captivating. In truth, the technique of Edo Tensei requires 3 specific items. Had he entrusted them to the captain of the law enforcement team he met yesterday, he would not have needed to venture out at all. But it was unnecessary. He was not familiar with that individual, given their unique status. Bai Mo felt a degree of caution. Moreover, he had no particular tasks at hand and viewed this as an opportunity to broaden his horizons. After all, he had only heard of the black market but had never visited it, much like the disreputable establishments on Earth. System, open the panel, Bai Mo commanded with a thought. Host, Bai Mo. Template, Uchiha Madara 11 fusion rate. Battle achievements increase fusion rate. Abilities, Edo Tensei, Uchiha Madara's peak taijutsu, fire release, great fireball technique, eye technique, Susanoo skeleton. Lightning release, Chidori, special ability, Lord of Akiji, evolvable. Special ability capabilities, healing technique, withering trees revived, rampant flora, realm, 1st stage. 1 segment. Note, the host's strength cannot be accurately referenced by realm. Emotional value, 10, 660. Organization space has been unlocked. Glancing at the displayed information, Bai Mo felt a twinge of disappointment. Aside from a slight increase in emotional value, the fusion rate showed no progress whatsoever. What, then, were the system's criteria for battle? After he had killed Zhao Tianyi with Chidori, his template fusion rate had increased by 1, and he had advanced from the 1st stage to the 1st stage, 1 segment. Yet, despite having engaged in combat moments ago and facing 2 opponents, the fusion rate remained unchanged. Could it be that the recent battle was too effortless? If that were the case, it did seem plausible. The youth whose physique had suddenly grown towering was, in Bai Mo's eyes, rather unimpressive. As for Fu Gaofeng, had he unleashed his full strength against Bai Mo, it was uncertain whether he would have emerged victorious. The man's punches were remarkably powerful. After exchanging a blow with him, Shufu appeared unfazed. A martial artist at the 6th segment of the 1st stage was, indeed, not to be underestimated. However, a new feature, the organization space, had been added to the panel. He had entered it once yesterday, spending a considerable amount of time arranging it to his liking. Yet he encountered a rather perplexing challenge, one he could not solve at the moment, leading him to withdraw. He would revisit it once the Edo Tensei scroll was completed. On the empty streets of the old city, 6 individuals stood still in the wind. To be more precise, 5 of them cast worried glances at one among them. After a while, Fu Gaofeng regained his composure, exhaling a heavy breath, murmuring to himself, I am fine. I lost. Bai Mo, who exactly are you? No wonder you were chosen by the Jinshan Academy. However, it matters not. When you reach the 6th segment of the 1st stage, I, Fu Gaofeng, shall suppress my realm to challenge you again. In a shadowy loft, the captain of the law enforcement team watched the previous battle with bated breath. One hand pressed against his chest as he quietly inquired of Liao Wensong, Boss, is Bai Mo truly a newly awakened special ability user? He certainly does not appear to be one. Liao Wensong smacked his lips, observing the 6 scions on the street. Listen, do not ask such foolish questions twice. However, this is even more shocking than witnessing that blue flame skeleton cleave through Zhao Wujin yesterday. Boss, should we continue to follow him? Follow? When did we ever track him? We are providing protection. Oh, so, are we still protecting Bai Mo? Not anymore. That bald man from the Jinshan Academy is like an ancient behemoth, and Zhao Wujin is still lying down. Anyone with sense would not provoke Bai Mo. Besides, a significant figure has been discreetly safeguarding him. After all, an SS-grade gifted special ability user is, in many respects, more precious than the city lord's life. City number 11 is vast, divided into 4 major regions, with towering city walls surrounding it. There are two black markets, each backed by formidable cultivators. An hour later, Mo boarded a city train, arriving at his destination. This location was on the city's periphery, surrounded by abandoned, dilapidated buildings and contiguous slums. In the distance, the city wall could be faintly seen. After walking for a while, Mo reached the actual site, but the scene before him left him momentarily stunned. What black market? It was merely an ordinary small market. Along the sides of the alley, various stalls displayed wares, consisting of dried meat made from wild rodents or insects, selling at a price not too low, given their protein content. At the end of the alley, he could see a wall. The entire alley was roughly 300 meters long. He had heard of this black market location by chance from Zhao Tianyi, who was discussing matters with his underlings at the time and mentioned the black market's whereabouts. Logically, Zhao had no reason to lie. Yet the alley before him bore no resemblance to a black market. Feeling the cash in his pocket, he contemplated whether to simply purchase from a larger trading company instead. If it cost a bit more, so be it. After all, it was money he had acquired effortlessly. Just as he prepared to leave, he caught sight of two burly men walking past him, carrying something wrapped in burlap. Upon noticing a corner of the burlap protruding, Mo's heart raced, and he walked directly into the alley. That was a gun barrel. He continued to the end, where a gray stone door stood to the right of the wall, unguarded. Mo pushed against the door, but it did not budge. Using his Sharingan, he scanned the area. The gray door had a crack through which air flowed out, indicating it could be opened. With a strong push, creak, the gray door gradually swung open. The door was at least 2 meters thick. The force he had used to push it could easily lift a 4-seater car. Clearly, this door was meant to filter out ordinary individuals. But how had Zhao Tianyi managed to enter here? Through a bodyguard? As he stepped inside, his pace faltered. The sight that unfolded before him, despite having anticipated it, left him utterly astounded upon truly witnessing the black market. How could he have imagined that a black market could be built to resemble the Roman Colosseum on Earth? This was, indeed, a marvel. The 7-story structure, intricately stacked upon one another, formed a colossal circle, occupying an expanse comparable to that of a school, leaving him momentarily awestruck. This place exuded an extraordinary opulence. He could scarcely fathom the wealth of those behind the construction of such an edifice. At the heart of this immense black market lay a stage, situated centrally within the building, where individuals were adorning it, seemingly preparing for an upcoming event. At that moment, a voice pierced the air beside Mo. Hey, I presume this is your first visit. Raise your hands. We must conduct a search. Hurry up. Let me remind you that even if you are a practitioner, you must abide by our rules. A guard, brandishing a tactical rifle and chewing on a toothpick, regarded him with a defiant glare. Mo averted his gaze, casting a sidelong glance at the guard without uttering a word. He nonchalantly withdrew several bills from his pocket and tossed them onto the table, coughing softly. The armed guard's expression shifted, exchanging a knowing look with his colleague before discreetly pocketing the money, his tone softening as he advised, "Don't cause trouble inside. There are many influential figures. Avoid the top 3 floors. Your status does not permit it." Mo remained silent, producing a small bundle of cash from his coat and casually tossing it onto the table once more. Subsequently, the guard holstered his weapon, slightly bending at the waist with a sycophantic demeanor, presenting an iron card with both hands. "Esteemed and generous sir, your next visit here will be more convenient. No need to knock. Today, a special program is scheduled, and I am certain you will find it to your liking. Okay, here's a refined version of the text you provided, with unnecessary elements removed and the language enhanced." Chapter 27. The Arena and the Augmented Warrior. Mo nodded, securing the iron card within his coat. He then ventured into the sprawling black market. Had he not entered today, he might never have conceived that such a behemoth existed within the confines of City 11. In that instant, he felt a profound sense of how little he truly understood of the world. Yet, such was his reality. Since his father's departure, his ability to have matured independently to this point was already a stroke of considerable fortune. Unveiling the world's mysteries could proceed gradually. The subterranean market bustled with activity. On the first level alone, thousands thronged, each concealing their identity behind masks or, like him, hats and scarves. A prominent sign soon captured Mo's attention. He approached, observing a row of machines beneath the placard, "Crystalline Exchange." These crystals contained concentrated energy, highly prized by cultivators. Those attuned to the Esper discipline could absorb this energy to hone their abilities and ascend to higher ranks. Cultivators of other disciplines could also absorb crystalline energy, though with diminished efficacy. Furthermore, these crystals served purposes beyond personal cultivation. High-grade crystals could function as potent energy sources, powering weapons or forming devastating explosives. These crystals originated from the exotic beasts within secret realms or the wandering monsters of the wastelands. The exchange rates displayed on the machines were 10,000 yuan for a Tier 1 crystal, 75,000 yuan for a Tier 2 crystal, 415,000 yuan for a Tier 3 crystal. Mo shook his head at the exorbitant prices. 10,000 yuan, in the current economy, could sustain a family of 5 for years. It could also drive a desperate gambler to commit heinous acts. He refocused, reminding himself of his purpose. Such a vast market was certain to offer what he sought. Nearly half an hour elapsed, and a sense of disappointment began to creep in. The majority of vendors on the first level appeared to be ordinary citizens. A few emanated faint energy, likely Tier 1 cultivators. Their wares, often acquired through dubious channels, consisted of branded watches, apparel, generic electronics, and various illicit substances, all brought to the black market for discreet disposal. Others offered trinkets salvaged from minor secret realms, their authenticity questionable. It seemed a visit to the second level was necessary. Suddenly, a vendor ahead gestured invitingly. "Hey there, boss, spot anything you fancy? I've been trading here for years. And my goods are guaranteed authentic. Ask around. I sourced them directly from the servers at those high-end hotels. Quality assured, genuine celebrity lingerie, fresh from this morning." Bayamo snapped back to reality, realizing he stood before a display of undergarments. A diminutive man, barely 4 feet tall, with prominent gold teeth, grinned at him with excessive enthusiasm. "I'm not interested," Bayamo retorted, turning to leave. The little man darted in front of him, producing a vacuum-sealed white stocking with exaggerated care. "If you think my prices are too high, we can negotiate. Or, I'll take a loss, just give me 50, and I'll let you sample the alluring scent." Bayamo suppressed a curse, clenched his fist, then released it, striding away rapidly. "Does he think I need to buy such things?" The little man spat on the ground, watching Bayamo's retreat. "Cheapskate, standing in front of my stall, wanting to smell such premium merchandise without paying. What nerve?" Turning back, he was aghast to see a brazen figure hunched over his display, doing something unspeakable. "You bastard! Stop! Get away from my goods!" Upon reaching the second level, Bayamo finally secured his first component. He then ascended to the third and finally the fourth levels. After considerable effort, he managed to gather all 3 items, securing them in a black satchel. The total cost exceeded 120,000 yuan, more than he anticipated. Fortunately, he had recently acquired an unexpected windfall. The bulky bundle felt cumbersome, reminding him of his school days. Why did he not have a system-granted storage space? Shouldn't that be a standard feature? He would have to find a solution, perhaps a spatial ring or backpack. He still possessed a substantial sum of money. He couldn't possibly carry it all to City 25 in a few days. With his purchases complete, Bayamo prepared to return home. As he descended from the third level, the resounding beat of drums echoed through the market. Boom, boom, boom. The drum beats drew the crowd towards the railings. Intrigued, Bayamo joined the throng, peering down at the central stage. Several bare-chested men in demon masks pounded furiously on the drums. Then, an MC in a feline mask appeared. Holding a microphone, he leaned back dramatically, gesturing skyward with one hand and bellowing into the microphone with the other. "Hark, friends, prepare your coin, for you are about to witness the monthly spectacle of savage conflict, the Human-Beast Death Match. This month's contest features a refugee from Mount Wuliang, a Tier 1 augmented human, against the undefeated champion of 19 matches, the Obsidian Terror. Should he prevail, this Tier 1 warrior will claim a prize of 50,000 gold coins." The market erupted in a frenzy. Masked patrons on the lower levels displayed fervent anticipation. What luck! Usually, it's just commoners in these death matches. Today, we get a cultivator. The market announced it yesterday. I saw it on the forums. Came especially for it. Didn't you know? Heh, has the guy lost his mind? Traveling from Mount Wuliang to die? That's the Obsidian Terror. A Tier 1, rank 8 beast. I hear it devours people whole. He's a mechanical augment. These guys have strange tricks up their sleeves. He might actually kill the beast. Huh, what good are tricks? A Tier 1 augment is a joke. He's right. A Tier 1 augment? What was he thinking? When you see that beast, you'll laugh at how idiotic he is. 50,000 gold coins. If I had that kind of money, I'd have a different escort every day of the year. Is that all you aspire to? Only someone as unsophisticated as you would frequent a club to indulge in such trivial pursuits. What if you had 50,000 gold coins? As for me, I would summon all the delightful company within the establishment, indulging in a feast where I dine on chicken while they feast on duck, reveling together. How delightful. Yet, what are those impoverished souls below clamoring about? Is it merely a skirmish among first-tier modified beings that incites such fervor in these unworldly paupers? The term gold coins is simply a euphemism for currency, albeit a more refined designation used in the black market. In truth, money in this realm possesses a remarkable purchasing power, as the currency is nearly impossible to counterfeit. Upon hearing the host's boisterous exclamations, Baimo's initial desire to depart was momentarily disrupted. He harbored no interest in the beast-human competition. Rather, his curiosity was piqued by the happenings at Wuliang Mountain. Earlier that morning, he had perused a trending topic which offered scant details, merely mentioning a spatial rift. To his surprise, the townsfolk had sought refuge here, including a mechanical modifier. Baimo resolved to remain composed for the time being. Firstly, the door at the staircase had been sealed shut. Secondly, he was intrigued as to why a first-tier modifier, having fled calamity, would choose to participate in a life-or-death duel. He was eager to witness firsthand the combat style of these modifiers. as this too constituted a system of cultivation. It is often said that flesh is frail while machinery ascends. Chapter 28. The difficult journey by MO has discerned 4 known cultivation systems in this world: the abilities users, the evolvers, the warriors, and the mechanical modifiers. The first category requires no elaboration. It entirely hinges on the whims of fate, as specialists assess an individual's potential for abilities during their childhood. If one meets certain criteria, they may enroll in an academy for abilities users. The second category, the evolvers, is said to have been an unexpected creation, with various claims about which nation pioneered it. Essentially, this system involves the injection of genetic serums to optimize and enhance genes, allowing the body to evolve and attain extraordinary powers. These genetic serums come in numerous varieties and are prohibitively expensive, with significant risks during injection. Should the genetic structure fail, even divine intervention may prove futile. The third category is the warriors, the most ancient system of cultivation. If abilities users are akin to mages in a game, focusing on internal energy and mental prowess, then warriors are the quintessential fighters who refine their bodies into weapons. This path is fraught with challenges. The higher the tier of a warrior, the more arduous the ascent becomes, akin to scaling the heavens. As one of the earliest systems, it also encompasses practitioners of cold weaponry. Lastly, we have the mechanical modifiers. BIMO is uncertain of the exact origins of this system, but it likely emerged alongside the evolvers, relying on external enhancements to augment strength. The former alters internal genes for evolution, while the latter replaces organic components with mechanical ones, forging a glorious existence through synthetic means. BIMO possesses only a limited understanding of how one advances within this system. He knows that early-stage mechanical modifiers improve their rank by replacing their mechanical components with more powerful alternatives, such as upgrading a first-tier arm to a second-tier one, or even substituting it for a cannon or laser blade, boasting second-tier lethality. Additionally, there are instances of replacing a frail heart with an energy source, achieving a state akin to a humanoid weapon. This may sound crude and simplistic. There is also a rumor BIMO has heard, suggesting that mechanical modifiers can nourish their modified parts in some manner to facilitate their advancement. In City Number 11, technology is not advanced, and mechanical modifiers are scarce. The majority of practitioners are low-tier warriors, honing their physical prowess through relentless practice until they approach the limits of cultivation. Yet, among 1,000 who embark on this journey, only one may endure to the end, which is quite an achievement. After all, few can withstand the relentless torment of self-discipline over the years. The suffering involved is beyond what most can bear. Betting is open. Betting is open. Gentlemen, come by. Come take a look. The shouts from below echoed. This is one of the methods employed by the black market to amass wealth, an enticing strategy indeed. Given the scale of this establishment, the daily operational costs require substantial energy and manpower, necessitating a vast cash flow for support. After merely exploring the first 4 floors, BIMO found himself astounded by the sheer volume of items available. Many materials and monster carcasses he had read about in books were present in this black market, albeit at exorbitant prices. Even with his substantial fortune of over 200,000, it proved woefully insufficient when faced with truly valuable goods. Once all bets were placed, the stage below commenced its performance. However, the first act was not a fight, but rather a seductive dance reminiscent of an opening number. Over 20 young women, clad in revealing attire and exuding allure, took to the center stage amidst a chorus of whistles. The men on the first floor could scarcely contain their excitement, their breaths quickening. Good heavens, why are there so many stunning women this time? Each one more voluptuous than the last. I wish I could be a tissue for them to use. The music swelled, and the dancers executed their routines with bold movements, frequently lifting their skirts to reveal glimpses of their intimate garments, provoking a flurry of comments from the audience. After observing for a moment, BIMO shook his head. The choreography was monotonous, and the costumes lacked proper fit. In short, it was insufficiently provocative. The dance concluded swiftly, leading into a combat match reminiscent of an octagonal cage. The 2 fighters, not practitioners themselves, possessed robust physiques, akin to seasoned boxers. A referee placed a stack of cash in a basket, and the 2 contenders entered a 5-meter diameter ring, where the first to be knocked out would be eliminated. Cheers erupted from the crowd as the fighters, bare-knuckled, exchanged blows, soon drawing blood, yet neither displayed any intent to retreat. 5,000 yuan, enough to procure a large vial of beast blood. With this blood, they might just have a chance to ascend to the ranks of practitioners. In this world, aside from practitioners, the vast majority are ordinary individuals. Yet, life for the ordinary is exceedingly harsh. Every step taken, every day lived, feels like a struggle for survival. Half an hour later, it was finally time for the last match, a mechanical modifier versus a mutated beast. The lighting in the black market shifted dramatically, focusing on a massive cage where a ferocious black tiger, with piercing eyes, was held. This beast, approximately 3.5 meters in length, emanated an overwhelming aura of dominance, instilling a sense of dread in those who beheld it. As the crowd witnessed the spectacle, A man with a buzz cut emerged from the opposite side of the stage. His arms gleamed with metallic sheen under the lights, the craftsmanship appearing somewhat crude. Bimo could not help but wonder how a first-tier mechanical modifier could possibly triumph against a first-tier black tiger. Even with a slight advantage in tier, the disparity in strength would be minimal. This contest was not merely a competition, it was a life-and-death struggle, where the loser would not see the dawn of the next day. There are some fortunes that come with a price on one's life. If a human armed with a handgun were confined in the same cage as a tiger, theoretically, the human would hold the advantage. But who would emerge victorious? The tiger? Or the audience, confidently anticipating the outcome from outside the cage? Chapter 29. Malice towards the weak often originates from the weak in the arena. With the emergence of a first-tier mechanical augment, the iron cage housing the black tiger was also brought to the fore. Without further ado, let us commence. As the host's voice faded, the metallic cage creaked open. The ferocious beast, the black forest tiger, slowly emerged from its confines. A collar encircled its neck, designed to prevent its escape from the arena. It is said that a sizable mercenary team captured this formidable creature at the cost of a subordinate squad in the life of an evolver. This black tiger was evidently not yet an adult, boasting a striking coat. It is rumored that upon reaching maturity, its dark fur transforms to white, commonly referred to as the white tiger, a breed much favored by certain influential figures. In the black market below, spectators held their breath, captivated by this rare spectacle of man versus beast. Meanwhile, those in higher echelons glanced disdainfully at the unfolding scene, seeking thrills far beyond the mere clash of human and animal. On the stage, the crew-cut mechanical augment displayed an unprecedented seriousness, yet assumed an offensive stance. He understood the weight of $50,000 and the arduousness of securing such a sum. However, the arrow had been loosed, and there was no turning back. Initially, the released black tiger refrained from attacking, instead circling the arena leisurely, its beastly eyes fixed intently on the mechanical augment, seemingly exerting pressure. The man inhaled deeply. Confronting a creature akin to an armored vehicle, he chose to strike first. With a sharp hiss, the hydraulic joints at his thigh and knee emitted a piercing shriek. In a flash, he surged forward like an arrow, covering dozens of meters in an instant. The lines on his metallic arm glowed ominously as he delivered a devastating punch to the unprepared black tiger's jaw. The massive creature, akin to a small tank, was unexpectedly lifted off the ground, its weight of over 9 tons flipping through the air before crashing down onto the arena floor with a resounding thud. The mechanical augment swiftly retreated, refraining from following up with additional strikes. His movements were fluid, a testament to his high combat proficiency. The crowd in the black market erupted in astonishment. What just transpired? How did the black tiger fall? Such speed. It was well known that mechanical augments could swap body parts to achieve remarkable combat capabilities, but witnessing it firsthand was another matter entirely. The sheer force behind that punch was staggering. One could hardly fathom the consequences had it landed on a human. Was this man a fool? After landing such a blow, why did he not follow up? Surely he must have bet a significant amount on this match. He might just end up losing his pants today. Look, the black tiger is rising. Unlike the casual onlookers, Bimo's eyes shimmered with appreciation. Through his Sharingan, he discerned that the mechanical augment had aimed to strike the tiger's face, targeting its weak point. However, the beast seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, raising its head at the last moment, resulting in the punch landing on its jaw. Though the black tiger had been knocked back, its massive size rendered the impact inconsequential, provided it did not strike a vulnerable area. Should the augment rashly approach to deliver a follow-up blow, it would risk being pinned down by the tiger's powerful forelegs, leading to a swift demise. Now what would this man do? The black tiger rose slowly, shaking its head. Its amber eyes narrowed to pinpricks before it suddenly leaped 4 to 5 meters high. The earlier strike from the human had ignited its primal instincts. The mechanical augment was prepared, initially dodging and creating distance. Yet, the tiger's agility, coupled with its size advantage, allowed it to close the gap quickly. The arena space diminished, limiting the augment's evasion options. In no time, the black tiger seized an opportunity. With a low growl, it launched itself into a fierce assault. Astonishingly, the mechanical augment did not evade the potentially crippling blow. Instead, he knelt on one leg, extending his right hand, which revealed a device resembling a small cannon. Bang! A crimson laser shot forth, striking the tiger squarely on the head, sending its massive body hurtling backward. The mechanical augment nearly lost his balance, showcasing the immense force behind that laser. Yet, he remained vigilant, aware that with only 6 tiers of augmentation, any misstep could prove fatal. Following the laser blast, the atmosphere in the arena surged once more. Could it truly launch projectiles? Was this the end? And we've only just begun. If a mere attack like that could conclude the match, the proprietor here would have gone bankrupt long ago. Nonetheless, this individual is indeed formidable. That laser cannon was no trifling expense. It must be his trump card, and he utilized it well. Indeed, the black tiger, having withstood the laser blast, emerged gradually from the shadows. Yet, upon witnessing the tiger, the audience realized they had underestimated the power of that shot. The left half of the tiger's face had been obliterated, with clear bone visible and patches of decayed flesh clinging to it. In its eyes now burned in insatiable fury. Bayamo narrowed his eyes slightly. How could it withstand a headshot? Was its skull truly that resilient? In the next moment, the tiger charged forward, its muscles coiling with lethal intent, transforming into a shadow that darted towards the half-augmented man, its gaping maw poised to rend him in two. Swift. Too swift. The speed was leagues beyond that of moments prior. Even Bayamo, observing with his Sharingan, felt a twinge of alarm. At such velocity, the mechanical augment could not evade, forced instead to brace with both hands. Yet the disparity in their sizes was insurmountable. This was perhaps a contest with a predetermined outcome. The tiger's great maw clamped down on the augment's arms, and with a fierce shake of its massive head, one arm was torn clean off, severing the connection between flesh and machinery, blood gushing forth. The mechanical augment's expression remained unchanged, as if oblivious to pain. Seizing the moment while the tiger was momentarily incapacitated, he struck with his elbow, driving it into the tiger's eye. Thud! The sharp elbow pierced the beast's eye, eliciting a pained roar. The tiger retaliated by flinging the augment away with its formidable head. Bang! What appeared to be a mere toss sent the mechanical augment flying over 10 meters. He had no time to catch his breath before the injured tiger lunged again, pinning him down with its colossal forepaws, rendering him helpless. Even though the augment had prepared his final gambit, he was ultimately a step too slow. The chasm between their powers had been firmly established, the outcome sealed. The conclusion of the match incited uproar among the spectators in the black market. Victory! I knew no one could conquer that black tiger. Hurry up and settle the bill. I'm off to find a lady. Alas, if only that laser cannon had been aimed a tad closer, perhaps that man could have walked away with 50,000. He was indeed impressive. A first-tier mechanical augment who managed to hold his own against the black tiger for several exchanges. I reckon he is on the brink of advancing to the second tier. What a pity. My entire fortune, gone in an instant. You worthless fool. Worthless. Rise up, I demand you. Eliminate that beast, and return my money. How utterly disappointing. I anticipated witnessing something extraordinary, yet it concluded so swiftly, a mere waste of my time. The fate of the mechanical transformer on stage seemed to evoke no concern from anyone. Such is the nature of this world, and it is only to be expected. Bayamo shook his head, preparing to depart, having formed a concrete understanding of the mechanical transformer. In an unexpected turn of events, it was entirely plausible to eliminate an ability user in a covert manner. As he was about to leave, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a petite figure rushing towards the arena, yet a protective net barred her entrance. Uncle, please, save my uncle. A girl, no more than 7 or 8 years old, clad in tattered clothing, knelt before the host, clutching at his pant leg. Tears streamed down her face, her lips quivering with emotion. The masked host turned to the disinterested spectators, bent down, and softly inquired, "Is he your uncle?" The girl nodded vigorously, biting her lip to suppress her tears, lest she appear bothersome. The host nodded in acknowledgement before suddenly whistling, halting the black tiger's impending bite. With a flourish, the host, dressed in a white suit, lifted the little girl into his arms and, leaning the microphone close to her mouth, urged, "My dear, tell everyone present why your uncle is here to earn money. If you answer correctly, we can save him." The girl, seemingly grasping at a lifeline, steadied her emotions and spoke clearly. "My uncle brought my siblings and me here from Wuliang Mountain, but some of my siblings fell ill and have been unconscious. They need very expensive medicine. Uncle promised their parents to take care of them, so he must earn money to buy the medicine." She continued, "Uncle also said that a man of his word must honor his promises." Having delivered her plea, she looked at the host with determination, her small face straining with effort. "Please, I beg you, save my uncle. We don't need the money." "Ah, I see." The masked host nodded, then shook his head, adding, regrettably, "I am not the one in charge, but—" His voice trailed off as he suddenly erupted into a manic, low chuckle, as though he had just conceived of a most delightful idea. A moment later, holding the little girl in one arm and the microphone in the other, he exclaimed in an exuberant voice to the crowd, "Ladies and gentlemen, I know you are not satisfied with the show, so I have conceived an amusing game. Let us throw this adorable little girl into the ring. Let us see which of these two will meet their demise at the jaws of the black tiger first. Do you agree?" A hush fell over the crowd. Baimo's gaze sharpened. Then, a deafening uproar erupted around him. "Throw her in. Throw her in. Hurry. I want to see that worthless creature witness his own child being devoured." Perhaps seeing that little girl consumed will inspire the mechanical transformer to mount a desperate counterattack against the black tiger. How entertaining. How delightful. Toss her in. The cacophony of voices crescendoed like waves, igniting a frenzied atmosphere within the black market. It was as if a carnival was underway. The spectators unleashed their pent-up emotions, eager to witness something entertaining. In this dark realm, each individual donned 2 masks, one that could not be removed and another that could be discarded at will. When one wore the disposable mask, they shed all moral restraint, liberating the suppressed negative desires that lay dormant within. As the clamor reached a fever pitch, the host in the white suit unceremoniously hurled the pallid little girl into the cage of the arena. When the girl faced the menacing tiger, she sat dazed on the ground, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. All she could see was the black tiger, disfigured and approaching, its barbed tongue licking its broken teeth, as though it could swallow her whole in one gulp. Uncle, the mechanical transformer, crushed and despairing, gazed helplessly at the girl from a distance. He struggled to rise, but his body betrayed him, his eyelids drooping. No. Run. It seemed the girl heard his voice, trembling and weak. She managed to stand, facing the advancing beast. A pure smile broke across her tiny face. Uncle, Xiao Zi is not afraid of pain. I want to be with you. Witnessing this scene, the masked spectators in the black market became even more exhilarated. Oh, how touching. Such a heartfelt display. Haha. Take your time devouring her. Start with her tiny belly. I want to see her intestines slowly extracted. Eat her little legs first, so the death lingers longer. Keek keek. The cries will be even louder. Worthless creature, get up. Do you want to see the girl you brought be eaten? Haha. How utterly fascinating. It is such a pity to see such a beautiful girl perish. She appears to be untouched by the world. We should savor her delicacies. Yes. This fresh little girl will surely be a delight. I hope the black tiger leaves me the lower half. You truly are bold to take such a bite. Beneath the masks, the raucous laughter rang out, piercingly discordant. A solitary individual may commit vile acts merely as a release. However, when a throng engages in malevolence, they perceive the act as entertaining. Bai Mo's fists clenched uncontrollably, his knuckles turning white as they dug into flesh. Beneath the brim of his hat lay a pair of intensely dark eyes, watching and listening to this absurd spectacle. A man of his word evokes no admiration, and a defenseless girl garners no sympathy. Donning a mask allows one to unleash their inner weaknesses and ugliness upon the vulnerable. Bai Mo's breath quickened, his shoulders trembling, the seething anger within him erupting. How could they? Damn you all. Chapter 30. One's Own Strength. Insulting the entire arena in an atmosphere thick with anticipation, the massive black tiger, resembling a mammoth, stood merely 2 to 3 meters away from the calm little girl, who seemed ready to embrace her fate. The masked spectators eagerly awaited the gruesome scene they had envisioned: bloodshed, violence, primitive slaughter, and the predation of beasts upon humans. This vicarious thrill of participating in murder, a sensation long suppressed, invigorated them immensely. Especially when so many were involved, it instilled in them a peculiar sense of honor, as they recalled the imposing figures of those who had once inflicted suffering upon them. At this moment, they too felt like powerful beings, masters of life and death. How could such a sensation not be intoxicating? How could it not drive one to madness? The frail girl, Azi, ceased trembling and slowly closed her eyes, as if resigning herself to her impending fate. With her parents gone, and her uncle fallen before her, she felt utterly powerless. Her only wish was for her younger siblings, who had managed to escape, to find happiness and enjoy a delicious bug cake each day. Standing there, waiting for death, she began to utter her last words, blaming herself for her inadequacies. She had promised her uncle a savory bowl of bug rice, but now she realized she would never fulfill that promise. Suddenly, a tremor coursed through her shoulder, and her breath hitched. She understood that the beast was upon her. You, step aside. Think about cooking later, a strange voice startled her, causing her to open her eyes wide. Upon doing so, she realized that the hand on her shoulder was not the claw of a monster, but a human's. She looked up, locking eyes with a pair of crimson orbs, the first time she had ever seen pupils so vividly defined. Bai Mo released her shoulder, shook his neck, and in an instant, his Sharingan glowed ominously. The enormous black tiger, seemingly several times larger than him, took 2 steps back as if confronted by a formidable adversary. A low growl escaped the tiger's throat, its posture shifting to a defensive stance, instinctively aware of the threat before it. Not just the little tiger before it. Even the legendary 9 horns would feel a chill upon encountering those eyes. Suddenly, a figure emerged in the center of the arena, interrupting the tense anticipation of the masked spectators. After a brief moment of confusion, the first voice of anger and dissatisfaction erupted. Who the hell is this? Just as I was about to witness the most thrilling part, this interruption is utterly disgusting. With that first exclamation, the crowd's collective agitation surged. It was akin to watching a drama where the protagonist was about to reveal the murderer, only to be interrupted by an advertisement. Anyone would be furious enough to smash the television. Damn it. Does the black market not know how to schedule a show? Are they preparing for a hero rescue scene? How revolting. I don't want to see this. That guy needs to get lost right now. I swear. If that black tiger doesn't devour the 3 on stage today, I'm never coming back to this place. The host stood there in a daze, seemingly dumbfounded. Why was he not taking action? The audience believed Bai Mo's appearance was orchestrated by the black market itself, unaware that the host was equally bewildered. The cacophony of curses reached the ears of the VIPs on the upper tiers, who leaned forward to observe the unfolding chaos. Fool, What are you doing? Is this part of your plan? Get that intruder off the stage. The host received a reprimand through his earpiece from a supervisor. The familiar voice snapped him back to reality. In an instant, the masked host positioned his fingers in his mouth and blew forcefully. A sharp whistle pierced the air, prompting the black tiger to emit another low growl, though it did not attack as anticipated. The host, flustered by the unprecedented situation, summoned nearby enforcers, instructing them to drag the intruder down, even if it meant beating him to death. The enforcers jumped into the arena, wielding electric batons. For ordinary folk did not require bullets. Electric batons were far more cost-effective. As seasoned enforcers of the black market, they wasted no time. However, to Bayamo, they were hardly worth his attention. He dodged, lifted his leg, and with a series of sharp sounds, the spectators were left bewildered, witnessing the masked figure effortlessly dispatch the armed enforcers as if they were mere children. This display of prowess caused the once enraged audience to hesitate, questioning whether this was merely a stunt. Meanwhile, the host, now realizing the intruder's intent, understood that this unexpected guest was there to disrupt the proceedings. How amusing it was, for it had been ages since anyone dared to create such turmoil. He recalled the last troublemaker who had been flayed alive, their remains displayed for the impoverished souls nearby to feast upon. For Bayamo, dealing with a few enforcers armed with electric batons was trivial. He stood in the arena, momentarily still, awaiting his moment. He sought to release the pent-up frustration that had long been bottled within him. He yearned to humiliate all present, though it may seem impulsive. The entire affair felt deeply personal to him. The very utterance of "throw him down" by someone in the crowd filled him with revulsion. Even if it was not his place to intervene, he could not ignore it. The memories of being bullied and the mocking faces of onlookers flooded his mind. He recalled the derision he faced in times of injustice, and the paralyzing indecision he felt as a spectator. Torn between standing up for what was right and succumbing to the fear of retribution, the weight of his frustrations had gradually extinguished the youthful idealism within him. Yet in this moment, he was no longer the person he once was. Now he was an SS-level gifted individual, a student of the prestigious Shinshan Academy, a scholar who had lived on Earth for 20 years, brimming with youthful indignation, ready to carve through all injustices. He was Uchiha Madara. Rage surged within him like a dragon emerging from the depths. The black tiger in the arena felt its fur stand on end in response. At that moment, in the upper echelons of the black market, a middle-aged man adorned with prayer beads and surrounded by young girls bearing fruit platters reclined in a rattan chair, casually inquiring, "What is happening below?" A suited man rushed over, bowing his head to respond, "Xiongyi, an unexpected guest has arrived. He appears to be a martial artist." The man lounging in the rattan chair paused his beads momentarily, then resumed their rotation. "Things have been unsettled lately. Ascertain his background. If he has no connections, handle it as you see fit." "Understood, Xiongyi." In less than a minute, Bayamo noticed a suited man entering the arena. The man in the suit first cast a glance at the cowering black tiger before shifting his gaze to Bayamo, inquiring about his affiliations in the underworld. Bayamo exhaled slowly. "Are you the one in charge?" The suited man nodded. "You could say that. What do you intend to do?" Bayamo gestured towards the mechanical cyborg lying on the ground. "I will take his place and finish this duel." The man in the suit paused, taken aback. "Do you know him?" Bayamo shook his head, his tone indifferent. "We are strangers, but that does not impede my ability to take his place in this match." His voice was calm, yet it resonated clearly in the ears of every onlooker present. The previously agitated crowd now regarded him with expressions of incredulity. "Huh? Where did this lunatic come from? Replacing someone in a competition? Has his brain rusted? Listening to him, he sounds like a mere child. My excitement has been dampened by this kid. Huh, it's truly unexpected that this little brat managed to get in here. Hey, who's the father of this little brat? Hurry and take your son away, or you'll be left without descendants. Hee, this little rascal is so arrogant, thinking he can take on the black tiger in place of that mechanical cyborg. It's laughable. It's a miracle he is even alive." "Really? Don't you see he is a fool? Who, aside from someone with a screw loose, would willingly challenge the ferocious black tiger for a stranger? Oh, so it's a case of a few screws loose. This isn't just a loose screw. His brain must be waterlogged." "Huh." The crowd's jeers echoed incessantly. The suited man narrowed his eyes, his gaze cold as it swept over Bayamo. "I'll give you one more chance to reveal your identity, or I shall treat you as meat to feed that beast." Bayamo remained silent. Any trouble here would surely be a source of mockery for him. Thus, the time had come to deliver a resounding slap to the faces of all present. Just then, a faint voice of pleading emerged from behind him. "Little brother, we are strangers. Please, don't concern yourself with me. Just take this girl and leave, I implore you." The mechanical cyborg's mouth oozed blood as he struggled to articulate each word. He had acted too impulsively and carelessly. He shouldn't have brought Izzy along. The little girl bit her lip, wanting to plead with this stranger to save her uncle, yet she understood that no one could defeat that beast. All she could do was cast a helpless gaze towards Bayamo, fearful of dragging him down, her head hanging low, gripping her clothes tightly. her eyes misty as they focused on her dirty shoe tips. If only she could be of some use. Bayamo inhaled deeply, gently ruffling the little girl's hair. She cautiously lifted her head. For a girl of her age, displaying such bravery, she truly deserved his aid. The suited man, evidently losing patience, perhaps deemed this suddenly intruding child as someone with an unstable mind. He would soon show no mercy. You little brat. Bayamo interjected coldly, interrupting him. The suited man froze momentarily. The clarity of Bayamo's voice provoked a chorus of laughter from the surrounding spectators. Seeking death, the suited man seethed with rage, preparing to strike. Yet, in the next moment, he halted his movement. Bayamo first removed his hat, causing a sense of foreboding to swell within the suited man. Could he truly be a child of some significant figure? Then Bayamo discarded the hat onto the ground and pulled down his mask. Upon seeing Bayamo's face, the suited man felt as if struck by lightning, his pupils nearly constricting. What? The remaining word lodged in his throat, his fingers trembling. A sudden clarity struck him. If there was someone in City 11 who could not be trifled with, it was this man before him, who could claim the second title, while no one dared to assert the first. The underground emperor of the gray zone in City 11. Zhao Wuji, who had yet to be discharged from the hospital. This was no mere child of a significant figure. This was their ancestor. At that moment, he could hardly dare to act, let alone kneel and grovel, without uttering a word. As Bayamo revealed his true identity, a portion of those present in the black market instantly changed countenance, silently cursing their fate. How did this living ancestor end up here? The vast majority, however, remained bewildered. They had never seen Bayamo, or perhaps, were unworthy of recognition. Bayamo surveyed the crowd, top to bottom, then uttered a statement that left everyone perplexed. Ladies and gentlemen, I have something to share with you. After a brief pause, under the curious gazes of all, Bayamo placed his hands in his pockets, slightly tilted his head back, inhaled deeply, and slowly exhaled, enunciating clearly, I, Bayamo, last night, surpassed all your mothers. Chapter 31. Fury of the crowd. The man in the suit, who had come down from above to mediate, now gazed at the young boy before him with a look of sheer astonishment. His throat convulsed as he recalled the reckless individuals he had encountered before, those who, having suddenly struck it rich at a casino, brazenly demanded entry to the upper echelons of their black market only to be met with resistance, resulting in their legs being broken and them being thrown from the 6th floor, meeting a fatal end. He remembered a young heir from a few months prior, whose family controlled the arms trade within City Number 11. This arrogant scion had disrupted an auction, and in a fit of impulsive rage, had shot the auctioneer dead on stage. Under such circumstances, everyone present would have anticipated that the black market would swallow their pride, given the young man's significant family background. However, the outcome was unexpected. The young man survived, but was found hanging from a high-rise, his body reeking of singed flesh when rescued. As the crowd awaited the unfolding drama, the situation was resolved without a ripple. This black market was not as straightforward as outsiders perceived. At this moment, the suited man took a deep breath, realizing that the audacious actions of this insufferably arrogant youth were far more severe than those earlier incidents. While the previous transgressions merely grazed the surface of the black market's rules, easily downplayed, the insults hurled by Bayamo were grossly offensive, casting aspersions on every individual present. This was no mere cursing, it was a blatant humiliation. In an instant, the man's scalp tingled as he surveyed the spectators, still reeling from shock. If the situation spiraled out of control today, it could spell disaster not just for him, but for the entire black market. Above, Old Bear, who had been lounging in his opulent chair valued at over 100,000, swiftly approached the railing. His sharp gaze locked onto Bayamo, now unmasked. A grave expression on his face, the youth's spirited demeanor and striking features reflected in his eyes, prompting Old Bear to murmur to himself. To have killed Zhao Wujing's illegitimate child and humiliate everyone present was indeed audacious, but excessively so. At that moment, a shadow appeared beside him, whispering, Boss, shall I handle it? Implying whether he should bring Bayamo up. Old Bear shook his head, opting to observe further. On the arena, a mechanical augmentee, immobilized with broken ribs, regarded Bayamo with a most perplexed expression. What was this boy's intent? In such a precarious position, openly belittling everyone. He saw no hope for Aji's survival. It was entirely his fault. Finally, the majority of massed spectators, emerging from their stupor, found themselves engulfed in a tide of unbridled fury. The very air thickened with the acrid scent of gunpowder, rendering it oppressive and sluggish. Those who frequented such places were hardly meek souls, and the visceral anger ignited by this raw insult transformed into a palpable desire for vengeance. They had witnessed many seeking their own demise, but never had they encountered someone so eager for it. This wretched boy had truly crossed a line. How amusing it was. He had dared to insult their mothers. The thought of exacting revenge filled them with glee. One even fantasized about shoving a baseball bat into this boy's backside, relishing the idea. Hey, you better wait for me to come down. If you don't run, you're a hero. But if I don't beat you to a pulp, I'm no better than a dog. Damn, This boy had the audacity to curse us all. After 30 years of life, I've never encountered such arrogance. He died yet, has he? Today he is as good as dead. Mark my words. The black market won't save him. Is this suited man deaf? This self-proclaimed BMO has insulted everyone. He must be unfazed, right? Who knows? Some people relish this sort of thing. What sort of thing? Watching their mothers be insulted. This impudent brat thinks he can curse us all. Does he truly believe he is BMO? Wait, what did he just say his name was? Ah, yes. BMO, right? I feel as though I've heard that name from our boss before. The leader of the Blood Shark gang from the south. Just yesterday, our captain mentioned it. Who is BMO? Most present were unaware of the significance of the name. Yet, it had begun to take on an air of mystery. Whether it was gang leaders, high-ranking officials, merchant groups, or mercenary leaders in the city, the name BMO had begun to circulate among them. Anyone with a semblance of intelligence could sense the gravity of the situation. Yet a few recognized BMO immediately, their expressions shifting to shock as they discreetly informed their own factions. Two beams of golden light shot up, a grand display of power. Even those not in the school could see the focal point of the crowd gathered there. The media could not disseminate images of two SS-level awakened beings, but some had managed to capture photographs, which circulated within select circles. Meanwhile, the city lord, Yuan Shan, had declared a lockdown around the old district. No forces were permitted to approach, under penalty of death. But now, BMO had emerged, presenting an opportunity they could not afford to miss. Whatever it took, they needed to make an impression on this youth. Should an SS-level gifted individual rise to prominence, they would soon find themselves unable even to gaze upon him from afar. At this moment, the man in the suit was at a loss, his mind a chaotic tangle. He had never faced a situation of this magnitude. If it had been a scion of a prominent family causing trouble, it would have been manageable. For such individuals were often foolish. A beating and some compensation would suffice. But BMO was entirely different. The mere thought of him losing a single hair in this arena sent shivers down the suited man's spine. This was no exaggeration. Zhao Wujing had nearly been killed, and he was none other than the notorious figure in the gray areas of City Number 11. Just then, the suited man caught BMO's gaze directed at him, calm yet profoundly terrifying. The man hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward cautiously and inquired, Mr. Bai, I am the administrator of this black market. Is there anything I can assist you with? BMO's gaze remained serene as he reiterated his earlier statement. I will take over this contest. The man in the suit instinctively wished to object. However, in the next instant, a teasing voice of a girl echoed through his earpiece, granting him permission. The moment that playful voice resonated, the suited man was suddenly engulfed by goosebumps. He had heard that voice before. It belonged to the true enigmatic owner behind this vast black market. Very well, the man in the suit forced a stiff smile before retreating from the stage. Observing this scene from the upper echelons of the black market, Master Bear furrowed his brow, realizing that he had lost contact with his communicator. Chapter 32. Confrontation with the first stage 8th Dan Black Forest Tiger. The departure of the suited man from the arena, having acquiesced to BMO's request, left everyone bewildered. How could the arrogant youth, who had just insulted them all, possibly stand in for the mechanical transformer against the Black Forest Tiger? Initially, when BMO first proclaimed this, the onlookers dismissed him as deranged. However, upon his second declaration, a chilling realization set in. That was the first stage 8th Dan Black Forest Tiger, boasting a record of 19 wins and 0 losses. Oh no, now it stands at 20 victories and no defeats. This individual must be insane. A handful of those aware of BMO's true identity felt as though they were witnessing a ghost. Did the black market truly intend to proceed with this? BMO, a newly awakened ability user, regardless of his innate talent, was merely an inexperienced individual at the first stage. While he might possess the strength to defeat practitioners 2 or 3 ranks above him, facing the first stage 8th Dan Black Forest Tiger was undoubtedly akin to courting death. Should BMO falter here, not only would the entire black market be at risk, but those spectating would likely find themselves apprehended for questioning. Yet, most of the spectators, having merely heard of the name BMO without understanding his identity, were now electrified with excitement. They never anticipated that this brash youth, who had spoiled their atmosphere and brazenly insulted them, would exhibit such audacity. At such a tender age, even for someone who had trained in martial arts from childhood, it was improbable to rise beyond the ranks of a martial artist. To challenge the Black Forest Tiger now was tantamount to seeking demise. While they hadn't witnessed the demise of that little girl, the prospect of witnessing this brat's downfall sent their enthusiasm soaring. It was a gratifying sense of revenge fulfilled. What did it matter if he held a prestigious identity? Soon, he would either meet his end obediently or disgracefully plead for mercy. In the arena, BMO retracted the power emanating from his Sharingan. The once timid black tiger, its visage marred by injury, momentarily displayed confusion in its feral gaze before regaining its savage demeanor. A low growl, brimming with rage, reverberated through the air, a signal that an attack was imminent. The ferocity in its eyes locked onto the two figures in the arena. the mechanical transformer that had inflicted significant damage and the one whose presence repulsed it. Instinctively, the beast, in its predatory nature, sought to eliminate the perceived threats before relishing in its prey. Thus, Bayamo, standing resolutely, was regarded as a formidable threat by the Black Forest Tiger. The Black Tiger surged forth. The hearts of the onlookers raced in tandem. Some were eager to witness the prowess of the SS-rated ability user, the first to emerge from City 11, while others awaited the spectacle of Baimo's demise. Before the crowd, Baimo faced the attacking Black Tiger without a hint of evasion. Instead, he formed an unusual hand seal. Fire release, Fire Dragon Bullet technique. Baimo felt a surge of energy coalescing within his chest, followed by an intense burning sensation. In the next moment, he expelled this fiery essence, conjuring a dragon's head enveloped in flames that appeared in the void, its regal gaze rendering the surrounding air almost ethereal, as if it were ablaze. A fiery dragon, nearly the size of the Black Forest Tiger, surged forth with incredible speed, charging directly at the beast. With a resounding crash, the fire dragon collided with the Black Tiger, unleashing a thunderous explosion. Baimo held nothing back. He had summoned all his strength through his Sharingan and physical prowess. The resulting fire dragon bullet engulfed the arena in billowing black smoke, the searing heat rendering the impacted area a charred wasteland. Many spectators swallowed hard, their expressions a mix of horror and awe. Had that fire dragon struck them, they would surely perish. This youth was extraordinarily powerful, capable of unleashing fire dragons. No, this was an ability user. Suddenly, a sharp focus gripped Baimo. His legs sprang into action, and in a flash, he vanished from sight. Upon landing, he gazed back in astonishment. The Black Tiger, struck by his fire dragon bullet, had lost half its fur, revealing a crimson hide beneath. Particularly, the half of its face ravaged by the laser cannon had charred flesh from the explosion. He could even detect a faint aroma, the scent of scorched meat. With a defiant roar, the Black Forest Tiger bellowed to the heavens, its aura of fury intensifying. Its eyes, now slitted and bloodshot, reflected the gaze of a feral beast prepared to engage in battle with an equally sized adversary. At this moment, the mechanical transformer, having regained his breath, cautioned, "That beast must have been fed treasures that resist fire damage. Otherwise, my laser couldn't have only charred half its face. Please be cautious." As the warning echoed, accompanied by a fearsome tiger roar, the enraged Black Tiger unleashed its powerful front paws in a lightning-fast assault toward Baimo. Understanding the beast's indifference to fire, Baimo responded with a piercing cry that resonated like a chorus of countless birds. As he descended into a lower stance, his right hand cradled a flickering orb of lightning, as if imprisoning thousands of birds within its grasp. Lightning release, 1,000 birds. In the arena, a man and a tiger, despite their vast differences in size, charged towards one another without retreat. Chapter 33, Resurrection and Frenzied Potion. Baimo executed both body techniques and lightning ninjutsu simultaneously, his figure arcing through the air like a streak of light. The Black Forest Tiger, sensing an imminent threat, miraculously plummeted from midair. The beast's instinct for danger was remarkably acute. As it landed, the massive Black Tiger shifted its position and, with a low growl, charged at Baimo from another direction, skillfully avoiding the peril posed by Baimo's weapon. This series of maneuvers unfolded in the blink of an eye, with the tiger's gaping maw just a meter away from Baimo. With one hand gripping the Chidori, Baimo remained unfazed. Sharingan activate. The Black Tiger, mere centimeters from him, exhibited a moment of bewilderment in its eyes. Its body stiffened. Boom. A flash of lightning surged forth, followed by a resonating thunderclap. Baimo thrust his arm deep into the tiger's lower jaw, penetrating 20 centimeters into its flesh. In that instant, he appeared suspended in midair, his right arm embedded within the beast. This location corresponded with where most animals' hearts are situated. With a dull thud, the massive Black Tiger collapsed to the ground, and Baimo's feet returned to solid ground. In an instant, warm blood soaked his arm, streaming down from the wound. The Chidori, crackling with intense electricity, ravaged the tiger's innards. One strike had rendered it completely immobile. The high-voltage current from the Chidori coursed through the beast, paralyzing its vital organs in an instant. The Black Tiger lay on the ground, blood gushing from the wound beneath its neck, unable even to emit a low growl. Baimo shook his head. As expected, it was over. An 8th-tier beast was nothing more than this. Though he was only 1st tier, the psychological impact of his Sharingan allowed him to potentially eliminate a 2nd-tier opponent when caught off guard. While the illusionary techniques of the Uchiha clan were not typically his forte, he was entirely capable of inducing a brief state of disorientation that could disrupt an opponent's consciousness for several seconds. This was more than sufficient. Subsequently, Baimo's lightning gathered once more in his right hand. He had a habit of delivering a finishing blow. In this confrontation, he had dispatched an 8th-tier beast with merely 2 strikes. In that moment, the bustling black market, filled with people, fell into an eerie silence. Only the astonished gazes behind the masks reflected the shock of the spectators. Moments later, the masked onlookers found it hard to believe what they had witnessed. How could this be possible? Did it really die so easily? Strange. I admit that the kid's speed was indeed impressive, but the black forest tiger should have been able to evade such velocity. This was no ordinary anomaly. The tiger had its mouth wide open, yet it failed to strike. Hiss. What anomaly? Have you not noticed that the kid is an esper? There is something peculiar. When that kid utilized his lightning abilities, the beast sensed danger but ultimately froze in place. Yes, it simply stopped. How bizarre. Curse it. Why does it matter? How could this kid possess both fire and lightning attributes? Is there such a person in city number 11? The kid on stage is an esper. That is the crux of the matter. This child. Could he be a second-tier esper, feigning weakness to outsmart us? A second-tier esper? I doubt it. No second-tier esper would dare to confront a beast head-on. He must be at least third-tier. No wonder he dared to insult us. It turns out he is a third-tier esper. But how curious. Why can't I detect any fluctuations in his aura? I can't either. Perhaps he possesses some treasure that obscures his presence. This individual appears quite young, almost like a student. When did we see such a youthful third-tier esper around here? I concede, if he were indeed a third-tier esper, insulting me would be akin to finding a soft target. Those few who recognized Bai Mo's true identity remained speechless, their shock evident in their eyes. Their hands clutched the communicators, trembling slightly. They knew Bai Mo was not a third-tier esper at all. At this moment, Old Bear at the top level was unknowingly gripping the railing tightly. It was not out of concern for the slain tiger, but rather due to the astonishment at the young man's displayed combat prowess. Others might not grasp the true strength of the black tiger, but he understood. An 8th-tier black forest tiger in City No. 11 could only be matched by a 2nd-tier practitioner. Among 1st-tier combatants, few could defeat it, let alone kill it. Bring Bai Mo up, but remember to be polite. Make sure. Yes. But suddenly, Old Bear's pupils constricted as he leapt down from the top level. Possessing 4th-tier strength, he sensed that the hidden device on the tiger's neck had been activated. It was a frenzied potion designed to kill the tiger, which drained its life force in exchange for a berserk state of combat. This was a method the black market employed to avoid losses. Run, he shouted as he fell through the air. Bai Mo was taken aback, but it was too late. The once-fallen black tiger suddenly sprang back to life. Lunging at him with a claw, Bai Mo instinctively raised his arms to defend himself, but the sheer force sent him hurtling through the air. Crash. The substantial size difference, coupled with the tiger's sudden strike, propelled Bai Mo like a projectile. In a flash, a slightly portly figure darted in like lightning, catching the airborne Bai Mo just in time. The figure then pulled back, dissipating the force of Bai Mo's momentum as if performing a delicate maneuver. With a sigh of relief, Old Bear steadied himself, his heart racing. He feared that at any moment, the city lord might emerge from the shadows and strike him down. A blow to the face would be tolerable, but a punch from the city lord, a 6th-tier practitioner, would leave him half dead. Meanwhile, the frenzied black tiger launched a fierce assault, its powerful paw cracking the arena floor as its nearly 10-ton body moved with the swiftness of a released arrow, instilling terror in all who beheld it. Old Bear shielded Bai Mo with one hand, preparing to deliver a punch that would end the beast. In this moment, he would rather sustain injuries himself than see his ancestor come to harm. Minor injuries would heal quickly, but if Bai Mo were hurt here, the consequences would be dire. At that moment, a voice, long absent from his earpiece, suddenly resonated in Old Bear's ear, a girl's voice. This is not your concern. Step back. The light and playful tone bore an undeniable authority, akin to a command. In the black market, there was a rule that all personnel must wear earpieces while on duty. The moment the voice echoed in Old Bear's ear, the portly man froze. The force he had readied to obliterate the charging black tiger dissipated significantly. With a single punch, he sent the frenzied tiger flying and used a rope from his wrist to bind the resurrected creature in place, sparing its life. Taking a deep breath, Old Bear released Bai Mo, and in an instant, his figure vanished from the arena. He had no choice but to obey. Upon the arena, the young scoundrel, Bai Mo wiped the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, murmuring to himself. In the fleeting moments it took to cleanse the crimson from his lips, the pain in his chest rapidly dissipated, akin to a swift regeneration. His awakened powers began to operate autonomously. The voice emanating from the headset of the corpulent man was not subtle. It bore an air of deliberate audibility. Although the identity of the speaker remained a mystery, Bai Mo could surmise with considerable certainty that the recently felled black tiger's sudden resurgence was undoubtedly linked to that young scoundrel. The voice had a timbre reminiscent of an A-cup. It was implausible for it to be anything less. Thus, let the battle commence. A creature that has returned from the dead remains a creature, regardless. In the shadows, a cloaked figure, resembling a specter and perpetually trailing Bai Mo, now bore a flicker of hesitation in his gaze. He had been tasked with the covert protection of Bai Mo. As long as the situation did not escalate to a critical juncture, he was not required to reveal himself. Yet, confronted by the frenzied black tiger, his resolve wavered. Based on his recent observations, the speed of the black tiger appeared to have surpassed that of a second-tier warrior. Presently, The combined strength of two newly ascended second-tier warriors would be insufficient to subdue this resurrected beast. However, the individual he was sworn to protect was merely a student who had awakened just yesterday. From any perspective, a comparison between the two was utterly unfounded, as there was no basis for such a juxtaposition. Yet, his hesitation stemmed from a profound intuition that Bayamo had yet to unleash his full potential. For instance, that ability linked to the skeletal frame engulfed in blue ethereal flames. Chapter 34, Susanoo, First Form. The slender ropes that had ensnared the massive black tiger loosened after a few breaths. It was astonishing that such a large beast had been bound so tightly by a mere thread, likely a special artifact acquired from the secret realm. Seizing the opportunity while the black tiger was still in its zombie state and unresponsive, Bayamo gathered energy within, sinking it into his dantian, compressing it in his chest. With hands forming seals, he unleashed the fire release, fire dragon bullet technique. A fire dragon erupted from his mouth, swiftly splitting into two, hurtling toward the black tiger's head like swift birds. His intent was to completely blind the beast in its remaining eye. Having previously attempted to use the Sharingan's illusion technique, which proved ineffective against the mindless black tiger, he pondered whether the loss of reason rendered one incapable of being ensnared by illusions. However, in the next moment, as the two fire dragons approached, the black tiger opened its massive maw and lunged forward, brutally biting through both flames. Its one remaining eye, now clouded, locked onto him with a frenzied gaze. In that instant of eye contact, Bayamo felt as if he were staring into the eyes of a zombie from a horror film, and the creature's aura had undeniably grown even more formidable. He needed to be cautious. The black tiger suddenly surged forward, the air seeming to tear apart. Bayamo's pupils constricted. It was fast, like the refraction of light. It appeared before him, as if disregarding distance. The unexpected speed startled him, who had been on guard, leaving him unable to distance himself. Damn it, Susanoo. Just as the black tiger's sharp fangs were less than half a meter from his body, a skeleton engulfed in azure flames enveloped him. The massive tiger head collided with the blue skeleton. Bang! Bayamo was sent flying once more. Cough, cough. Even with the skeletal shield, the tremendous impact caused a dull pain in his chest. At that moment, a figure caught him, a slender person wearing a rabbit mask, their identity concealed. The voice from behind the mask declared, "I am here to protect you." The intent was clear and direct. The masked figure added, "Do not overexert yourself. The black tiger has been injected with a rage serum, granting it immense power and insensitivity to pain, far beyond what you can currently handle. Leave the rest to me." While speaking, the masked individual scrutinized Bayamo's crimson pupils. What kind of extraordinary ability is this? He had observed that whenever Bayamo utilized his power, his eyes transformed into an eerie red, suggesting it was a prerequisite of sorts. With that, the masked figure conjured an ancient long blade, preparing to strike down the frenzied black tiger. Suddenly, the masked man's movements halted as Bayamo grasped his arm. A low, hoarse voice emerged, "No need. I will handle this myself." Although the words were not loud, they defied logic and reverberated in the ears of the onlookers. In that moment, all attention was riveted upon Bayamo, and this declaration stirred waves of excitement. Hey, what just happened? Why did the black tiger suddenly rise again? Is it a zombie? It must have just barely survived, a fleeting moment of revival. It doesn't seem like a revival. I nearly reached the threshold of a second-stage martial artist, yet that beast's speed was astonishing. It looks like it's on drugs. Damn, is there someone protecting him in the shadows? So it's a second generation, but who is his father? That guy dared to insult everyone here. If he lacks backing, I swear I'll swallow him whole. Exactly. The black tiger's sudden resurgence is irrelevant. I just want to see this kid perish in the arena. How could he possibly die? That rabbit-masked fellow is likely a master, his protector. Didn't that kid just claim he would handle the black tiger himself? Uffed. He's just bragging. The black tiger nearly killed him earlier. Do you really think he can manage? Indeed. If that little brat can slay the black tiger, I'll strip down and sell hooks on the 4th floor. Damn it. These disgraceful fools. That kid, so young yet displaying such heroism, deserves the title of a youthful hero. While you scoundrels wish for his demise, you truly lack conscience. Ha! Assisting a stranger in a life-or-death duel is the mark of a remarkable individual. Just my type. Kid, I am the head of the Yunlong boxing gym. If you can kill the black tiger, I will shield you from these people and treat you to drinks. Fine wine. Amidst the raucous black market, some wished for his swift demise while others offered him drinks. Bayamo exhaled, surveying the audience once more before slowly closing his eyes. This scene left the onlookers who anticipated seeing Bayamo brutally slaughtered by the black tiger utterly perplexed. What is this kid up to? The masked figure beside Bayamo shared the same confusion. Faced with the black tiger's renewed assault, he chose not to deliver a killing blow, opting instead to kick it away again. The bear master, who had retreated from the arena, focused intently on Bayamo, as did the unseen mastermind lurking in the shadows. The pitiful black tiger had been reduced to a mere plaything. In this moment of silence, Bayamo's thoughts settled. System. Exchange a skill point and allocate it to the Sharingan. Successfully deducted 10,000 emotional points. Acquired skill point 1. Sharingan point allocation successful. Under the gaze of all, Bayamo opened his eyes once more, a fierce glimmer igniting within. A power unparalleled surged within him, as if a dragon soared amidst the clouds. If the Sharingan's power prior to augmentation could be likened to a gentle stream, then now it resembled a formidable pillar of water as thick as an ancient tree. With all eyes upon him, Bayamo advanced, his expression cold. Facing the black tiger, which once again lunged through the air, its form looming like a mountain. Threatening to engulf him entirely, he muttered to himself, a mere first stage 8-segment beast? A hidden coward? The masked trash surrounding me? Do they dare mock me? Hearing Baimo's murmurs, the rabbit-masked figure was filled with confusion. Did this kid refuse his help out of pride? But in the next moment, he felt a jolt of realization. Bang! Baimo's hands formed seals before his chest. A surge of violent energy erupted from him, shattering the ground within several meters. A colossal, semi-transparent skeleton of deep blue rose from the ground, reminiscent of an ancient deity, with an aura akin to ghostly flames that was simply awe-inspiring. Susanoo, first form. The massive skeletal right fist clenched, thrusting forward, the violent force instantly depleting the air on the arena, creating a vacuum-like atmosphere. Boom. The once invincible black tiger was obliterated with a single punch, its body crashing against Susanoo's arm, suspended in midair. One strike. Just one strike. The ferocity and precision of the blow were staggering. This almost absurd spectacle left everyone present in a state of mental paralysis. Just a second ago, he was on the verge of being struck down by the black tiger, yet in the next moment, he had pierced through the more powerful beast. Is this even possible? This is fundamentally an event that should not occur. Completely impossible. In the black market, onlookers are striving to comprehend the extraordinary scene unfolding before them. It is akin to a colossal truck hurtling towards a child clutching a lollipop, only for the child to astonishingly halt the vehicle with bare hands. Is there anything more absurd than this? After the demise of the black tiger, Bayamo discarded the corpse, relinquished his Sharingan, and felt an inexplicable surge of power within him, as if his boundaries were loosening. Moments later, Bayamo turned around, disregarding the rabbit-masked individual beside him, who appeared utterly stupefied. Instead, he gazed at the masked host outside the arena and slowly spoke. I have encountered bastards, seen sycophants, and met harlots. Yet I have never come across someone like you. Therefore, I have pondered and concluded that you require a novel designation. Bayamo paused, articulating a few words with an air of certainty. You are a whore's spawn. Following his utterance, the host in a white suit outside the arena snapped back to reality, his countenance behind the mask twisted in fury. Before such a multitude, who could endure such humiliation? Yet, the subsequent scene left the spectators, still in shock from the earlier events, utterly flabbergasted once more. Bayamo lifted his head, surveyed the crowd with a sweeping glance, and, in a tone neither too loud nor too soft, casually remarked, Ladies and gentlemen, you are also whore spawn. Chapter 35. Double compensation. The black market, once teeming with people, now lay shrouded in an eerie silence, as if someone had forcefully pressed the mute button. When Bayamo first insulted everyone, it was on the arena, boldly claiming he would challenge the formidable Black Forest Tiger, a first-tier 8th-level fighter. At that moment, most of the onlookers were unfamiliar with Bayamo. More accurately, knowledge of Bayamo circulated only among a few powerful factions within City 11, far removed from the majority present. Although these individuals were formidable in their respective fields, they paled in comparison within the realm of practitioners. Consequently, the overwhelming majority instinctively believed that the Black Tiger would soon eviscerate the boy who had dared to insult them. Given the boy's audacity in cursing everyone, most spectators thought it inevitable that he would meet a grim fate, which led to their silent anticipation of the impending violence. However, reality unfolded in stark contrast to their expectations. Not only did the Black Tiger fail to disembowel the mouthy boy, but he was ultimately obliterated by him. Just as the crowd stood in shock, they were once again subjected to a barrage of insults, even more vulgar than before. You little brat, you're asking for death. A burly man adorned with a green, fanged mask leaped down from the 3rd floor, crashing onto the arena with a resounding thud, his feet striking the ground with an air of formidable authority. As he landed, the entire arena seemed to tremble. In the next heartbeat, he lunged forward, akin to a speeding truck, propelling a fist toward Bayamo with incredible force. The sheer ferocity of his punch sent chills down the spines of the onlookers, signaling that he was no mere 2nd-tier practitioner, but a 3rd-tier powerhouse. Yet, in a dramatic twist, the raging giant was sent flying backward, crashing into a firearms shop on the 1st floor, his body akin to a bowling ball knocking down every weapon on the counter. The shopkeeper, witnessing the chaos, let out a calm sigh while adjusting his glasses, and then focused intently on his calculator. Meanwhile, the masked man who had been standing protectively behind Bayamo withdrew his foot, exhaling in resignation. He looked at Bayamo and spoke in a tone of negotiation. Brother, why don't we find another place? There seem to be quite a few people here. He was filled with exasperation. Since being assigned to safeguard by MO, he had anticipated a daunting task, knowing he might face relentless assassins or even cultists. He never imagined that the day after Bai Mo's awakening, he would boldly enter the black market and publicly insult everyone present. What a troublemaker. He wondered if this newly awakened fifth-tier assassin could withstand the chaos. Sigh. Perhaps it would have been more comfortable holding a vice mayor's position, where he could enjoy life without a care, receiving a salary for mere leisure. Unlike the current situation, which had left him feeling anxious, the masked man's intervention abruptly quelled the previously volatile atmosphere of the black market. The presence of Bai Mo's formidable backing was too unsettling. How could a third-tier master be so easily dispatched, as if he were a mere weaned pup? Among those present, aside from a few practitioners, the majority were ordinary individuals who had yet to enter the ranks of cultivation. Before entering the black market, they were prohibited from bringing firearms or explosives. Thus, following the giant's unexpected defeat, the remaining crowd fell into a subdued silence. Bai Mo nodded, his anger dissipating. He then turned his gaze toward the man in a suit outside the arena. The latter's expression stiffened as he mentally replayed the earlier events, ultimately concluding that he had not offended this little ancestor. Could it be the earlier incident with the Black Forest Tiger? But that was beyond his control. Alas, he feared the blame would land squarely on his shoulders. Yet Bai Mo's gaze remained fixed on him, compelling the man to return to the arena with a resolute demeanor. Mr. Bai, what are your orders? There was no escaping the situation. He simply could not afford to provoke this individual. Bai Mo bluntly stated, that beast is dead. I have won the match. Now pay me. The final two words hung in the air, and the man in the suit felt an unprecedented wave of relief wash over him. He had feared that this young master might seek revenge. As Bai Mo's words echoed, Uncle Bear, who was also outside the arena, stepped forward with a tray in hand. Upon it lay money. Uncle Bear ambled over to Bai Mo, wearing an apologetic smile. We will swiftly investigate the unexpected rampage of the Black Forest Tiger, and this 100,000 yuan is a compensation for you. I hope you find it satisfactory. The tray held 10 stacks of cash, a substantial sum indeed. Bai Mo accepted the money without a word. Uncle Bear felt a sense of relief. He surmised that his enigmatic boss had ventured too close to danger. If Bai Mo had been left unguarded and seriously injured by that beast, the consequences would have been dire for the entire black market. Then, Uncle Bear gestured toward the host below, casually stating, break his limbs and toss him into the wilderness. He has broken the rules. This was a message to Bai Mo. The host, gripped by panic, instinctively tried to flee, but as a mere low-tier evolved being, he stood no chance against the man in the suit. With a scream and the sound of bones snapping, the man in the suit dragged the now limbless host away, slowly walking in a determined direction. Bai Mo observed impassively, listening to the host's desperate praises. The black market spent its own funds to procure healing potions to mend the injuries sustained by the mechanical modifier who had been trampled by the black tiger. They also brought in a skilled mechanical medic to reattach the severed arm of the low-tier mechanical modifier, often referred to as a semi-mechanical modifier. As most of their organs remained flesh and blood, unable to achieve the higher tier's true replacement of life status. Bai Mo picked up a black package from the edge of the arena, slinging it over his shoulder, and exited the black market with the winnings in tow, accompanied by a barely mobile mechanical modifier and a young girl. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he summoned his thoughts, system, opened the panel. Chapter 36. Is something about to happen in City 11? Within the depths of the black market, the masked spectators on various floors exhibited flickering gazes, their anticipation palpable. They had come here as patrons, eager to engage. Yet today, instead of witnessing a spectacle, they were met with scorn from a brash young man, leaving them seething with indignation. The more they pondered, the more their frustration grew. However, they were wary of the masked figure beside Bai Mo. With their departure, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. Most of the aggrieved onlookers turned their ire toward Old Bear, hoping he could provide some form of explanation. Finally, someone, unable to contain themselves, spoke up from the crowd. Old Bear, who was that little brat? He insulted us twice. It's an utter humiliation. If it weren't for your reputation, I would have gone down there and dealt with him myself. Another voice chimed in. Indeed, Old Bear, he not only insulted us, but you as well. How can we tolerate this? I came here to shop, to feel esteemed, yet I was insulted twice. If I don't receive an explanation today, I want to return. A chorus of discontent echoed, seemingly mere complaints, yet they bore an implicit threat to the black market. If no resolution was offered today, patrons would cease to come, and the market would face closure. Despite this, Old Bear showed no sign of alarm. Instead, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Raising his hand, he gestured for silence. In an instant, the entire black market fell silent, all eyes eagerly awaiting a satisfactory explanation. They speculated that the young man was likely a scion from a prominent family in a larger city, someone the black market could not afford to offend. In such circumstances, a token concession to appease their emotions and restore some dignity would suffice to smooth over the incident. However, one might notice that patrons on the upper 3 floors were discreetly leaving, seemingly preoccupied with pressing matters. Yet, Their desire to regain face overshadowed all else. With everyone's attention fixed on him, Old Bear calmly stated, "His name is Mo." This brief revelation served as a catalyst for uproar. No one expected the black market's proprietor to offer such a response, which only fueled the flames of discontent. "Damn it. I know that Brad's name is Mo. He said so himself. What of it? His name could be anything. It doesn't change the fact that we've been insulted. Is this some kind of joke? Do you really think we want to return?" Faced with a crowd eager for redress, Old Bear sighed deeply. Yesterday, in City 11, two SS-level awakened individuals emerged, one of whom is named Mo. The black market, which had been buzzing with life just a moment ago, fell into an eerie silence, as if a spectral hand had clasped around their throats. Everyone exchanged incredulous glances, questioning whether they had misheard. The SS-level talent, the one glowing with brilliance yesterday, could it truly be that very youth? Observing the shock etched across their faces, Old Bear smirked coldly. So what if he was insulted? Not only had this crowd faced humiliation, but even he had to swallow his pride. With that, he turned and departed the stage. In a spacious study within the black market, a slightly portly middle-aged man approached a wall adorned with paintings, appearing much like an ordinary backdrop. Old Bear tapped on the sturdy wall. "Calling out, miss, are you there?" His voice tinged with uncertainty, for it had been a long while since his young mistress had visited City 11. She was presumed to be in City 25. Moments later, a voice, recently heard through his earpiece, beckoned him to enter. Taken aback by the presence of his mistress in City 11, he discovered a concealed mechanism that revealed a hidden chamber. Before entering, Old Bear glanced back to ensure the study door was securely locked. No one could have anticipated that behind the wall lay a secret room. Inside, a girl with vintage combat boots crouched on a chair, her laces intricately wrapped around her pale ankles. She wore light socks that accentuated her delicate curves. A tactical pistol rested at her thigh, while a light blue denim jacket adorned her upper body. Her purple hair grazed her shoulders, and strands fell across her crystal-encrusted goggles, revealing captivating eyes. With no sense of decorum, she toyed with a gleaming butterfly knife, smirking as she remarked, "Hey, little panda, it's been a while. Have you put on some weight?" Should anyone overhear this, they would surely be taken aback. Old Bear, the authoritative figure of the black market, despised remarks about his physique. Years prior, a group of small merchants had dared to provoke him, led by a fourth-tier cultivator who, emboldened by his status, insulted Old Bear as a pig. Yet within minutes, that very fourth-tier cultivator found himself on his knees, pleading for mercy, begging to become Old Bear's dog in exchange for his life. The disparity between their strengths was profound. Yet, faced with the playful moniker of Little Panda and the comment about his weight, Old Bear remained unperturbed, for his true name was indeed Panda. He chuckled heartily. "I've been here monitoring things daily, so I haven't had the chance to work off those extra pounds. By the way, shouldn't you be in City 25? What brings you here?" The stylishly dressed girl twirled her knife, putting it away. "School's out, and I was bored. But more importantly, something's about to happen in City 11, and I came to check on you. You need to expedite the relocation of your operations." Her words left Old Bear bewildered. "Miss, could you elaborate? What exactly is about to occur in City 11? If we relocate our extensive operations, the losses would be considerable." The girl nodded, scrutinizing the slightly portly man. "Did you see the trending news this morning?" "Trending news?" Old Bear paused, confusion crossing his face. "Are you suggesting that the emergence of two SS-level awakened individuals in City 11 harbors some hidden agenda? Is that why you were probing Mo?" "Stop." The girl interjected with a hand gesture, gracefully stepping down from her chair. "That is not it. Today's trending news reported a spatial rift appearing in Mount Wuliang. Did you not see it?" "I'm aware. I reported this to you days ago," Old Bear responded. Although the news had just surfaced, the rift's proximity to two third-tier cities meant it was known locally. However, he did not consider it a significant event. Typically, the appearance of a spatial rift heralded the emergence of a small secret realm. The rift at Mount Wuliang was minor. It might not even form a true secret realm and could heal on its own. Suddenly, the expression on Bear Grandpa's face shifted. Could it be because of Chapter 37, The Mysterious Boss? Yao Xiaoyu confronted by the urgent yet somewhat anxious gaze of Xiongyi, the young girl shook her head. "Such matters. It has taken considerable effort for me to acquire this vital information. I am unable to delve any deeper into the specifics. It is simply not possible." At this point, Xiongyi understood. Some matters were far too significant. To provoke a formidable entity could spell utter catastrophe. With a deep sigh, the slightly portly Xiongyi regarded the young lady earnestly. "Miss, if what you say is true, then City 11 will be perilous. I implore you to leave quickly. I will manage the market affairs, and you need not be concerned about such trivialities." After uttering these words, Xiongyi felt compelled to add, "In fact, you could have simply informed me through a secure message." The young girl responded with a nonchalant, mischievous smile, revealing a small canine tooth as she waved her hand dismissively. "I mentioned it was boring, hence my presence. The information I have gathered is limited, and I firmly believe that City 7 has already dispatched personnel to Wuliang Mountain, potentially resolving this troublesome issue. Moreover, if I hadn't come to City 11, How would I have encountered the two golden lights that shot down from the sky yesterday? Bayamo. Xiongyi nodded, seemingly understanding. He pondered how the star-picking academy from City 7 would come to City 11 for recruitment. That was indeed a genuine major city, with a century of history, abundant talent, and resources akin to a torrent of steel. The individual from the star-picking academy yesterday had effortlessly pinned Zhao Wuji in place with a mere finger. It seemed they were specifically addressing the spatial rifts emerging from Wuliang Mountain. If that were the case, what of the mountain-suppressing academy from City 25? It shouldn't be the case. City 25 was too distant, and the might of a major city should suffice to handle a single spatial rift. Snapped back to reality, Xiongyi suddenly recalled something, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Miss, you just mentioned Bayamo. That fellow is heading to the mountain-suppressing academy in City 25, where he is a student as well. So, you were deliberately testing him. The collar around the Black Forest Tiger's neck contained a frenzy-inducing agent, the switch controlled by the upper echelons of the black market. This individual before him was undoubtedly among the highest tier. Indeed, it's quite intriguing. The girl nodded, resuming her playful manipulation of the butterfly knife. Xiongyi suddenly became serious. Miss, I believe Bayamo possesses immense value. His character and strength are beyond reproach, even surpassing those scions of esteemed families. If you could bring Bayamo under your wing, in the future, within the family. His voice trailed off. The young girl, facing the solemn middle-aged man, smiled casually. You seem to hold him in high regard. Xiongyi shook his head. It ought to be so, not an ounce of exaggeration. He awakened just yesterday, yet managed to slay the first-tier, 8th-stage Black Forest Tiger today. And this was a beast enhanced with the frenzy agent. This indirectly indicates that Baimo's current strength is already vaguely capable of contending with second-tier ability users. What does this imply? A student who awakened merely yesterday can, after a single night's rest, rival practitioners who have honed their skills on the battlefield for years. Such terrifying talent. Such unfathomable power. There may not even be a few individuals in special cities who could match him. If such a person were to grow in the future, I cannot even begin to imagine how formidable he would become. The young girl gazed at the butterfly knife in her hand, reflecting on how individuals of such uniqueness seldom submit to others, their pride only magnified. Yet, that is precisely what makes it intriguing. A faint, enigmatic smile graced her lips as she extended her fair fingers into the air, grasping at nothing. Bayamo. Yao Xiaoyu, I'm coming to capture you. Before a low wall, Bayamo frowned as he observed the system panel displayed before him. Host, Bayamo. Template, Uchiha Madara 12 Fusion, Abilities. Edo Tensei, Uchiha Madara's Peak Taijutsu, Fire Release. Great Fireball Technique, I Technique, Susanoo Skeleton. Lightning Release, Chidori, Sharingan Enhancement Level, 1, Ability, Master of Qingmu, Evolvable. Ability Effects, Healing Technique, Withering Woods Revived, Rampant Flora, Realm, First Tier. Second Stage, Note, the host's strength cannot be accurately referenced by realm. Emotional Value, 5660, the panel information appeared before him. After slaying the Black Forest Tiger, his realm had shifted, ascending from first tier, first stage to first tier, second stage. The fusion percentage of the template increased by 1. Originally, he had accumulated over 10,000 emotional points, which, combined with those accrued within the black market, now amounted to over 5,000. This he could accept. Spending over 10,000 emotional points to acquire a skill point proved worthwhile. With his first tier, first stage power, he had directly manifested the first form of Susanoo. Although it was somewhat taxing to utilize, achieving this was already commendable. Bayamo rubbed his eyes, which felt swollen and painful. Had he not delivered a lethal blow to the Black Tiger, and if the fight had dragged on, his eyes might have bled. The battle, though seemingly straightforward, had been facilitated by the fact that the beast was already injured and had suddenly succumbed to frenzy, its life force waning. By the time he unleashed the first form of Susanoo, he was already at the end of his strength. Despite this, Bayamo was quite satisfied with his performance. The furrow in his brow arose from one pressing concern. Having slain a first-tier, 8th-stage beast, why had his fusion percentage only increased by 1? This was a first-tier, 8th-stage opponent. Damn it. System, come out and explain yourself. Am I not the protagonist of an exhilarating narrative? You ought to indulge me. Even a 2 increase would be acceptable, yet you give me a mere 1? Doggone system, speak up. Quickly unlock some hidden rewards or something. Compensate me a little, would you? Suddenly, a hesitant voice drifted into his ears. Bayamo, sir, I would like to borrow some money. Chapter 38. Am I truly the protagonist of a self-indulgent narrative? A voice snapped Bayamo back to reality, prompting him to close the system panel visible only to him. With a gaze filled with curiosity, he looked at the mechanical cyborg before him, contemplating the notion of lending money. In stark contrast to the fearless fighter who had bravely faced the Black Tiger in the arena, fully aware of the futility, yet fighting with his life on the line. The cyborg now bowed his head. A sound escaped his nostrils, a hesitant hum. This scene momentarily caught Bayamo off guard. Why did it suddenly feel akin to confronting a simple, honest farmer? Yet, He dismissed the thought and swiftly unwrapped the small sack from his left shoulder, which contained 100,000 dragon coins, and presented it to the cyborg. Here you go. The cyborg, upon seeing the bag brimming with money, cautiously accepted it with both hands. He first lifted his gaze to glance at Bayamo, then lowered his head to open the bag, carefully extracting 5 bundles of currency. Each time he retrieved a bundle, he paused for a few seconds, as if counting the notes. Then, with great care, he opened his clothing to tuck the money into his bosom, anxious about causing any wrinkles. Bayamo observed that even the cyborg's breathing seemed constrained during this process. Once he had taken the money, the cyborg extended the remaining sack containing 50,000 dragon coins back to Bayamo, his eyes radiating an unprecedented determination. Thank you. I will repay you. Bayamo was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the man would truly borrow money. He chuckled softly at the cyborg's earnestness. No need. This money is rightfully yours. I merely aided you, as it was a simple act. The impetus for aiding the young man stemmed from the masked host's disgraceful act of throwing a girl into the arena, the revolting demeanor of the onlookers, and the thrill derived from bullying the weaker. Thus, defeating the Black Tiger and claiming the prize money was, in essence, an act belonging to the cyborg. However, in response to Bayamo's kindness, the cyborg, unusually ungrateful, straightened his injured chest and solemnly reiterated, I will definitely repay you. After he spoke, the little girl beside him chimed in. Big brother, Aziz will also work hard to repay you. Despite her tender age, there was no trace of childishness in her words, only a sense of solemnity. Bayamo fell silent for a moment, then slowly inquired, What is your name? Huangzhong. Huangzhong. A fine name, Bayamo murmured to himself. The mechanical cyborg appeared to be around 30 years old, though perhaps due to the harsh environmental conditions of this world, his actual age might be less than 30. The mechanical components adorning him were rather crude, resembling a handmade creation rather than something from a specialized prosthetic shop. Despite the pain from his injuries, the man wore no expression of suffering. Only a thin sheen of sweat glistened on his forehead. Bayamo patted his shoulder. It's up to you. We shall part ways here. He sensed that the man was genuine, so he kept his response brief. The cyborg was injured and needed to use the money to help someone. There was no reason to delay him. Huangzhong nodded, preparing to leave with the girl. Suddenly, Bayamo called out to them, Wait. Huangzhong halted, turning around to silently await Bayamo's words. Bayamo shrugged and asked, Is 50,000 enough to treat those children? Huangzhong exuded a rare glimmer of humanity. In a world where might makes right prevailed, such traits were seldom seen. Even in times of peace, Bayamo felt a sense of admiration. Huangzhong's silence lingered, prompting Bayamo to urge, Speak up. Why the hesitation? The little girl, Aziz, softly replied, Not enough. Bayamo was taken aback, laughing in disbelief. How much more do you need? The girl answered quietly again. The hospital said my siblings have been poisoned by a strange beast and need a composite recovery potion, 72,000 dragon coins in total. Upon hearing this, Bayamo handed over the remaining sack containing 50,000 dragon coins once more. Huangzhong stared at the money, hesitant to take it. He felt that being able to borrow 50,000 was already an immense kindness, and in such circumstances, he dared not ask for more. Greed was not a virtue. He should find a way to solve the remaining amount himself. 50,000 was not a trifling sum. He had risked his life and not earned it. Bayamo, observing the honest man, shoved the small sack into his embrace with feigned impatience. Enough. Whether you borrow 50,000 or 100,000, what's the difference? Stop dawdling and take it. I'm leaving. Huangzhong took a deep breath, cradling the money. I will repay you as soon as possible. I swear. Bayamo sighed. Such stubbornness was exasperating. Yet, he secretly wished for more individuals like him. In the wandering life, encountering a handful of such souls was essential. Otherwise, if the world was filled with scoundrels, it would be utterly disheartening. Just as Bayamo turned to walk away, Huangzhong, injured, swiftly stepped in front of him. Under Bayamo's puzzled gaze, the latter spoke without preamble. With a hiss of hydraulics, Huangzhong produced a peculiar fragment from his mechanical arm. This is a treasure. But I don't know how to use it. Take it. Bayamo examined the small shard in the man's palm, which emitted a faint, dark luminescence. It was as if the fragment was consuming the light around it. Curiosity piqued, Bayamo reached out to take the shard, scrutinizing it closely. What is this? It truly seems to absorb surrounding light. In the next instant, the shard vanished from his grasp, and an overwhelming surge of energy flooded his body, invigorating his blood and cells as if they had been richly nourished. His eyesight sharpened, and he felt an exhilarating rush of power coursing through him. Should he face the Black Tiger again, he would need not a hint of evasion. He could unleash his full might. Having previously triumphed over a severely wounded beast at the first stage's 8th level, now at the 4th stage, he could easily vanquish the creature, even unscathed. Then, a system panel materialized before him, announcing, Congratulations, host, for acquiring a hidden item. Fragment of the Tao. Reward triggered, 2 fusion rate. Note, if the host acquires more Tao fragments, the reward mechanism will still activate. Tao fragment, named by the system based on the host's cognition. It should not be taken as the primary reference. Current host level, first stage, fourth segment. Emotion value, 5660. Bayemo blinked in astonishment. He had barely crossed the chasm of levels to defeat the Black Tiger at the first stage's 8th segment, achieving only a 1 fusion rate. Now, this diminutive shard had granted him 2? What manner of twist is this? Have I stumbled upon a trope from a self-indulgent narrative? Am I truly the protagonist of such a tale? Chapter 39, Undercurrents. Huangzhong. The mechanical transformer, Huangzhong, gazed at Bayemo, whose eyes shone with fervor, and felt an involuntary shiver run through him. That excessively enthusiastic gaze instilled a modicum of fear within him. Huangzhong swallowed hard, his expression awkward. Bayemo, realizing his gaze was somewhat aggressive, reined it in and cleared his throat. Huangzhong, do you have any more of those fragments? The treasure you just gave me. I am willing to buy it back at a high price. Whatever price you desire, I shall meet it. Huangzhong felt a wave of relief wash over him and replied candidly, I have none left. He refrained from inquiring about the purpose of the fragment he had just handed over. Upon hearing this, Bayemo experienced a fleeting moment of disappointment, but quickly pressed on. Where did you obtain that small fragment you gave me? Huangzhong paused momentarily, as if gathering his thoughts. I have possessed this object for quite some time, yet I have always been oblivious to its purpose. I have consulted numerous sources and found no record of it. Moreover, to be precise, it did not come to me. Rather, it found me. It feels rather peculiar, and I am uncertain. His words were vague, bordering on the fantastical. An object that could seek out a person? Yet Bayemo understood that the man before him spoke no falsehood. This fragment was undoubtedly something extraordinary. Bayemo nodded in acknowledgement. Receiving this fragment today was akin to an unexpected windfall. He was immensely satisfied. This substance was akin to a potent elixir. However, excessive consumption could yield adverse effects, potentially causing more harm than good. After a brief silence, Bayemo patted Huangzhong on the shoulder. You know my name. Should you encounter any troubles, feel free to visit 3rd High School or contact me directly. Though my realm is not particularly high, I possess a modicum of influence in City 11. He paused, raising his arm and bringing his thumb and index finger close together, leaving a small gap in between. Face. Understand? Plus, a backing. This individual piqued his interest. There was a certain chivalry about him, coupled with a rare glimmer of humanity. Huangzhong nodded earnestly. I will repay you as soon as possible. Bayemo regarded the resolute man before him and, after a few seconds, slowly uttered 2 words. Get lost. With his belongings in tow, Bayemo retraced his steps, eager to return to his humble abode. Upon arrival, he secured all doors and windows before unveiling the materials he had procured from the black market. He placed them upon the table and subsequently retrieved various experimental tools he had acquired along the way. These implements were modestly priced, as they were not professional laboratory equipment, but rather a collection pieced together from nearby sources. The corrupted earth rebirth technique bestowed upon him by the system required him to craft the necessary components himself. Following the memories etched in his mind, he employed a scalpel to evenly slice the body of a centipede-faced demon insect, initiating the first simple procedure. This creature bore a striking resemblance to a centipede, yet its size rivaled that of an adult king cobra, with a visage eerily reminiscent of a human. Its body was adorned with numerous appendages, hence its moniker, the centipede-faced demon insect. Bayemo procured a prepared jar and placed the insect's body within, proceeding to crush it. A pungent liquid oozed forth. The second component was the distorted tree heart. This item was the most expensive, costing him over 80,000. Extracting it from his bag, he beheld what resembled the heart of a feline, slightly flattened, pulsating faintly in his grasp. It was truly remarkable. Bayemo plunged the scalpel into the heart, causing it to throb rapidly, accompanied by a sound akin to a lament. Moments later, the heart was processed, leaving him with a hand coated in a greenish liquid. He then combined the insect's body with the heart and placed the mixture in a container for heating and stirring. The amalgamation took on a grayish-green hue, emitting a rather unpleasant odor reminiscent of decaying insects. After several minutes, Bayemo ceased his actions, observing the concoction in the container, nodding in satisfaction. It was a success. Next, he spread a blank scroll upon the ground, placing the final special ingredient, the head of a reanimated corpse, directly atop it. He commenced the crafting process. The scroll was produced with remarkable ease as Bayemo wielded a stylus, meticulously sketching symbols upon the blank surface. He proceeded with caution, pausing before each stroke. Minutes later, the first scroll was completed, and Bayemo exhaled deeply. His inaugural creation had succeeded. A smile of fulfillment graced his face. Such is the nature of humanity, when attempting something novel, regardless of the outcome. The mere act of creation stirs a profound joy within. For in that moment, he declared to the world, this creation is born of my own hands. It could manifest as a scroll, a craft, a marathon, or any endeavor. Upon completing the first scroll, Bayemo noticed that the reanimated head above had withered somewhat. Indeed, it was withering. Seizing the momentum, he swiftly utilized the remaining materials. With over 100,000 expended, He managed to craft 3 scrolls in total. This meant that, without requiring any offerings, he could perform the corrupted earth rebirth thrice, provided he could locate corpses. Excellent. Bayamo carefully stored his scrolls, recognizing their immense value. To his knowledge, there seemed to exist zombies in this world capable of combat, yet those were akin to mere corpse-driving techniques. Essentially, the deceased could only serve as meat shields, in stark contrast to the corrupted earth rebirth, a forbidden art. Now, which fortunate soul would be the first to experience his corrupted earth rebirth? At present, utilizing the technique was somewhat inconvenient. He needed to devise a method to enhance the corrupted earth rebirth to a level of convenience akin to that of Naruto. With skill points, perhaps he could develop this forbidden art into something even more formidable. A night devoid of conversation passed, and the following morning, Bayamo awoke with a start. He had an unsettling feeling that unrest had swept through the entire city the previous night. A sense of foreboding lingered within him. Could it be that something was amiss? Meanwhile, at the city lord's mansion, the lights blazed brightly through the night, surrounded by heavily armed guards forming a tight perimeter. Each soldier wore a mask of unease, as a restless tension spread among them. Within the walls, a swift airship from City 7 was deployed, typically reserved for wartime contingencies. If a political stronghold were to be established, the atmosphere would be ominously oppressive. It felt as though they were bracing for an unprecedented war. Chapter 40, Conspiracy? The Countdown of City Number 11. In City Number 11, at the Lord's Mansion, the sound of polished shoes colliding with tiles echoed through the narrow corridor on the 3rd floor of the administrative building. A bespectacled man in a jacket hurried along, clutching a blue file, his expression fraught with panic, muttering, "It's over, it's over." Upon reaching the door of the main conference room, he did not bother to knock, but pushed the door open forcefully. The man stumbled and fell as the door swung open. Ignoring his fall, he quickly scrambled to his feet and slammed the blue folder onto the conference table. "The Lord, we have calculated the number of people who can be evacuated." Having spent the night awake, Yuan Shan, with bloodshot eyes, rasped, "How many?" The bespectacled man adjusted his slipping glasses and continued, "Based on the existing transportation means within the city capable of long-distance travel, as well as the transport vehicles sent by City Number 12. Bang! Before he could finish, Yuan Shan slammed his fist on the table, causing the lengthy table to tremble. With red eyes, he bellowed, "Just give me the numbers." The man trembled and quickly replied, 100,000. "We can evacuate at most 100,000 people. 100,000, 100,000. Yuan Shan sank into his chair, feeling dizzy. He stared at the ceiling, murmuring, "City Number 11 has approximately 920,000 people, and we can evacuate at most 100,000, possibly even less." Silence enveloped the conference room. No one dared to breathe audibly. Liao Wensong, who wielded half the authority, pressed, "This information hasn't leaked, has it?" The bespectacled man shook his head. "It shouldn't have, aside from the high-ranking officials in this building. But our actions last night may raise suspicions." Liao Wensong's gaze sharpened. "We must ensure information is contained. Now is not the time for chaos. If the city descends into disorder, we will perish swiftly." "Understood." The bespectacled man nodded earnestly. Yuan Shan, slumped in his chair, braced himself to sit up. After gazing out the window for a few moments, he suddenly turned, his bloodshot eyes locking onto a middle-aged man nearest to him. "Why? Such a catastrophic event should not occur here. The population of City No. 11 is not substantial enough to attract such a threat. Tell me why. Just days ago, it was merely a spatial rift, not a significant issue. One that would heal over time. Yet why has it come to this? Why? Speak." Bang, bang, bang. He pounded the long table repeatedly. His furious voice reverberated through the conference room, causing the officials of City Number 11 to bow their heads, too frightened to look up. The middle-aged man, clad in a silver uniform and adorned with a ring exclusive to City Number 7, remained unfazed by Yuan Shan's fury, as if indifferent to the situation. Seeing this, Yuan Shan's anger ignited completely. He stood, pointing a finger at the man, his bloodshot eyes glaring. "Gong Pengcheng, you damn well tell me. Did this disaster originate in another city, and that city, unwilling to make sacrifices, transferred this calamity through secret means?" Suddenly, Gong Pengcheng rose, exuding an imposing presence that flooded the room. "Enough." Bang. His overwhelming aura shattered the conference room's bulletproof glass at the slightest leak. Gong Pengcheng's hawk-like eyes bore down on Yuan Shan. "Yuan Shan, you are the lord of City Number 11 and a pillar of the nation. These divisive words should not escape your lips. Furthermore, your baseless speculations are unacceptable for a city lord. City Number 7 has come to assist without demanding anything in return. I hope you do not dishearten us." Under the weight of Gong Pengcheng's terrifying pressure, Yuan Shan felt as though he were engulfed in a storm, the force causing the buttons on his chest to pop off. His face flushed red from the oppressive aura, yet he showed no signs of yielding. Instead, he gritted his teeth and spat, "Damn you." Just as the atmosphere grew tense, an elder beside Gong Pengcheng intervened. Standing in military attire, he gazed sternly at Yuan Shan. "This matter is not as dire as you perceive. According to current investigations, this conspiracy has been in the making for years, with the shadow of the abyssal sect looming. Once the spatial rift fully opens, no one can predict the horrors that may emerge, not even a ninth-tier cultivator. Therefore, our immediate task is to evacuate as many civilians as possible. However, upon hearing the elder's words, Yuan Shan's agitation intensified. His eyes widened in disbelief. Fists clenched tightly. Where do I evacuate them to? With a total of 920,000 people, we can only evacuate 100,000. A massive sandstorm will hit the area today. How many will survive on the roads? And where do I send them? A city is not comprised of merely a few thousand or tens of thousands. With so many people, where can I possibly take them? The nearest city, no. 12 is 500 kilometers away. How can we manage such a vast evacuation in such a short time? If 80,000 people cannot evacuate in time, it's better for me to perish. Moreover, there are countless satellite cities and towns in the vicinity. What will happen to those people? Will we just abandon them? As he spoke, the normally commanding lord's eyes brimmed with tears, the moisture pooling in his eyes. He had spent nearly 2 decades here, watching children grow and elders depart. Now, to be told that the majority of the city would perish was simply unbearable. Yuan Shan's display of anguish pierced the hearts of everyone present. No one could step forward to resolve this crisis. While evacuating a small town or satellite city might be manageable, evacuating an entire city was an insurmountable task within a short time frame. Setting aside the myriad coordination issues, the transportation logistics alone posed an unsolvable challenge. Even if City No. 12 mobilized all available transportation resources, evacuating over 90,000 people in one go would be impossible, especially with a sandstorm looming over the entire area. The situation facing City Number 11 was nearing despair. Ultimately, the suddenness of this disaster left no time for preparation. Behind the spatial rift in Wuliang Mountain, a cadre of high-level sorcerers had spent years covertly constructing a colossal spatial transference array. The destination of this array remained unknown. Once completed, it would usher forth unspeakable horrors. Worse still, when the spatial rift appeared days ago, no abnormalities were detected. Just a day before City Number 11's awakening ceremony, higher authorities conducted another investigation. But they did not engage with Yuan Shan. Thus, Yuan Shan assumed it was merely a minor spatial rift, likely affecting only a small town. As the awakening ceremony drew to a close, both City Number 7 and City Number 25, 2 prominent urban centers, dispatched personnel to investigate the spatial rift. It was at this moment that Yuan Shan sensed something amiss. Subsequently, a high-ranking cultivator discovered a profoundly concealed spatial transference array hidden within the rift. Currently, no method for its destruction has been identified, leaving them in a state of prolonged uncertainty. Moreover, this spatial fissure is exceedingly fragile, incapable of accommodating higher-tier cultivators. Should this vast transference array be successfully activated, the entities emerging from it could potentially devastate a major city. The arrival of such terrifying beings in City No. 11 would spell utter annihilation. Chapter 41. The Dilemma of Spatial Rifts in the Conference Room. After a brief silence, the sound of a communicator emanated from the pocket of an elderly man clad in military attire. Upon retrieving the device, a slight alleviation of his previously heavy mood was evident. The seasoned officer then stood and addressed Yuan Shan. I shall speak this only once. If City 7 truly decides to abandon City 11, there will be no need for us to come here, nor for this troublesome ordeal. City 7 has already deployed its highest-grade war fortresses and technologies to withstand sandstorms, and we are prepared with forbidden artifacts. We have not received any news from Wuliang Mountain for over an hour. Now, we must coordinate with you to organize an evacuation. Take as many as you can. Yuan Shan inhaled deeply. He was reluctant to retreat, yet the necessity loomed large. If they were to withdraw, it was likely they would never return. The prospect of leading an entire city's populace into exile weighed heavily upon him. With such a vast number of displaced individuals, where could they possibly go? City 7 could offer him assistance, but what would become of these people afterward? How many would perish from hunger along the way? The immense psychological burden rendered Yuan Shan an empty shell, besieged by a tumult of anxieties. After half a minute of silence, Yuan Shan resolved to make a decision. He lifted his gaze towards the officials present and declared, retreat. Since the previous night, the military had commenced preparations for the evacuation of the entire city. The city had been divided into various zones, awaiting the dawn for the exodus. Even with a night's work, they had only completed half of the necessary preparations. The challenge of coordinating the evacuation of over 90,000 people without inciting panic was far greater than anticipated. Just as his words fell, a figure suddenly materialized out of thin air. The officials from City 11 tensed, startled by the abrupt appearance. Master Song, you have emerged? Gong Pingqing exclaimed, rising from his seat upon recognizing the figure. This Master Song was none other than Song Yusher from the Star Picking Academy in City 7. At this moment, she appeared somewhat disheveled. Her cloak bore several tears, and visible burn marks marred her skin. The price she had paid hinted at the fierce battle that had transpired within the spatial rift. Nodding towards Gong Pingqing, She then turned to Yuan Shan and proclaimed, "There is no need for City 11 to evacuate." Yuan Shan found himself momentarily stunned. What? Taking a deep breath, Song Yushir articulated words that left all present in a state of disbelief. In the spatial rift, the instructors from the Jinshan Academy have paid an exorbitant price. And with the aid of some unseen forces, we have forcibly interrupted the vast spatial teleportation array. Jinshan Academy? Unseen forces? The interruption of the spatial teleportation array? Yuan Shan stood frozen, incredulity etched upon his features, his lips trembling as he quietly inquired of Song Yushir, "Is it true?" He feared this was but a dream, a mere figment of his imagination. Song Yushir did not respond, instead remaining silent as she continued. City 7 has suffered casualties among 2 6th-tier cultivators from the Investigation Bureau. The atmosphere grew palpably heavy. The loss of 2 6th-tier cultivators weighed heavily on the hearts of those from a city as large as City 7. It is well understood that a single 6th-tier cultivator could serve as a city lord in a 3rd-tier city. Such individuals possess the potential to ascend to 7th tier, becoming true national powerhouses. The resources expended to nurture a 6th-tier cultivator could easily rebuild a satellite city. Not to mention the arduous journey taken to achieve such growth, emerging from 1,000,000 to attain that esteemed rank. In the next moment, all present, regardless of rank, stood in unison, saluting towards Wuliang Mountain. Yuan Shan, jolted from his overwhelming joy and shock, promptly inquired of Song Yushir, "Master Song, your sudden appearance here. If you require assistance, please feel free to speak." Gong Pengqing and the elderly military officer also turned their attention to Song Yushir. She spoke slowly. "Although the grand array has been interrupted, there remains a swarm of lower-tier creatures beyond the array. Should any mysterious force intervene to control them and repair the array, all our efforts will be in vain." Before anyone could respond, Song Yushir glanced at her arm, retrieving healing potions from her spatial ring as she continued, "After a night of fierce battle, we have nearly eradicated all the high-tier sorcerers, yet those foul insects have left a contingency, forcibly transporting us out. The destruction wrought last night has rendered the spatial rift exceedingly fragile and unstable. We cannot re-enter to eliminate those lower-tier creatures." Understanding dawned on Yuan Shan. "I will immediately gather personnel." "Wait." Song Yushir halted him, speaking with utmost seriousness. "The spatial rift is currently exceedingly fragile. The limit for entry is 5 individuals, and they cannot exceed 1st tier, 5th stage. Additionally, the rift may only remain stable for another 20 hours. Her words were directed at all present, and upon hearing this, a wave of despair washed over them. No more than 5 individuals? And they must not surpass 1st tier, 5th stage? Yuan Shan's heart began to race, forcing himself to remain calm. What tier were the creatures within the spatial rift? Song Yushir, undeterred by the anxious gazes surrounding her, exhaled slowly and confessed, "There are many, most hovering around 1st tier, 6th stage, and it is possible there are some at 2nd tier. Furthermore, I cannot guarantee that there won't be other strange beasts lurking within." Though her voice was melodious, her words sent a chilling wave through the ranks of City 11's leadership. Chapter 42. Within the city resides a deity amidst a multitude of indistinct creatures emerging from a spatial rift. Their levels typically hover around the 1st rank, 6th stage, with sporadic appearances of 2nd rank beings. The perils that lie ahead remain incalculable. In such circumstances, the spatial rift can only accommodate 5 individuals, whose ranks must not exceed the 1st rank, 5th stage. A path is laid bare before the gathered assembly. How should one traverse this path? It appears that an answer has already manifested, or rather, there exists but a singular solution: to recruit 5 low-tier cultivators to confront the innumerable insects and the latent threats within. This sounds like an insurmountable task. The 1st rank, 5th stage, signifies the realm of a fledgling just learning to walk. Although possessing extraordinary power, this fledgling could easily be slain by an ordinary person wielding a firearm and a mere $9 bullet. After a considerable pause following Song Yushir's words, a deep voice resonated. "I shall now seek suitable candidates." An elderly man clad in military attire grasped a communicator, without a hint of hesitation, explicitly instructing on the phone. Call after call set several organizations in City 7 into motion from miles away. Yuan Shan suppressed his tumultuous emotions, adopting an air of authority as he commanded an official ahead, "Summon all cultivators ranked 1st, 5th stage from the Chengqingling list at the utmost speed." The Chengqingling list exists not solely in City 11, but is prevalent across various cities. Every year, cultivators aged between 20 and 30 are summoned for a ranking competition. The higher the rank, the more substantial the rewards. Essentially, this list serves as a means to sift through talent. Understood. The official promptly departed to execute the order. Yuan Shan rose from his seat, politely gesturing to Song Yushir, "Please, take this seat." Song Yushir shook her head, "No need." Yuan Shan felt a twinge of embarrassment, remaining rooted in place. This crisis was far beyond the capabilities of City 11 alone. He could only pin his hopes on larger cities. In moments of despair, one clings desperately to any semblance of salvation. The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence until the communicator of the elderly man in military garb broke it. The elder raised the device. I understand. The people in the conference room turned to observe the elder's expression, hoping for a glimmer of relief. Upon the elder lowering the communicator and casting a complex gaze toward Yuan Shan, it became evident that this unexpected situation was too peculiar. The slots for entry were limited. Thus, only the most exceptional individuals could be permitted, which would ensure the task's success. However, such talents were invariably entangled with numerous factions. Hearing this, Yuan Shan forcibly quelled his rage, speaking in a tone nearly reverent. This catastrophe bears immense repercussions. Should the entities behind the formation emerge, not only will City 11 face annihilation, but the entire northwest region shall plunge into disaster. I believe you comprehend my meaning. The elder raised a hand to silence him. I have yet to finish. City 7 is not unwilling to dispatch these exceptional individuals, but the peril of this task is daunting, without sufficient incentives. Yuan Shan's complexion flickered between hues of green and red as realization dawned upon him. After a few moments of silence, he gritted his teeth. I understand. If we survive this calamity, City 11 will provide whatever is required. He recognized that the demands for benefits were not from those exceptional individuals, but rather from City 7. Understood. The elder averted his gaze from Yuan Shan's eyes. Although City 11 currently sat at the third tier, it once held aspirations of ascending to the first tier. The longer a major city operates, the more resources it necessitates. The higher-ups were reluctant to forfeit this opportunity for exploitation. Alas. Is this an instance of taking advantage of a crisis? Indeed. Yet, this matter could not be decided by a mere handful of people. Half an hour later, a costly airship descended upon the city lord's residence. 3 young individuals disembarked, 2 men and a woman. One of the young men, chewing gum, remarked, "Those old geezers are really investing heavily, sending all 3 of us. The situation must be dire." Another, tall with dark skin and thick lips, hoisted his backpack. Not only is the situation urgent, but this venture may well be a one-way trip. Sigh. These officials truly do not regard our lives as precious. It's as if a knife is held to our throats. The young man sighed, then turned to the girl beside them. Miss Nangong, Old Hay and I are in a predicament, forced to come here. Were you also compelled? Nangong Lian shook her head, pursing her lips as she gazed into the distance, softly stating, "This is something we ought to confront." Her perplexing words cast an immediate chill over the trio. What did she mean? The 2 men dared not voice their thoughts, fearing the correctness of their assumptions. Upon entering the conference room, Yuan Shan was taken aback, staring at the elderly man in military attire, exclaiming, "Why are there only 3 individuals?" The elder fell silent. The newly arrived trio exchanged puzzled glances. At this moment, the CEO of City 7, Gong Pengcheng, interjected, "Did City 11 not awaken 2 SS-level individuals the day before yesterday? Let those 2 join the team." "What did you say?" Yuan Shan's eyelids twitched. In the next instant, he could no longer contain his fury, his gaze turning predatory. "Gong Pengcheng, how dare you? Those awakened abilities from the day before yesterday, no matter how gifted, can at most reach the first rank, first stage. How could they possibly go?" Yet, Gong Pengcheng remained unfazed by Yuan Shan's glare, glancing at his watch and casually responding, "The one called by MO, upon awakening, pierced through a beast-turned polluter in a single strike. The strength he exhibited is already on par with the first rank, 5th stage. The lower his rank, the more formidable his combat prowess becomes. Thus, the likelihood of success in this mission increases significantly. We can administer a potential depleting serum to forcibly elevate by MO to the first rank, 5th stage, and combined with his might, he will undoubtedly safeguard City 11. Of course, Lord Yuan may refuse, but I believe it would be an honor for by MO to sacrifice his future to save the lives of an entire city. Furthermore, City 7 has resolved to dispatch professionals to assist in the city's operations post-crisis, at which point, Lord Yuan may enjoy a long vacation to recuperate." The seemingly casual words were not mere negotiations. They were declarations of a reality that felt almost inevitable. The trio of exceptional individuals exchanged furtive glances, yet dared not speak. The atmosphere grew taut, akin to a finely pulled string, as if the sound of it snapping could be heard at any moment, evoking a sense of dread. Yuan Shan slowly lowered his gaze to the ground, his expression devoid of life, studying the patterns on the wooden floor, his vision oscillating between clarity and obscurity. His suspicions crystallized, as if a horde of malevolent spirits were fixating on this place, their greed insatiable, longing to devour City 11. In that instant, the city lord's fists clenched tightly, digging into his flesh, his countenance resembling that of a demon clawing its way from the depths of hell. Why? How dare they? Do they not fear retribution from the state? The Dragon Kingdom has consistently sought to curtail the excessive expansion of major cities, preventing the emergence of a nation within a nation. Even if 2 large cities were to unite, they could never rival a nation. Presently, City 7 operates almost without concealment, brazenly indifferent to any repercussions from above. The final statement is delivered with stark candor. Yuan Shan feels he can relinquish his position as the city lord. City 11. Huh. Yuan Shan exhaled, his previously fearsome visage transforming back to a state of tranquility, and then he appeared, composed. Slowly he lifted his gaze, meeting Gong Pengcheng's eyes with calmness. You wish to consume City 11? Very well. Let us see. I hope you possess the capability. For within this city resides a deity. Chapter 43. Binding by MO in City Number 7. I advise against this course of action. Otherwise, you shall invoke a most troublesome entity. Suddenly interjected Song Yushir. At that moment, Gong Pengcheng wore a solemn expression. Are you referring to the Jinshan Academy? City Number 7 has already forcibly dispatched these 3 prodigies. Among them, one holds the top position on the Qingling rankings. Need I elaborate on his exceptional talent? If City No. 7 is willing to bear such great risks and sacrifices, can City Number 11 not do the same? His tone paused, before he continued with a righteous fervor. Should it be possible to save City Number 11, I am prepared to face the wrath of the Jinshan Academy. After his declaration, Song Yushir shook her head. Our paths diverge. There is no need for further discourse. The troublesome entity she referred to was not the Jinshan Academy. The intricacies behind this matter were vast, and she had only just begun to grasp them. The current situation was beyond her control. How extensive were the entanglements? Only the true strategists could comprehend. In this unexpected turn of events, even she was merely a pawn on the board. Yet, the hidden players likely never anticipated this. Within City Number 11 resided a divine being. Had she not attended that institution, Song Yushir would never have believed that the pinnacle of martial prowess could manifest in a school principal. She suspected that it was this very being who had intervened forcefully to disrupt the spatial crossing array. Gong Pengcheng turned his gaze towards Yuan Shan, a faint smile gracing his features. I recognize that this course of action may seem harsh towards Mo, and I am aware that Master Yuan cannot bring himself to do it. Thus, I shall assume the role of the villain. I will instruct my subordinates to extend the highest courtesy in inviting Mo, while the task of inviting the other SS-class awakened individual shall fall to Master Yuan. Earlier, Mentor Song had remarked that time was of the essence. After 20 hours, the spatial rift could very well collapse. Hence, I implore Master Yuan to act swiftly. Yuan Shan, his expression impassive, nodded. I shall inform him. Regardless of what City Number 7 intended thereafter, the immediate crisis must be addressed first. Yuan Shan departed the conference room, heading towards the 3rd middle school. Mo was a student of that institution. Although the principal had not explicitly stated so, an SS-class awakened individual had emerged under his witness. Those who sought to ruin Mo with potential draining agents must secure the consent of that individual. Gong Pengcheng followed Yuan Shan out of the conference room, accompanied by administrative personnel from City Number 7. At the end of the corridor, an elderly man in military attire produced an old cigarette from his pocket. After taking a drag with closed eyes, he murmured, Mo, I believe it would be wise to retain him. Draining potential is an egregious waste. According to intelligence, this crisis, with the addition of these 3 individuals and another SS-class awakened being, should suffice. Clearly, City Number 7 possessed more detailed intelligence. Otherwise, such arrangements would not have been made. Gong Pengcheng smiled knowingly. Ah, are you beginning to value talent, old man? The elder cast him a sidelong glance. Such a genius appears once in a century. Not only in City Number 11, but even in any major city, he would be a coveted presence. Among the top families with continuously optimized genes, the emergence of an SS-class talent is purely a matter of fate. Gong Pengcheng nodded. I understand. The elder, puzzled, queried, then what about above? Gong Pengcheng chose to reveal more, not insisting that it must be a potential draining agent. It could be something else. For instance, employing a special agent to tightly bind Mo to City Number 7. The elder paused, his cigarette stilled, and murmured to himself. I am indeed getting old. Gong Pengcheng harbored no belief in the cunning of the old fox before him. He merely sighed. It's a pity that the girl with the same SS-class awakening as Mo has a complicated background. Otherwise, in the old city, Mo glanced at the time, 7:10 a.m. In truth, he had been awake for an hour. Slowly exhaling, he rose from his meditative position. This was a breathing technique, though he knew not its name, imparted to him by Principal Feng Jing of the 3rd middle school. It was said to be a small reward for his quiet contributions to the school. He recalled how Principal Feng Jing had remarked that the technique was rather ordinary, meant solely for his use, lest it bring shame. He had nodded earnestly in agreement. After an hour of meditation, Mo felt refreshed, yet his mind remained unsettled, prompting him to descend the stairs. The old city appeared much the same as always, save for 2 red lines stretching across the pavement, extending into the unknown distance. Reminiscent of a fast track? However, there were no troops or law enforcement in sight. Mo resolved to venture forward, curious about the destination of these lines. Suddenly, hey, is that you, Mo? A sleek, new energy vehicle appeared beside him. In the driver's seat sat a young man with red, curly hair, while a strikingly beautiful woman, clad in revealing attire, occupied the passenger seat. Zhou Heng. Bayamo ventured uncertainly. The man was a neighbor from his youth. Known for his mischief and having dropped out of school, they had not crossed paths in years. Now he seemed drastically changed. Indeed, it's me. I've been busy at work lately, but today I managed to find some time to come home, and what a coincidence to run into you. Zhou Heng stretched out a hand, revealing a gem-studded watch on his wrist, exuding opulence. He then leaned back, pulling the woman closer. This is my girlfriend. Doesn't she look familiar? Haha. She is the champion of the latest model magazine. Mua. Right before Bayamo, the man planted a forceful kiss on the woman. Bayamo felt no affinity for the individual before him. Out of courtesy for their past as neighbors, he offered a polite smile. I won't keep you any longer. I have matters to attend to up ahead. Farewell. Seeing Bayamo's indifferent reaction, Zhou Heng hastily exited the vehicle, positioning himself in front of Bayamo with a feigned friendly grin. Don't go. It's been ages since we last met, and I have nothing pressing. Where are you headed? I'll give you a lift. You must experience this latest model. It's equipped with panoramic projection, making you feel as though you've entered a virtual world. You've never encountered such a fine vehicle. Let me show you. In their childhood, his parents often compared him unfavorably to Bayamo, especially after dropping out. He heard the name Bayamo in complaints daily, lamenting how Bayamo would undoubtedly excel while he would be relegated to the most arduous of tasks. But what was the reality? He had purchased the latest energy vehicle outright, and his girlfriend was a champion model. Meanwhile, the boy who had shadowed him throughout his youth. How trivial he seemed now. What did it matter if one awakened potential? After the awakening ceremony 2 days prior, no one had come to visit Bayamo's home, which spoke volumes. It implied that this fellow had failed to awaken his abilities. A failure, stripped of the halo of an awakened student. Such a person would forever dwell at the lowest rungs of society, destined to look up at him from now on. On the other side, knock knock knock. Mr. Bayamo, are you at home? A senior officer from City Number 7 rapped upon Bayamo's door. For half a day, there was no response within the room. The senior officer turned his head towards his aide-de-camp. After 3 thorough scans, it was confirmed that the room was devoid of occupants. The senior officer commanded, review the nearby surveillance. The aide nodded, and in less than half a minute, the location of Bayamo was identified. The senior officer adjusted his attire and cautioned his subordinates, emphasizing, an SS-class ability user. Do you comprehend what that signifies? Show some respect. Yes. Chapter 44. Seeking superiority within oneself? As Bayamo gazed at Zhou Heng standing before him, a wave of incredulity washed over him. From the very moment Zhou Heng laid eyes on him, an unmistakable delight sparkled within his gaze. This joy was not one born of reunion. Rather, it bore a somewhat aggressive quality. Subsequently, Zhou Heng ostentatiously revealed his wristwatch while tapping the car door, now positioning himself in front of Bayamo, urging him to enter the vehicle for a tour. Was this fellow attempting to flaunt his possessions? He resembled a child in his antics. I'm not interested in the tour. You go ahead and attend to your business. Bayamo replied, turning to leave. Given their neighborly ties, he had no desire to stoop to Zhou Heng's level. However, in Zhou Heng's perception, Bayamo's departure was nothing short of a display of self-deprecation upon encountering him. If that's the case, I certainly won't let you go. A talentless individual without awakened abilities dared to be so dismissive before him? A devilish smile crept across Zhou Heng's face as he took a running leap, once again blocking Bayamo's path. Stop. I haven't finished speaking, he began, only to be interrupted by Bayamo's piercing glare, which conveyed a clear message. Do not seek trouble. Consider this my advice. The fool before him was evidently attempting to derive a sense of superiority from their interaction. Although Bayamo was perplexed as to why Zhou Heng sought validation through him, it was of little consequence at that moment. Suddenly, a fierce glint in Bayamo's eyes caused Zhou Heng's heart to skip a beat. Such a gaze was one he had only witnessed in the presence of high-ranking figures. Yet, in the next moment, fury surged within Zhou Heng. How dare a penniless wretch regard him with such disdain? He raised a finger to point at Bayamo, exclaiming, What the hell are you pretending for? Do you truly believe you're still a student at the Abilities Academy? Wake up. You are nothing but an unawakened waste. I'm only giving you face by stopping you. Don't overstep your bounds. You impoverished fool. How dare such a waste compare themselves to him? He would ensure his family understood how absurd it was to compare him to such a person. After all, he was serving as the second in command of the illustrious Blood Shark gang, a true figure of significance, commanding a band of over 100 subordinates. One day, he too would ascend to such heights. Bayamo's expression turned icy. I will count to 3. Lower your hand, kneel, and apologize. Apologize to you? Kneel? Zhou Heng pointed at himself. Disbelief and mockery etched across his face. Do you think a mere word from me would easily send you to the hospital for half a year? Apologize? Are you out of your mind? Before he could finish, Bayamo emotionlessly raised his hand and slap. A resounding strike landed on Zhou Heng's face, leaving a crimson imprint on his cheek. Zhou Heng was momentarily stunned, a fiery pain radiating across his face, accompanied by a deafening ringing in his ears. Yet, before he could react, Bayamo struck like lightning, seizing Zhou Heng's finger, and crack. The sound of bones snapping echoed in their ears as Zhou Heng's outstretched finger bent at a right angle. In the next moment, my hand! Zhou Heng screamed, his cries reverberating through the street as if he were a slaughtered pig. The once arrogant Zhou Heng now knelt on the ground, hunched over, cradling his injured finger. The pain was akin to being crushed by a factory machine, a searing agony that threatened to bring tears to his eyes. Following his anguished cry, a woman in the passenger seat hurriedly approached, her high heels clicking against the pavement. Darling, what happened? I'll call an ambulance. She frantically fished out her phone, as his well-being was paramount for her livelihood. Just as she struggled to unlock her phone, a calm voice interjected, "No need to call an ambulance, he won't die." As he prepared to depart, two figures emerged from a dim alley. "Son, what happened?" The figures were Zhou Heng's parents, who had been waiting outside when they suddenly heard their son's screams. In the midst of his anguish, Zhou Heng attempted to threaten, "You impoverished fool. Just wait." Bang! Biamo kicked Zhou Heng away then. With a ghostly agility, seized Zhou Heng by the neck midair. Like a chick being lifted, he held him aloft, articulating each word with precision. "Wanna die? I can grant you that." With Zhou Heng's feet dangling, he struggled to breathe. A profound confusion clouded his mind. Was Biamo not an unawakened waste? "Let go of my son," came the urgent and furious cry from behind Biamo. Upon turning, he unleashed his Sharingan, revealing 3 interlinked tomo in each eye. In an instant, Zhou Heng's parents turned pale, frozen in place. Biamo then tossed Zhou Heng to the ground, gripping his hair and locking eyes with him. "I had no intention of stooping to your level, but you, scoundrel, not only took liberties but also dared to urinate on my head. Thinking I have no temper?" His crimson gaze radiated like a solitary spirit wandering through the darkness, leaving Zhou Heng's mind blank. Even he, in his ignorance, comprehended one truth. Biamo was not the waste he had imagined, but rather an awakened ability user. Why had no one come to celebrate his awakening these past few days? He understood that even the lowest-ranking ability users were treated as honored guests in their gang. Yet, no answers were forthcoming to his bewilderment. Until the next moment, a stately black sedan came to a halt at the roadside, its pristine paint gleaming, the tires intricately designed, and its chassis notably low, exuding an air of luxury. Notably, a small flag adorned the front of the vehicle. Upon seeing the flag, Zhou Heng's pupils trembled. This was the city lord's vehicle. In the following second, several individuals in matching attire emerged from the car, forming a line. Before Zhou Heng's astonished gaze, they bowed slightly, proclaiming, "Mr. Biamo, the city lord requests your presence." Boom! Zhou Heng's mind erupted in chaos, leaving him momentarily stunned. Chapter 45. Multiple individuals holding back as Biamo caught sight of the flag atop the vehicle. A multitude of thoughts raced through his mind. The presence of this vehicle and flag in this location could not be fabricated. To forge the City Lord's banner in City 11 would be tantamount to courting death. Without uttering a word, Biamo climbed into the carriage. Since waking early that morning and observing the road signs resembling those of an emergency route, he had been engulfed in confusion. For various reasons, he sensed that something monumental was about to transpire. After Biamo departed, Zhou Heng, slumped against the wall, remained frozen in place as if ensnared by an unseen spell. His gaze fixated on the direction from which the City Lord's vehicle had vanished. A bead of sweat trickled down from his brow. It was not until the vehicle disappeared from sight that Zhou Heng seemed to succumb to a sudden onset of hyperhidrosis. Sweat beads visibly formed on his forehead, and his lips turned pale. His hands, seemingly numb, pressed against the ground as he remained oblivious to his parents' frantic calls. As if he were in a trance. Son, don't frighten your mother. What is the matter? Why are you sweating so profusely? Are you unwell? Let me take you to the hospital." After Biamo's departure, the illusion that had ensnared his parents dissipated. Upon witnessing their son sitting on the ground, drenched in sweat and in a state of disarray, they were instantly rendered helpless and bewildered. Feeling someone support him, Zhou Heng finally regained his composure. He looked at his parents, his lips trembling as he hoarsely uttered, "Mom, Dad, was that person truly Biamo? The Biamo who has possessed extraordinary abilities since childhood?" His parents, still in a daze, instinctively shook their heads, unable to recall the events that had just transpired. Their reaction ignited a sudden fury within Zhou Heng. He forcefully pushed away his mother, who stumbled backward in surprise and fell to the ground. Facing his fallen mother, Zhou Heng seemed to lose control of his emotions, shouting, "Are you blind? How could you not see that? Why didn't you see it? Answer me." In moments of extreme panic, people often become irritable and restless, instinctively attempting to dispel their fears through anger. Zhou Heng's father stood frozen, a simple man by nature. Clutching his new girlfriend's ankle as if it were a lifeline, he questioned, "Was that person Biamo? Did he really get into the City Lord's carriage?" A flicker of disdain crossed the woman's eyes, yet she quickly masked it with a smile, replying, "Dear, didn't you know his name is Biamo?" But as her words fell, Zhou Heng's face turned ashen, his eyes lost their luster, and he muttered softly, It's over. At the City Lord's residence, Biamo disembarked, followed closely by the 4 individuals behind him, who then took their positions behind him. "Mr. Bayamo, please enter." An officer of high rank gestured. Bayamo cast a glance at him, feeling an odd impression that these 4 were anxious he might flee. It seemed that matters were indeed more complex than they appeared. However, since he had already arrived, he had no intention of turning back. If trouble were to arise, given his meager abilities, he could only hope to escape with his life. Upon entering the city lord's estate, Bayamo surveyed his surroundings. It was his first visit to this location, the true heart of power within the city, where few are privileged to enter. As he traversed a corridor marked with fresh sword scars, it appeared as if a battle had recently occurred. Sword marks, a skirmish? But this was the city lord's residence. Who would dare engage in combat here? As he turned a corner, Bayamo suddenly halted. Before him stood 3 individuals, a young girl leaning against the wall, cradling a sword in her arms. Her elegant demeanor exuded grace, and upon noticing him, she offered a serene smile. The last of the trio, a middle-aged man with a scar running down his cheek, bore an air of unshakable anxiety. Bayamo raised his hand in greeting to the refined gentleman. "Teacher Feng." Feng Jing acknowledged him with a nod. Just as he prepared to speak, Yuan Shan's eyes widened in surprise. "Teacher Feng? Bayamo has a connection with him?" Typically, students address the principal with the title principal, not teacher. Although both titles are acceptable, they imply different levels of familiarity. Regaining his composure, Yuan Shan focused on the pressing matter at hand. He directed his gaze toward the 4 individuals accompanying Bayamo and instructed, "You may leave." The 4 exchanged glances, but made no move. Suddenly, a surge of energy surged past Bayamo, colliding with the 4. Yuan Shan's expression darkened as he declared, "I am discussing matters with you. Leave." After a moment's hesitation, the leading officer responded, "Yes." Their task was merely to escort Bayamo to the city lord's estate. With Yuan Shan blocking their path, those above him tacitly permitted this course of action. Once the others departed, Baimo's attention shifted to the girl with the sword leaning against the wall. What is she doing here? Perceiving Baimo's confusion, Yuan Shan silently opened a door to a nearby room. Once inside, Baimo turned his gaze toward him. Yuan Shan first glanced at Feng Jing, who offered a subtle nod, then took a deep breath before explaining to Baimo, "An incident has occurred in City 11. Yuan Shan endeavored to convey the information succinctly while elucidating the gravity of the situation they faced. Upon hearing this, Baimo's expression grew increasingly perplexed. Is the safety of this city truly reliant on 5 first-level cultivators? And their abilities cannot exceed the first level, rank 5? The spatial rift is fraught with dangers and uncertainties, with no one possessing knowledge of the interior conditions. In essence, those 5 would enter blind. In the next moment, Baimo's expression took on an even stranger countenance as he pointed at himself, looking toward Yuan Shan, tentatively asking, "Does that mean I am also to go?" His summons to the city lord's estate was unmistakably purposeful. Yuan Shan remained silent, but deep down, he hoped Baimo could prevent the destruction of City 11. Then, Yuan Shan retrieved a fruit emanating a golden radiance from his spatial ring, its shape reminiscent of an embryo, gently hovering in his palm. "This is called the Breaking Yuan Demon Spirit, which I acquired several years ago in a dilapidated secret realm. It is a 6th-tier spiritual treasure, one I have labored for years to obtain. When consumed by lower-tier cultivators, its immense elemental energy can temporarily elevate their realm, subsequently dissipating into a more solid foundation of power, potentially even evolving into a unique ability, essentially granting an additional latent power." After delivering this information, Yuan Shan fell silent. This treasure had originally been intended for his own breakthrough, despite the slim chances of success. However, he now wished for Baimo to accept the Breaking Yuan Demon Spirit to save City 11. Yet Baimo hesitated, still somewhat dazed by the sudden emergency, casting doubt on the authenticity of the situation. Yet this emergency had been relayed by the city lord himself, who had no reason to deceive him. At present, the void within the spatial rift remains shrouded in mystery. Yet now, the Savior Experience card has been placed before him. To accept or not to accept? It appears to be a quandary, though perhaps it is not. Observing that Baimo has yet to grasp the item in his hand, Yuan Shan can only continue to cradle it with both hands, casting a discreet glance at the scenery beside him, feeling a sense of urgency. After all, entering such a place leaves no one assured of a safe return. The very fate of City 11 hangs by a thread. The scenery, as usual, remains indifferent, as if unconcerned with its surroundings. Li Qingyi slightly lowers her head, stealing glances at the contemplative youth, just as Baimo is poised to respond. The door behind him suddenly swings open, and a voice laced with disdain pierces the air. "Lord Yuan, time is of the essence. The 3 of us, along with this swordswoman, shall proceed together, without waiting for that fellow Baimo. After all, having an extra person may only hinder our progress." Chapter 46. Speak first, scold later. The disdainful tone was utterly unmasked. Baimo turned around, slightly taken aback. At the doorway stood 3 individuals, 2 men and 1 woman. What surprised him was the presence of a black man among them. It should be noted that this was the Dragon Country, where yellow faces predominated across the vast continent. Yet, he merely raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. The upheaval of 4 centuries prior had long since disrupted the previous national civilizational structures. With time, countries had established exchanges with one another. Although in ancient times this was referred to as human trafficking, it had since been explicitly prohibited. Now, civilization had ascended to a new level. In bustling cities, the likelihood of encountering foreigners on the streets was not insignificant. Bayamo then directed his gaze toward the young man who had spoken. Leaning casually against the door frame, the youth chewed on something, one hand in his pocket, looking at him with derision. Under the scrutiny of the others present, the young man addressed Bayamo again. You are Bayamo? The one who killed a contaminator on the Day of Awakening? I find that hard to believe. Surely you didn't hire someone to stage it, did you? Upon hearing these words, City Lord Yuan Shan furrowed his brow. This kid from City Number 7 had been shouting in pain just moments ago. Yet now he was looking for trouble. However, Yuan Shan understood that the young man's provocation was merely a test of Baimo's strength, reminiscent of how he had previously taunted Li Qingyi. Yet, Yuan Shan couldn't help but sigh internally. Baimo was no ordinary foe. His battle prowess was an absolute enigma. He was well aware of Baimo's movements in the black market yesterday. Don't be like that, the girl among the 3 softly reproached, her gaze apologetic as she turned to Baimo, her tone gentle. I'm sorry, Qin Lang can be a bit lively. He means no harm. Baimo ignored her words, instead letting out a chuckle. With a sincere expression, he curiously inquired of the young man looking for a quarrel. What flavor of excrement are you enjoying so much? Do you have a specialist at home? As Yuan Shan had anticipated. Baimo's words caught the gum-chewing youth off guard. The smile vanished from his face. Turning away, he spat out his gum, and when he turned back, his eyes were filled with hostility. This guy truly knew how to provoke anger. The 2 companions beside Qin Lang also froze momentarily, casting him strange glances. Meanwhile, Li Qingyi, who stood with her head bowed, couldn't help but smirk, a hint of mischief dancing at the corners of her mouth. Having suffered a setback, Qin Lang turned to Yuan Shan. City Lord Yuan, we have no issues on our side, but I'm curious about how this kid is faring now. Time is of the essence. I hope we don't waste it on him. Yuan Shan nodded, casting another determined glance at Baimo. Just then, a voice rang from outside. Baimo of City Number 11. I, as the Chief Executive Officer of City Number 7, command you to participate in this operation. You have no right to refuse. Gong Pengqing stepped in, and the very air in the room seemed to halt the moment his foot crossed the threshold. Baimo felt a sudden constriction in his breath, a chill running down his spine, his entire being tensed. It was akin to the sensation of encountering a monstrous entity on television during childhood, an overwhelming sense of dread that transformed into terror when faced with an insurmountable foe. This was a high-level practitioner. Gong Pengqing's piercing gaze fell upon him, producing a vial in his hand. Drink this. The 3 short words sounded less like an order and more like an everyday request, delivered in a tone devoid of concern for any potential refusal. As he spoke, Baimo felt himself ensnared by countless invisible threads, as if something unseen had bound his limbs. His body lost control, taking a step forward. This sensation was reminiscent of being turned into a puppeteer's marionette. What? A tempest of emotions surged within Baimo, his pupils constricting. He had not anticipated the sudden loss of control over his own body, leaving no room for reaction. Gritting his teeth, he desperately summoned his inner strength in an attempt to break free from the restraints. Yet, his feet moved forward again. The force binding him felt akin to an ocean. No matter how he exerted his power, it was futile. Gong Pengqing initially smirked, but soon his expression shifted to one of uncertainty. This youth named Baimo possessed an aura of the 4th stage of the 1st rank. Had he utilized some heavenly treasure to enhance his realm after awakening? However, it was inconsequential. The 4th stage of the 1st rank was no different from that of an ant. Suddenly, Gong Pengqing stiffened, a colossal, terrifying entity looming before him, adorned with human heads. Its eyes brimming with a myriad of lightning, poised to devour him. Yet, his body remained completely immobile. The spirit demon, had it not perished in the abyss? Just as the monster drew mere centimeters from his head, Gong Pengqing smiled. Crack! The scene before him shattered like glass, only a second passing. At that moment, he regarded Baimo's blood-red eyes with interest. An illusion? How fascinating. Baimo clenched his teeth, experiencing an unprecedented sensation of trepidation. The individual before him was overwhelmingly powerful. Yet, in the next instant, an explosive roar reverberated. Enough. Gong Pengqing, you bastard. This is my territory. The furious shout unleashed a tempestuous current within the room. The windows rattled violently. Baimo felt the bindings around him shatter, and simultaneously, the force of the severed threads rebounded against him, causing a painful sensation in his internal organs, as if his body had been struck with a hammer. Gasping for air, he tasted blood at the corner of his mouth. Baimo gritted his teeth, wiping away the blood, and turned to the man who had just exhibited hostility toward him. What do you go by? Gong Pengqing's eyes flashed with surprise. his demeanor a blend of 3 parts disdain and 7 parts arrogance. Gong Pengqing, as the chief executive officer of City Number 7, he was certain that upon hearing his name, Mo would be struck with fear, kneeling to inquire if he had offended him. However, the ensuing words from the youth not only stunned him, but left everyone in the room utterly speechless. The first to react was Qin Lang, who took 2 steps back, gasping in disbelief. Mo nodded earnestly, saying, Gong Pengqing, let me share a secret with you. You mustn't tell anyone else, but yesterday, I jumped into your mother's bed and used a technique to extract your second uncle from beneath it. Would you call that incest? If the other party wished to kill him, there would be no escape. Since that was the case, why fear a curse? Speak first, scold later. Chapter 47. The timely appearance of A. Supporter by Mo's lips, stained with a hint of blood, curled into a defiant grin, embodying a spirit of reckless abandon. Gong Pengqing gazed at the youth before him, remaining silent for a few seconds, then his own lips twisted into a smile, albeit one laced with madness and perversion. You little rascal, you truly possess some audacity. The simmering rage within him was forcefully suppressed. Once this matter concluded, he would settle the score with this insolent boy. After all these years, it was the first time he had been so openly insulted. How amusing. It appeared that this remote and impoverished locale had not echoed his name for far too long, leading this group of ants to mistakenly believe they could provoke him. Gong Pengqing slowly turned his head, his eyes cold as a hawk's. The interruption of his power ignited a murderous intent within him, fueling the flames of his anger. To him, Yuan Shan was merely a slightly larger ant who had dared to provoke him time and again. His status far exceeded that of Yuan Shan. Even the lord of this third-tier city would need to consider his mood to meet him. Yet, in just over half a day since his arrival in this city, Yuan Shan had dared to insult him twice to his face. The prey was as easy to capture as if it were in the palm of his hand. Then, Gong Pengqing's gaze became sharp as blades, directed at Yuan Shan, his voice icy. I will say this only once. I am currently executing orders from City Number 7. If you dare interfere again, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you. His words lay bare the animosity between him and Yuan Shan. As a 6th-tier cultivator, Yuan Shan was a valuable chess piece. He did not wish to destroy him lightly. Yet, in response to his warning, Yuan Shan boldly pointed a finger at him, adopting an exceedingly arrogant tone. Eliminate me? Go on. Make your move, and let me see. If you don't act today, you're nothing but a coward. Gong Pengqing's fury ignited instantly. He raised a hand toward Yuan Shan, and the very air in the room seemed to constrict. As if a noose had been tightened around his throat. Countless threads of an unknown origin erupted in the atmosphere, each imbued with lethal intent. Yuan Shan felt his hair stand on end. He struggled to suppress his instinct to retaliate, forcing himself to remain still. In the next moment, as he had expected, the myriad of sinister threads did not touch him even slightly. Rather, just as they were about to strike, a vast and overwhelming power seized them. Countless razor-sharp threads, capable of slicing through several buildings, became utterly immobile, as if confronted by a divine entity. This scene made Gong Pengqing's pupils constrict sharply as he suddenly turned his gaze toward a figure within the room. Who are you? He had sensed this presence upon entering. Initially, he had assumed it was merely the personal guard of the girl with a complex background. But now, he realized that this figure, shrouded in a hat that obscured their features, was entirely different from his assumptions. Yet, Feng Jing seemed entirely indifferent to the words of the governor, standing quietly to one side like a mountain, as if he had not just intervened. The more Feng Jing remained aloof, the more uncertainty brewed within Gong Pengqing. His expression darkened. To effortlessly nullify his abilities with a single strike, only the sole authority of City Number 7 could achieve such a feat. Yuan Shan exhaled deeply, having placed his bet correctly. Mo, amid a whirlwind of thoughts, came to understand that the man who had imparted breathing techniques to him was extraordinary. When Gong Pengqing had made his move, he had felt utterly helpless against it, yet Feng Jing had dealt with it with alarming ease. Who on earth was he? He appeared to possess the demeanor of a reclusive master, a super NPC from a thrilling tale. Suddenly, an arm draped over his shoulder. The newcomer tilted his chin up, one hand rubbing his bald head, speaking with a cheeky tone to Gong Pengqing. Dare to bully my big brother? Which road do you hail from? Mo turned abruptly, recognizing the familiar figure and the bald head before him. Qinyu, his patron, had returned after a 2 or 3 day absence. At that moment, Qinyu turned to him, pointed at Gong Pengqing with an arrogant demeanor, and asked, Big brother, shall we take him down? Mo's expression turned peculiar. He suspected that this fellow had been lurking outside, waiting until he had taken a beating before rushing in to save the day. Yet, in the next moment, he nodded vigorously. Yes, let's take him down. Just moments ago, this man in the silver trench coat had trapped him and attempted to force him to consume a certain potion. He could not personally seek vengeance now, but it was time to reclaim at least a bit of interest. Now, it was his turn to take action. It's decided, bald summoning technique. Supporter, come forth. Qinyu released Mo and, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, made a gesture as if drawing energy into his dantian. The aura he inadvertently exuded made the three prodigies from city number 7 tremble slightly. What a pure aura. Who is this person? Not only they, but even Gong Pengqing's expression turned grave. It wasn't he merely the bald man's level that was high. The sheer purity of his martial intent was astounding. It surpassed anyone he had encountered who possessed martial intent. If he were to engage him at the same tier, he had no confidence of victory. But who was this person? Why did he have no recollection of him? And that shadowy figure obscured by the low brim of a hat was equally mysterious. In city number 11, why had it suddenly become a den of dragons and tigers? Then, amidst the gazes of everyone present, Chen Yu suddenly stepped back behind Bai Mo and raised a middle finger toward Gong Pengqing, exclaiming, "Did you hear that? My big brother not only wants to take you down, but he also wants to take down your mother. Hurry and show us some skills, or my big brother will squash you like an ant with just one finger." After saying this, Chen Yu hid behind Bai Mo, muttering softly, "Big brother, I'm not that great. Just let me know if you want me to take him down." Bai Mo incredulously turned to face Gong Pengqing, whose expression was dark and foreboding. Bai Mo, is this really the case? Chapter 48. The progression of the game in the modest confines of the room. An eerie silence suddenly enveloped the atmosphere. Bai Mo felt an overwhelming urge to leap up and unleash a torrent of curses. He conceded that the moment Chun Yu made his appearance, the anxious heart that had been suspended in the air plummeted with an unexpected heaviness. On the day of awakening at the square, the imposing presence of the bald man beside him had left an indelible impact, akin to the terrifying might of an intercontinental missile. For a fleeting moment, Bai Mo believed he had discovered the organization. Yet now, the bald man lurked behind him. Was this not somewhat amiss? Confronted by the palpable pressure emanating from Gong Pengqing, coupled with his face shadowed by an expression of profound grief, Bai Mo found himself momentarily stifling a laugh. It appeared that in moments of utter speechlessness, laughter could indeed arise unexpectedly. Suddenly, Gong Pengqing's countenance shifted without warning, as he inexplicably performed a salute to the air. Yes, understood. Bai Mo was momentarily bewildered. Following this, Gong Pengqing turned and spoke in a commanding tone. "Minter Song Yushir, please escort these 5 individuals to the spatial rift immediately." "Understood," came the woman's voice. At that moment, Bai Mo perceived a blinding flash before him, as if he had been thrust into an endless void. As Song Yushir vanished with the 5 individuals, Gong Pengqing's gaze flickered, indicating the abrupt emergence of a complicated situation. Before he departed with a grim expression, Bai Mo had unexpectedly reached the first stage, 4th tier, something entirely unforeseen. The shadowy figure whose visage remained obscured, the bald man exuding an aura of pure might. How many secrets lay hidden within this diminutive city number 11 that he remained oblivious to? As Gong Pengqing traversed the corridor, he sensed that the current game was veering in an unforeseen direction. Just moments ago, he had received a psychic communique indicating that the overseer of the entire Northwest region had suddenly intervened in this matter. Wasn't the situation in City No. 11 tacitly accepted? How could this be? A series of events left Gong Pengqing in a tumult of emotions. Yuan Shan, perplexed, felt a twinge of regret. He had anticipated Gong Pengqing to further provoke the deity present in the room, leading to a decisive confrontation, yet the other party had abruptly departed. Chen Yu turned his gaze towards the scenery. He was not surprised by the presence that had materialized here. He inquired, "You will intervene in this matter, will you not?" As Chun Yu's words hung in the air, Yuan Shan instinctively shifted his attention towards the scenery, eager to step closer, yet feeling awkward, ultimately standing frozen in place, betraying his nervousness. However, the scenery paid no heed to the two, vanishing in an instant. This action left the remaining 2 momentarily stunned. Chen Yu raised a middle finger and muttered under his breath, "Damn it, what a show-off. When I can finally best you, I will make you speak properly." Yuan Shan, hearing this quiet murmur, directed his gaze to the ceiling, which was devoid of anything, yet he pretended not to have heard anything. Once he noticed that the bald man was unperturbed, Yuan Shan turned his gaze back, his expression complex, and uttered, "You." Chen Yu, seemingly aware of what he was about to say, shook his head dismissively. "Insufficient cultivation. What can be done?" A mere 8 words left Yuan Shan at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, he gradually lowered his head. There were indeed truths he understood. In this world, the strong prey upon the weak. Even with the veneer of law, the essence remained unchanged. Perhaps it could be said that the cycle of the strong devouring the weak had persisted for millennia. To speak reason, one must first possess the qualifications to do so. Suddenly, a statement from Yuan Shan jolted Chen Yu upright. How did Bai Mo suddenly reach the first stage, 4th tier? When he had first encountered Bai Mo, he had subconsciously assumed that the latter was at most at the first stage, 1st tier. Hence, he had planned to utilize his most treasured possession to temporarily elevate Bai Mo's cultivation to the first stage, 5th tier, without damaging his foundation. Rising from the ground, Chen Yu stroked his chin, murmuring, "Li Qingyi possesses extraordinary talent, combined with the ancient breathing technique passed down from before the Great Cataclysm. Her breakthrough to the first stage, 5th tier was anticipated, a result of diligent accumulation. But by MO, did you previously provide him with a breathing technique? Yuan Shan instinctively blurted out. I know breathing techniques. Thousands of meters away, upon a craggy mountain peak, the figure of the scenery materialized. You should have stopped him. The displeased voice met the scenery as soon as he landed. Yet, the scenery conjured a wine gourd out of thin air, leisurely settling upon a massive stone. Turning to face the cloaked man who had just posed the question. Care for a drink? The cloaked man remained silent, allowing the mountain winds to whip his black robe violently. Unmoved by the scenery's invitation, he replied icily, Why should I go? Wrapped in the dark cloak. The man exuded no discernible aura, yet he stood steadfast against the nearly Category 12 winds atop the mountain, impervious to their force. The cloak obscured him entirely. Even in direct view, his features remained shrouded. The scenery lifted the wine gourd, and in the face of the raging winds, the liquid flowed smoothly into his throat without hindrance. After taking a sip, he chuckled, I am not a babysitter. Whereby MO goes is of no concern to me. The cloaked man's voice deepened. That spatial rift is exceedingly unstable. Should it collapse, we would be utterly defenseless with our meager strength. The scenery countered. Did you not secretly reinforce that spatial rift already? The cloaked man's tone intensified. That is still not secure. Shaking his head, the scenery gazed forward, as if addressing the wind itself. When has this world ever been secure? As he surveyed the vast landscapes, a sense of inexplicable melancholy washed over the wine-drinking figure. The cloaked man remained reticent. After a moment of silence, he slowly spoke. Is someone planning to harm him? The scenery nodded but waved a hand dismissively. A minor character. The chief executive of City Number 7, of little consequence. I will handle it. Humph. The cloaked man snorted, and at that instant, the gale ceased abruptly. How bold of a mere executive. Sensing the pure murderous intent radiating from the cloaked man, the scenery helplessly rubbed his forehead. Do not intervene. Otherwise, the entire northwest region will be thrown into chaos. But the cloaked figure had already vanished, leaving behind a single remark. I shall not touch that executive. This debt will be accounted to City Number 7. The scenery watched the retreating silhouette, glancing at the wine gourd in his hand, and sighed. Upon the gourd, crafted from shards of glass, was inscribed a line he had etched in his youth. His fingers grazed over the familiar characters. In this world, myriad charms reside within my gourd. Alone atop the mountain peak, the scenery lost himself in thought, silent and contemplative. In the Wuliang Mountains, Bayamo felt as though he had undergone multiple spatial transformations. Now, upon re-emerging into the light, he found himself at the foot of a mountain range. It was his first time visiting this place. It is also the first time witnessing a crack suspended in midair. The fissure presents a gaping form, stretching approximately 30 meters, akin to the combined length of two large transport vehicles. Its shape resembles that of someone prying it open with both hands from within. Suddenly, a middle-aged man adorned with a golden emblem on his chest materializes before the group. With a wave of his hand, several spatial rings materialize in the air. Please choose, he states. The rings contain various consumables and weapons. Shortly, you will enter within, and I do not wish to hear any refusals. 4. The middle-aged man, marked by the golden emblem, surveys the 5 members of Mo's group with a gaze devoid of oppression, yet laced with nonchalance. Those who decline shall face charges of treason. Should you succeed this time, I, representing the entire northwest region of the Dragon Kingdom, promise each of you one request. As his words hang in the air, the man's gaze shifts toward Mo. Subsequently, Song Yushir and the 4 others around Mo turn their attention to him. Among the 5, only Mo has yet to respond, perhaps due to the pressing circumstances that have not allowed him to offer his answer. Yet, Mo gazes at the formidable middle-aged man ahead and poses a question that leaves the others perplexed. Do you hold a high rank?